past shall never be in vain. To serve with heart and might, one nation bound in freedom, peace and unity. Hey, that's so. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Arise, O compatriots, Nigeria call obey, to serve our fatherland with love and strength and faith. The labor of our heroes past shall never be in vain. To serve with heart and might, one nation bound in freedom, in freedom.
You're mute.
You know, this thing, he always catches me out. Thank you for that, Jagun. He always catches me out. Thank you for joining us. Remember, like and share, so that people can, come and join the conversation. Because the beauty of the conversation we tend to have here, we try to keep it at quite a high level, and sometimes I can understand some people may not be interested in such conversations. I wish sometimes we can just be talking in our pidgin English language and having the conversation in that level where everybody will relate to it. Maybe we'll get good at it. The experts at pidgin English are not here. People like what's his name again? The flagship is very good, and show is good too. Everybody else is good. So, are you okay with Jefferson? Jefferson, are you okay with pidgin English?
I'm very much okay.
Nakam now, make me hear
that. We day here. We die for here.
That day where we speak here, the next day, pidgin English it start to come back in for my head.
You for your mouth.
Yeah, a little bit. Now it's beginning to go again. I want to be speaking. I want to be. Oh God, you see how I'm so struggling now.
Calm down. It will be difficult. Make I even shock you. Pidgin English dictionary day for Oxford University. You can go and confirm it. Yes.
You never heard Prince Charles. You never heard Prince Charles when he not preaching English for stage in Nigeria. He comes say Nigeria no they carry last.
You see all these people. You see all this enemy of progress. You see enemy of progress. I'm trying to learn. That me they tell you. Allah is I get my belly from flagship. I'm trying to praise him as the expert. What do you want me to say? You want me to say he's really bad? Take yes for an answer now, my people. I can't believe I say my people. That is really cheesy, isn't it?
No, that's not pidgin English now.
Yeah,
let's
go. The other day when they try to speak up, I in my head, I did hear myself as if I did sound like an elder, telling people, "This is how you go behave. This is how you go do it." It's so odd, man. It's really so odd. But please forgive us because we are overseas. It's easier for us to.
You know what they like about pidgin English? Pidgin English, they flow. They flow for not just Nigeria, not just West Africa. They flow for Caribbean. They flow for America. Whether they chat jive, whether they chat pathwise, they flow them. It's the same. It's the connection between us that.
Yeah.
Jargon, now the same you now they speak this pidgin like this.
Now I did Nigeria in London.
Yeah, everybody, you know, they know how to speak. Most people know how to speak better than I did do, and because for long I don't speak at all. I don't speak for a long time.
You like grammar too much.
Maybe. You see, even when I go to Nigeria, I try to speak pidgin English. In Nigeria, it's harder. I speak more here than I was able than I feel speaking.
Really?
Yes. I was like, I couldn't. I tried to use them to argue for price, because I know, say, if I argue for price for items,
you ended up paying more.
Yes, it's a big problem. I tried to use pidgin English to argue for price. I was kicking myself. I couldn't do it. I definitely need to get it back. And anybody that knows how to speak it, should we do that?
This is the thing of perception. You know, at the end of the day, this is who we are. We cannot change ourselves for anybody. We have to express ourselves the best way we can. Of course, we learned the English language from colonials, right? But at the end of the day, sometimes the advent of pidgin came as a result of trying to be more expressive in the way that's convenient for us. And it stuck, and it got stuck. I can remember growing up in those days when you have to survive in the streets. You just have to learn how the people talk. You know, sometimes when you speak it too much, they'll say, if you speak too much pidgin, it's like as if you're not intelligent. And you see that brought a stigma. But thank God, So thank God, say we, no matter all the nonsense they talk that time, we still carry the pidgin English. We still carry along. Now today, pidgin English dictionary they all over the world.
Okay, make we speak pidgin English for the next 1 hour before we.
That's long, you know.
It will force us now. It will force us to speak up now for 1 hour at least. We use that to talk about US politics. I don't pick
that one. You know
why you go run away from this type of challenge? Because me,
I'm a big challenge. Make I tell you, when I was young and I used to travel back to Nigeria, we used to stay in Ikoyi with my uncle, and obviously now they used to love us because we would speak English in a way, and we would all be speaking English properly, and Yoruba. But when I went to the village, my mom's village, now there I just talk pidgin anyhow. So when I would come back to Ikoyi now, I'll just be blowing pidgin everywhere. None of them would like it. It's why are you speaking like that? You know, they'll tell me off. So funny.
Yes, no. Yeah, the reason why I say make we try because it will help me. You know, I like to help myself a lot when something I don't like.
It's helping now. Me make I be lucky. My pidgin English now worry based pidgin English. So if you anything I want to say, I will give you.
Exactly.
I don't get that one.
We now the people they speak the PH and kind of English, the grounded ones. When Wafi guy talking, they shit me before. But now it looks like I don't talk to floor member now. I can't speak anything. So that's what I want to try. I want to try to learn. You know me, I like to learn. I'm not shy of saying if I don't know.
Jefferson would help you out with that because I can speak, but I can't.
Jagun. No carry cigar now. You know this one. No,
you don't see him again. Your IQ sharp.
We see him now. You know all these people. All these viewers, the eye sharp.
Excuse me, Joe, please.
First say you know feeling soft for pidgin.
So. Wow. So it's not unanimous. The pidgin English people, do you the chat on a one make we do them in pidgin English or we talk about
the
chat will just be laughing at us. So
better to laugh. Better to laugh than cussing us out. They are not cussing me out like before anymore. So
bros, which topic we want make we yarn?
Yeah, about Democrats in America. They panic now. It looks like say they want to say Trump will come win the next election because Kamala Harris, the other party, Kamala Harris, he's facing. He look like say he dey suffer now because of the war where they happen inside the Middle East. So question now is, you know, how they are going to be able to get past this one, because it looks like Trump is going to win. Oh. This one, the way things are looking, and Kamala Harris, this when decide say he go Fox News, a news channel where they don't like Democrats at all, and she go there, and they question her, the question where they ask her, you know, in a harsh question, in a strong question they ask them, and she challenged them, and maybe it's a good thing. Say she stand her ground and she challenged them back, and I will play the video so that we can, so we could see how she was able to push back, you know, some of the questions. You see, so let me see if I can. I figure. Let me. I'll let me make a look for them. Let me make
No
a.
worry, find the video.
So
We
hard.
did here. Make we see
Okay,
it.
thank you.
Make
Let
we
me
see
start.
it talk.
Okay, good. All right.
Man like Jefferson, where you dey? Where which land you dey?
Oh my dear, everywhere.
You know the Nigeria be you dey America.
Well, I did
You
Texas.
know, eh? A fly on the wall. Okay. Oh.
It was a strong one. Let me see if okay, that's the interview there. All right, so let's see. Let me make we check this one out. People, my people, if you are not my people, because not only Nigerians they watch this one. Forgive me, oh, I'm trying. They walk slowly so that my pidgin English return. This one are my only chance. If I live here, it's also Yibo English I go they speak. Oh. And I will be. I don't go be able to speak pidgin English again. So I want my pidgin English to return. Okay. Now we don't get the video, and make I play them so that I could hear, you know, what happened between Kamala Harris and the Fox News people. We not like them. All right.
Thank you. It's good to be with you, Brett.
You know, voters tell pollsters all over the country and here in Pennsylvania that immigration is one of the key issues that they're looking at this election, and specifically the influx of illegal immigrants from more than 150 countries. How many illegal immigrants would you estimate your administration has released into the country over the last 3.5 years?
Well, I'm glad you raised the issue of immigration, because I agree with you. It is a topic of discussion that people want to rightly have. And you know what I'm going to talk about.
Yeah, just a number. Do you think it's 1 million, 3 million?
Brett, let's just get to the point. Okay, the point is that we have a broken immigration system that needs to be repaired.
So your Homeland Security Secretary said that 85% of apprehensions.
I'm not finished. We have
it's a rough estimate of 6 million people have been released into the country. And let me just finish. I'll get to the question. I promise you.
I was beginning to answer.
And when you came into office, your administration immediately reversed a number of Trump border policies. Most significantly, the policy that required illegal immigrants to be detained through deportation, either in the U.S. or in Mexico. And you switched that policy. They were released from custody awaiting trial. So instead, included in those were a large number of single men, adult men, who went on to commit heinous crimes. So looking back, do you regret the decision to terminate Remain in Mexico at the beginning of your administration?
At the beginning of our administration, within practically hours of taking the oath, the first bill that we offered Congress, before we worked on infrastructure, before the Inflation Reduction Act, before the Chips and Science Act, before the bipartisan Safer Communities Act, the first bill, practically within hours of taking the oath, was a bill to fix our immigration system.
Yes, ma'am. It was called the U.S. Citizenship Act of 2021.
Exactly.
It was essentially a pathway to citizenship for the... Yes, ma'am.
May I finish responding, please?
But
you have to let me finish,
You
please.
had the White House and the House and the Senate,
and they didn't bring up that bill. I'm in the middle of responding to the point you're raising, and I'd like to finish.
Yes, ma'am.
We recognized from day one that, to the point of this being your first question, it is a priority for us as a nation and for the American people. And our focus has been on fixing a problem. And from day one, then, we have done a number of things, including to address our asylum system and put more resources, getting more judges, what we needed to do to tighten up penalties and increase penalties for illegal crossings, what we needed to do to deal with points of entry between border entry points. That's the work we did, and we worked on supporting what was a bipartisan effort, including some of the most conservative members of the United States Congress, to actually strengthen the border.
Okay, so we don't want to play all we don't want to play everything. So you see, say the man they ask some strong questions so that he not go try to dribble them. And now they talk about the people where they let enter the country will not be people of that country. Oh. So and Americans not like people where they come inside their country, but they not come inside the country with the right paper. So they question the woman why they allow so many people come inside the country without paper. So that is the issue where Americans want to vote about. And she is she try as you can see they try. I don't know whether they hear whether they speak or but with the hear I'm sure many of you Nigerians where do overseas they hear which they talk. So and I don't know whether I make a carry on playing it. The panelists, I hope you hear me. You should make a carry on playing the interview or stop. Okay, make a stop then. Let's see. So you want me to make a share the poll, and that's the numbers that we show the kind of support the individual candidates have. Let me just make a show and on the CM. You they see anybody they see the poll yet?
We never see the poll so far.
So nothing they show for your side?
No, it's showing, but
okay, showing
okay, that's the numbers there. You they see say Trump, Hillary, Harris. Harris get 48, and Trump gets 47. And this one for national poll. For Pennsylvania, this state they important. Trump they win with 3 points. You see why the Democrats then they panic. Michigan again. There's a lot of Muslims in Michigan, and because of the war where they happen inside the Middle East, Kamala Harris, the Muslims inside Michigan not like what did they do. So Trump again is now leading. Before when they do this election, Biden win this state proper with big support, but now Democrats they suffer because of that war. Again, Wisconsin is another state where Democrats are supposed to win, and they lead by 1 point. That now problem, because when the election happens, the people who support Trump, they feel very, very passionate about Trump. So it means say they will come out more. When I say feel passionate, it means say they is strong. The feeling inside their body, they very, very strong. They very, very hot. They want to come out to come and vote. While the people who support Democrats, not they that hot. And they can decide to sleep and go and drink gogoro for that day. They don't care that much. So that is the thing. That's why when you see this number, because they will call them on the phone and ask them which one you support. They will choose, but it don't mean say they will come out to. That's the thing. So that's why this number not look good for Democrats, even if they show say they win by one number. Okay. So I don't know what any of you make of it.
Forefather.
Yeah, man of prestige. I know you.
Hold on.
You not go feel to shop. Yeah.
I don't have that much time. I just come because of the nonsense you are talking about. Hold on. You don't know much. I mean, You need to go back to that interview. You are here chastising Kamala Harris. Is that the way to interview? I mean, Bed Brad didn't give the woman a chance. Keep on interrupting her.
I
He
distribute.
didn't even talk about that. That's not an interview.
Man of prestige. Don't be biased. Don't be biased. Trump has faced disgusting people. When he went to the black journalist, they gave the first person that asked him a question.
Look,
so let us man of prestige.
It's my turn to talk.
Okay.
Just be quiet. Dexter, just be quiet.
You just came in. Man of prestige. You just
jumped inside.
You are just
please.
Here before you reach now. Just man of prestige.
You just want to drive your narrative.
I
won't be quiet.
Man of prestige. I know.
No.
Okay, let me ask all the members where they inside here. Make we let man of prestige speak because he's saying not get a lot of time, or we want to go through Jefferson, Jagun, and Dexter.
Make it a talk now.
You vote, make it talk. Jefferson, what do you think?
Okay. Since my guy say he won't come.
Hey, Jefferson, don't fall my heart again. Hey, Jefferson. Okay, Dexter. What do you think now? Make it talk.
It already did 2-1 now. So
okay.
These other guys don't fall our hand finish. So.
Jefferson, you like to agree with the wave. What did be this one? Okay, go ahead, Madam Prestige.
Okay. Good evening, everybody. I was listening earlier, but I came in, because of the video you play and some narrative you are painting here. We need to call it what it is. Right now, you can't just say Democrat are panicking. This is all news. People just put whatever they want in there. I'm not going to come here as a Democrat. For that caveat, I'm a Democrat. I'm not going to come here and say we are leading, we're going to win. If you know politics, everything is tied right now. You can't just say who's going to win. It's 50-50 for everybody. All this panicking nonsense you're talking about, it doesn't work that way. It's not American election is not based on who has the most. It's based on electoral college. There are 7 battleground states, and that's where the election is gonna be won. So it's very tight right now. I can't say this Kamala Harris is gonna win, but Democrat in a better position than when Biden was there. So that's the case. So, but anyway, speaking about Trump and whatever nonsense Dexter is talking about. That interview, it has been condemned. Even the guy, Brett Bard, that made that interview. He said that he made a mistake with the way he was interrupting. He even said it. I mean, he didn't even allow the lady to speak. And one more thing, they were talking about what Trump said. And Brett Bard went and played a different video in order to deceive Kamala Harris. Brett Bard later on and apologized. I mean, that's not an interview, but that's probably the best interview Kamala Harris has because he challenged the guy.
Yes. You see, now why they complain say the challenger? Because for me, my eye, I see him say she come out and she did strong and she fight for which she believe. So that one a good thing now, isn't it?
I'm not saying the question. Okay, we are speaking broken. I'm not saying the question they're wrong. Not at all. Brett Bard was everybody will people respect Brett Bard as the only right person at Foxnews. You see, Foxnews, they don't allow them to hold independence. I mean, they don't allow them to hold any kind of presidential debate. Since Chris Wallace left, I don't know if you know about anybody named Chris Wallace. He used to be the only one at Foxnews that's an independent. And I'm going to tell you how it is. MSNBC is left. Foxnews is right. It's a right panda to Republican. CNN is kind of in between. They can be center left. I'm going to call it how it is. People in the CNN, they are more of center, but some of them tend to lean Democrat. So CNN is only centralized, anybody can come here if you don't really listen to news like I do. CNN is more of center left. I never say CNN is center right, which right is Republican, left is Democrat, but that's nice. So if you want to get the right news sometime, that's where you have to go. But some of them, pivot to the Democrat. You're not going to allow. But MSNBC, they are all Democrat. They are all leftists. And the Foxnews, they're even the worst. Nothing they're going to say. So, but anyway, I won't say that. That's why people don't like Foxnews to host any kind of presidential election, because they are very, very biased. Not just biased, they take it to a different level. This is the only guy somehow people respect, but he has, he already showed his credibility. It's going to be very difficult, of course, to host any kind of.
Okay, waiting be the question where she asked, but you said the question when he asked not bad. So waiting be the issue now.
The issue is the interruption. He didn't even listen to the whole thing. He didn't
because
allow the lady.
But Kamala Harris like to.
She doesn't answer questions.
They call word
Kamala
salad.
Harris
Dodging
this is
word
not your
salad.
turn, please. Can you just be patient when your turn come?
The thing is,
you are dragging on, man of praise. Let's start timing it so that it doesn't just stay on for the next 30 minutes.
Okay, you can give me time. Go ahead, forefather.
So the reason why maybe they challenge her is because the fear say she could just be talking. What did they call word salad?
But that's what all politicians does.
But they want to stop it because they want to truly know which she want to do. So
there's
it's
no
not
problem
a
about
good
that,
thing now.
but the problem I have is the interruption. I mean, you didn't even watch the whole video. I mean, that lady won't be able to speak. He keep on interrupting. I'm not mad about the question. The question is not bad. It's a good question. But lady, at least the lady speak. And don't play very decisive video. There's a video people are talking about during the interview. I'm trying to remember what Trump said something. I think he said something about eating. Oh no, not that one about eating cat and dog, but he said something. So, but when Trump went to Detroit another day, Trump was apologizing for what he did. But instead of Brett Bart to show the video that Kamala Harris was talking about what Trump said, he showed the video where Trump retracted what he said. Do you understand what I'm saying? So that's what people are not. Then that's when he came out and said he was an apologize because people are bashing on him. I'm just saying you need to call what it is. I didn't come here and said Kamala Harris is going to win. It's very tight right now. People who don't know politics, the only one that's going to come here and say, if you're a Republican, you win or whatever. That's not the way election work here. That's what I just come in to say. Let not make we not come here and deceive ourselves. Say this is the way because according to your headline, wait a minute. All this is a snapshot. All this is a snapshot. It doesn't mean that much.
Now snapshot for the state where
the battleground state. Forget about that one. Democrat, they lead by the whole country. It doesn't mean anything. Election is won in this country in the battleground state, which we have several battleground states in this country right now. Whomever won is going to win the election, and all of them are tied. There's almost about 20 polls going on, and there's one you have to understand. There are some of these polls that lean Democrat, and some of them are lean Republican. So like this TIIPP, right? This TIIPP, hold on, the Atlas, and I know the poll. I know the poster is Republican leaning. Rasmussen, everybody know Rasmussen is a Republican leaning, and some of them are Democrat leaning. But most of the right poll are Quinnipiac poll, NBC, ABC. Most of them are New York Times and Siena poll. They are the correct one. But all this intend to favor just to gear up their people. It doesn't mean anything. Forward, I'm trying to educate you.
New York
just
Times.
Assume the election is tied right now. Forget about all this.
One has to be careful, but this is not. If Tabina wanted to do a deep dive, then we'll start looking at these poll people that you are saying they are biased. We'll go look into them and look how their results show with the previous the elections where they do before.
Oh, if you're talking about the previous past election, most of the poll has been wrong. The one Trump won, the poll was wrong. They say Hillary Clinton going to win. Trump won.
Yes.
And this one,
to be fair,
they thought Biden was going to win Biden was leading by 10 or 11 points before the election. And Biden only won by 1 or 2 points. So
not really. Not really. Make I check the national one so that we see how it goes. I think they did put they show the previous elections too. I don't know where that one did, but I don't see them again. But we know they do that one today. If they do that one today, I will show everybody how the polling different people, how it shows up in the final result where they do the last time.
Forefather, what you have to understand, when the poll is like somebody's leading by 1 or 2 points, and there's a differential of 4, maybe about 4% of the people undecided. You can't really tell because they can pivot either way. But it's when you're leading like about 10 or 5 points, there's a possibility you're going to win. But anything between 1 and 2, is pretty much a tie. So that's the way USA's election go, because election is not just won on a poll. There has to be like a grand game. You have to go knock on the door. You have to build your grand game and everything. That's what we mean election. You have to mobilize your people to go out and vote. Since I've been in this country, even my wife, they have not called us for any poll. There's nobody I have seen that they have called. I'm not saying they don't do. The sampling they use is very small. 1,000 is like a lot for them over here anyway. They use about 800, 600. It doesn't.
So you believe, say, your experience on the ground? Say they California, if I'm not mistaken. Your experience on the ground.
Hold on. Are they California? Are they Florida? Florida is pretty much. It used to be a purple state. It's not a red state. So I'm familiar with what's going on.
Okay, so in your own experience, you think, say, the race is still close, and
not that it's still close. It is close. It's not even. It's close. If you understand American politics, I can't come here and say Harris is going to win because I'm a Harris supporter. I'm not going to come here and fool myself. Okay. Trump has a lot of momentum. He, a lot of black men. He's going to get a lot of black men this time. What I mean by a lot, he may get like about 20% black men, and that's a lot. But the problem is that there's what we call male and female gender. Female is the one that vote more. I know, of course, this country has 52% of female, 48% of men. But female are the one that vote. If you look at the gender gap right now, Kamala Harris has about 15 plus for women. Trump has about 16 plus for men. But women are the ones that tend to vote more than men. So you can't really come here, make that difference.
Okay. Let another person add to this.
Yeah, so, I just want to make that comment. The election will be less than 3 weeks, so we see what happens. It is what it is. Whomever wins, but you have to call it what it is.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate it. Dexter, where are you on this?
I'm not supporting
me. I want corner go this. I need to stay where I stay can't pay, so I not move from this pidgin English for 1 hour.
I know they support Kamala Harris or what do you call it, or Trump. I'm not biased towards any of them, but I'll say the truth as what it is, because I'm not biased to any of them. One, Kamala Harris is fond of not answering questions. That is, anybody, I've listened to lots of her interviews. In fact, one of the worst interview sessions she had was with Oprah Winfrey. She barely doesn't give you any answers. She dribbles around with her words. She just starts going into a word salad and start repeating repetition upon repetition. There's really nothing. Kamala Harris, only when she's using a teleprompter, that is when maybe you see she's saying something. There was even, I think, during the hurricane crisis, she needed to have her aides to be giving her cues of what to say. So during the live session, she was telling her aides, and she forgot to turn her mic down and telling them, "Oh, it's live now. It's a live this thing," and they'll be giving her cues on what to say. I don't care. I pretty much don't care. The truth is, the questions for the American people are real, and I see many of us who are leaning towards maybe because of the immigration issues. Yes, I know many of us are migrants around the world, but it doesn't mean that we should be supporting things that will not make the country grow. The countries you have migrated to, you migrated there because those countries are doing well. If illegal migrants will bring those countries down, if people from the cartel, drug dealers going into those countries, you should be more concerned about the welfare of those countries. The truth about it is that during this Biden's administration, there has been a massive influx of criminals into America. In that same interview, it took that interviewer to go back to Kamala Harris, asking her whether she was going to apologize. He actually had to ask her that question 3 times for the people that have been killed because of their policy that brought in criminals. He asked her the first time, she dribbled around it. He asked her the second time, she dribbled around. He had to play the video of a mother that was crying and saying that it is because of the Biden-Harris policy that her daughter died. It was a simple question that she could answer, but she kept on trying to dribble around it until the evidence was visibly clear to even the blind. Then that was when she now said, and she didn't say, I apologize. So she said, I'm sorry for your loss. Do you understand? So my point here is, the countries that many of us have migrated, we should be thinking about the safety of those countries. Except maybe if you do migrate legally, you know. But if you migrated legally, you should be thinking well of the safety of the country, not of where the country will not be safe. Because if it's not safe, it will affect you also. You know, and this thing of whether these people, the truth about the Kamala Harris has had it very easy. She did not go through the democratic process of primaries. She did not. Then she's basically just coasted in. She has not been. In fact, you cannot even point to any policy. They asked Kamala Harris, tell us your policy statement. She would dribble around it. She would say, what was one of her famous quotes? I came from a middle class. Any question they ask her, I came from a middle class background. I had a middle class this. That is, she cannot say this is what I'm going to do.
Let me just ask you though, to be balanced.
Yeah.
You know, she go on to say the reason why the immigration issue remain. Say Trump, because of politics, blocked.
Not true.
He told the people to not support
it. Against that thing, forefather. The Democrats have the House. So if all the Democrats voted, the policy would have passed. It did not need the Republicans. If all the Democrats voted and supported that bill, it would have passed. 6 Democrats did not.
Hold on. I didn't mean to interject, but Delta is just lying. It doesn't even have the fact. This is what the bill we are talking about. Hold on. The bill was constructed by a conservative senator from Republican. We're talking about the one that have.
Oh, God, we're talking about the votes, not about the bill. Leave that one. Don't interrupt and try to change the narrative. We're talking about the vote.
You know what? I'm going to leave. Because this guy doesn't know nothing.
No problem. Obviously, you're biased towards Kamala Harris.
I don't know what he's talking about.
Okay. Make one at a time now. One at a time. Make we do one at a time.
If you play that video down, you will see where that question was asked. Where she tried to say, "Oh, there was a bill that we."
But Dexter, which you say, the Democrats not support the bill fully.
6 Democrats,
not support. Yeah, they not support the bill. But how about Republicans? We claim say they want to stop immigration. Why they not lend the support?
Forefather, this is statistics. 6 Democrats voted against that bill. If those 6 Democrats had voted for the bill, it would have passed.
But you are doing what they accuse Kamala Harris of doing. I ask you say the Republicans we want to stop immigration. We feel so strongly about immigration.
Yes.
We be the reason say Foxnews they ask them this question.
Yes.
Why them no support that bill?
Forefathers, there was politics in it, no problem. There was politics in it, in the whole thing. There was politics, but even the politics, which is what the interviewer pointed out to her. She was trying to say, oh, it was Trump that stopped the bill from passing. But she had 6 members of her party who, if they had voted for the bill, it would have passed. So it was not like Trump's power actually stopped it. Yes, Trump had an effect, but you had 6 Democrats in her party who were not convinced by it.
But you have to know, say this one a democracy.
Which bill this guy they talk about?
Some Democrats may refuse, but the Republicans they have the number. They get the number to change the.
Hold on. Which bill are you talking about?
Father, look at the point I'm making. It's politics. You take it like APC and PDP.
Yeah, but it not be politics now. They are claiming say this one are for their people. That woman, where Peking die. Not politics, not politics killing Peking. So the Republicans should be blamed too now.
Yes, forefather. Yes, Republicans that should be blamed. But we are talking the person under questioning is Kamala Harris, the Democratic candidate. She's responsible for her party. That question now is when you are asking Trump the question, how come you did not support the bill that would have, in quote, brought a solution to the immigration crisis? That is a question for Trump. But when Kamala Harris is answering a question, it is the responsibility of her to make sure that all her party members are behind them. That is what I'm saying. It's not a matter of whether some Republicans did not vote, and it happens in politics. There's in every political atmosphere. There are some people that will say, as long as we're in this party, we will not support you. There are some people that will support, for the good of the nation, it will be a bipartisan bill. That bill was supposed to be bipartisan. That means that Republicans were supposed to vote to support it. However, that defaulter, so it was supposed to be Republicans will vote to support. And then, don't forget, some Republicans voted to support that bill. Some Republicans voted to support the bill. But now you had people that now broke away from the Democratic Party and did not support the bill.
How many Republicans voted to support them?
I don't know, but I don't have the number. But I know
clearly,
that
not up to 6.
No, but 6 Democrats did not. If those 6 Democrats had supported the bill, I think you need 2/3 of the House. You need 2/3 of the House.
How many Republicans did the other side? At least
the number is not
up to 200 Republicans. We can
the number is not. The Democrats are supposed to have, I think, in the House, the Democrats actually, if they need to get anything across the line, they just need a small number of Republicans to join them for them to get anything across the line. But that 6, not just imagine you need 200 people to go across the line. You have 150. Let's say in a house of 300. You have 200 votes. You already have 200. Then the other people have 100. Then you now need 210 to go across the line. Then you find out that on the other side, 10 people have already voted to support you because they know you need 10. Then in your own team, 6 people pull out, don't support you. So you lose. Kamala.
But I feel like they be a bit biased. This thing not be, if you say not be politics, this thing supposed to be, then the 100 or 200 Republicans that believe say this thing a big problem, because that's not that one of the thing that they shout everywhere now. Politics, they believe say this thing a problem. Why they not support them when the time comes? I don't doubt
forefathers. I know they, like I tell you,
and then make you hold them too. Say them
that's why I say
they cause problem and they pretend say they not create cause the problem.
No, be them cross. Let us not say that they are the ones that cause the problem. Let's not say that this immigration policy. It was first Biden that opened the gate for everybody. Now Biden do the free for all. It was first of all, when they came into power, there was policy to stop this thing, which was going on. Biden came into power and opened the gate and did free for all. Allowed people, if you remember the question, he told them before, we were holding these people, they were doing proper vetting, proper background check. These people came and said, no, come inside the country first. That was the Biden Harris policy, that you will bring the people inside the country. Don't bother checking them. Before, they were supposed to hold them in Mexico or hold them at the border and check them. Proper background check. But Biden Harris now came and said, no, let everybody, let them enter inside. Allowed 1 million people to enter inside without any checks. Think about it. We are struggling. Let me ask a question. We are struggling with Boko Haram in Nigeria. And many people believe that the reason why we have Boko Haram in Nigeria is because there is poor immigration policy in Nigeria, especially from the northern borders. Then imagine that somebody now decides that, okay, let us now have proper borders. Let us do something to stop, to be checking people properly. And it is working. Then all of a sudden, that person comes inside and says, no. My point is, if the America was your own country, like if it was Nigeria, put Nigeria in that situation. Do you understand? Would you actually want what the things that Kamala Harris is saying? Is that actually what we want? I don't care who wins, but I see Kamala Harris more as a Buhari. That is the truth. She really has not said anything. They keep on saying, oh, she's this, she's that, but she really has not said. I mean, look at even Hillary Clinton had more substance than Kamala Harris. That That is the truth. And it is so bad. Recently, Obama was campaigning for Kamala Harris, and what he could say to black people was he bantered towards, he now started going to medieval tactics of, you are black, you have to vote for Kamala Harris, which is very sad. It was not now based on, when Obama was seeking for votes, it was because he was an intellectual person. He was telling you what he was going to do. He would tell you, this is what I'm going to do. He was factual about it. Unfortunately, this Kamala Harris we see, she's not nothing. She talked fracking. She has gone back and forth on things. The same woman that will put people in jail for a certain thing is the same woman that will confess later on that she has taken marijuana before. You know, the truth about it, that this woman is not, she has not come out and said, this is what I stand for. This is what no, she hasn't. So, and I know that many of us will look at it, oh, she's a black woman. If we do politics because she's a black woman, she's maybe she's from, and the truth about it, this black that she's claiming, it is only of recent that she started claiming it. That is the reality of it. It is when it became politics, when she needed the number of the black women, that's when she now started. And the truth that unfortunately, it's generally the world, we're always short-sighted about all these things. We don't really look deep into all these things. So, but I don't care, because America is not going to affect my life. I know maybe people feel it to affect the world, but it will not affect my life. You understand?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate them. And you know, thank you. Jagun.
I did the background though. I want to do something.
Okay, that's fine. Jagun, thank you for joining also. So what do you think about what you done here so far?
You know, I'm not so particular about the American elections. Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, whoever comes in, I don't know. I will feel that Donald Trump is more of an independent-minded person, but his mind, I don't know where it will carry America or how he will direct the world in his own decision making. Kamala Harris, she's just much of a muchness, very similar to Biden and the Democrats in general. I don't think they have much to offer. But you know, I can't say that. I mean, when is that? It's in November, I believe. That's when the election is? Is that right?
Yeah.
So we're talking about next month in a few days or so, a few weeks.
Yeah. I think
I would want to say it's better that Trump wins, but I think Trump winning comes with its own difficulties for the American citizens, one, and for the citizens of the world. The importance of this election is that whoever controls America right now is still in control largely of the world. And I would think, to be frank, for America, Donald Trump is a better choice than Kamala Harris, not because I agree that Donald Trump is the best, but because they have Putin and Xi Jinping to deal with. And these are two very strong characters. I think, to me, those two are the only true leaders in the world. The rest, I have no belief in most top politicians in this world. I'll end it there.
Thank you. I appreciate them. Jefferson, now you. So what do you think? Say is happening? You think say Democrats will win this one?
Wow, this is kind of a very sensitive topic, because basically, to me, you know, initially, most of us who didn't know who Trump was from the onset, you know, and let us look at it this way. I stand to be corrected. You know, the internet wasn't so popular at the time, from, let's say, 1998, 99, 2000. I know exactly what I'm talking about. So by then, we didn't have much info about what was going on the global sphere, except those who were probably in America, right? But because most of us came to America of recent, I'll put it that way. But to me, initially, Trump has been demonized as a racist. That's the way I want. Let me start from there first. He has been demonized first as a racist. But again, when you now look back, you find that this same Trump was hanging out with black people, hanging out with the Democrats, and he was equally helping in terms of when they had issues. So my question is, what really went wrong? That's a very big question mark that the American people need to ask themselves and be sincere about. So initially when he came in, he was a businessman. He was doing what he knew best. He was perceived as whatever. Of course, when he came into power, so many things, there was a big divide. But during that time, he was doing what he knew best. I will not lie to you. America did not go to any war during his presidency. He did not do it. In fact, he stood by what he stood his ground to say, no, we are not going to fight anybody's war. He told the EU, we are not going to donate we cannot be donating to your cause. If you want to do it, it has to be on equal grounds. People saw him as he was very crazy because he was vocal. But of course, we all know the story. But at least he's being sincere about what he wants to do. And think about it again. The election never happened. Sorry, say now English I didn't speak. Let me speak to broken. Election never even start. They won't pie the guy. 3 times they won't kill this guy. 3 times. In fact, me, I even get argument. One of my relatives say, this thing no dey weird. Say they won't kill him. If the guy is a bad guy like this, why they won't kill him? Because the guy don't say so many things. The issue of the border is unfortunate because the way people they enter the country is not right, considering how hard the whole process did. But me, I don't want to go into I don't want to really go into that because because to me, the guy really stands for what is just in terms of say, look, institution of family, having a godly home, and all those things. He stands for those things. And I'll not lie to you, the deep state no like him. They no like him for that. So now that's why the whole election just did dicey. Now, that is my stand for Trump. Make we talk about this Harris. Yes, Harris is the so-called black woman, but of course, she has Indian, what they call it, ancestry. That one another story. Now she know her own identity. But as a person, does she have what it takes to rule America? Me, I no lie you. I the spectator. I don't think she has what it takes. Because she know they firm on what she they do. She's not firm on her words. But at the end of the day, last, just like we they suffer for Nigeria, maybe America can give her a try. And maybe, who knows, with the way things these days, sentiment they say, first woman president, if we use that one, take vote out. Who knows? Last, it did America hand. To me, Harris, she might be good. Who knows? But she's not firm. She not they firm compared to Trump, to Obama, truth be told. Because even to answer questions herself, she did dodge on several occasions. And anything where she did do, she just they pretend. So that is my own take on the whole matter.
You see, when we say she not strong, she go Fox News and she fits. She did there and ask some strong question and she answer in with strong answer too. So and Obama not do amo. Biden not do those things, and maybe. For Kamala Harris, maybe it could say make she go out, make the question more because everybody say she not strong. That when they ask them this, she say this. But sometimes I see some fire inside that woman. She's more dangerous than people think.
Forefathers, no verse say I interrupt you. Waiting Dexter talk. Me, I watched that interview. She no fit answer question. Sensitive question, she no fit answer.
She know,
and so she won't do on a national level. It's going to be disastrous. So
yeah, it depends. I mean, letting me hear that woman they dangerous. So people just look at her, she not get sense. When they talk about certain things, when she watch her teeth, when she greets it, that woman People they will be shocked. That woman go lead the war into a world war, and you think say she be nobody. So welcome. If not now, thank you. Long time we never see you. You know, say we know say they make money and they live life and they catch cruise everywhere. So that's why you don't join. You don't be join us. So we know how that one they go. I get about 3 minutes where I go speak this pigeon English before I go back to my grammar. So, so how things now? Thank you for joining us today. What do you think about what you don't hear so far?
Yeah, thank you. Good evening. Let me first of all greet my brother Jagu
Thank you,
and
sir.
the
I greet you.
and the rest of the panelists. Yeah, I've not been around, but I've been watching the show keenly, and I'm happy that forefathers came back.
Mm.
I really missed your section. Um, I think it's neither here nor there. At the end of the day, it still boils down that is only 7 states that will decide the outcome of the election. You know, um, I know so many people. Uh, let's say everybody have their own biases. You understand? Um, I am not a Democrat. Uh, I'm a Republican-leaning independent, but unfortunately, in this particular election, I'm not going to be voting for Donald Trump, even if no matter who would have, maybe if it was him against Biden, I wouldn't even have voted at all. But him against Kamala Harris, I'll vote for Kamala Harris. I don't believe that Donald Trump, that I've known, should be given another opportunity to rule this country. Watch that movie, the part one of the movie, and somebody like me can only imagine what the part two is going to look like, especially after all that happened within the past 4 years. His presidency is not going to be healthy for the people of this country, except for people that live outside America that enjoy drama. It's going to be a very good entertainment for them. But that is not what I wish. He's not. Somebody have talked here and said Trump is, he like him because he promotes Christianity and moral values. Are you kidding me? Are you serious? If that is what Christianity is all, if Trump is a good representation of Christianity, I will be a pagan. Unapologetically. What an embarrassment to say that Trump is a good, he promotes Christianity and morals. Which morals? A sexual assault? Rapist?
Maybe they talk say they say those things because they appoint Supreme Court justice we believe in those things.
Listen. Donald Trump, whatever he did, even those 3 Supreme Court judges that justices that he appointed that overruled Roe versus Wade, he did it just for his own political gain, not that he believed in it. Trump is not anti-abortion. Trump is just anti-abortion because of his own selfish political gain. Trump is for anything that will help him clinch to power. He has no values. He has no morals. Everything he's doing with evangelicals is just as an avenue to clinch power. That man, I don't know if any of you have listened to Trump's interview before he became president, very long ago. That time he was still romancing with both Democrats and Republicans. They were asking him a question. He said that they were asking him because each year they will rumor it's like he's going to contest for presidency. He will say no. So they will interview him that day. Then he said, they asked him, if you want to run for presidency, which party are you going to run under? He said, just the way he talks, Democrats, Republicans. I would rather run as a Republican. Because you know that they don't have a mind of their own. You can easily convince them, and whatever you tell them, they believe. And that is exactly who he is. That is exactly what I've been playing out since he jumped into the political scene. He's just playing them, using their brains.
So, now I'm back to my pidgin English ways. I've done 1 hour of grammar.
You done well, bro. Make you return to us all. Yeah.
So, but now I'm stuck with pidgin English in my head, though. But I will transition now. So, but the question is, does it matter whether he believes it? Like in Nigeria now, if we have a president that doesn't believe in development of Nigeria, but actually develops Nigeria,
No,
do we complain?
No. We're coming. That one is a different thing. We are talking about politics for now. We're not talking about politics. We're talking about politics.
Yeah, but we talked about policy now because he appoints Supreme Court justice.
I'm coming. We're saying that a man who can do anything for the sake of power, you cannot come and present him to me as a different person. Present him to me as who he is. It's easier for me to buy it like that.
Okay.
You understand? Present it to me like that, the way you said it now, but we can also gain something out of it. But this man is not really who people think he is, even though he can do good. Would okay say yes, that's politics. You understand? So coming to the other side, I know that Kamala Harris appears to be a very weak person, and so many people see her in different lights. But anybody who is telling you that a prosecutor is not qualified to be president, or is going to be a weak president, I think the person is not really well informed. That woman, see that woman? If she eventually wins, her will, the kind of willpower she's going to exhibit, I don't think that Trump can ever equate to that in the next how many years. That woman is stubborn. That woman, he has strong will. Forget about I see her laughing. Forget about I see her laughing. She's not, many people underrate her. If you have followed, just follow her political trajectory. It's not just by accident that she had been all she had been within those timeline. Because by accident, she's somebody who, for whatever reason, she doesn't really have a good, the political opinion about her in the public domain really is far from who she truly is. And for people that are saying that he have not proposed so many policies, didn't do this, didn't do that, the question you forget to ask yourself, when did he become a substantive nominee, presidential candidate? When? And she have done exceedingly well with what is happening now. Imagine if she have started ahead of time. And she's also intelligent. Most of the things that people think that she don't know what she's doing, she's calculated. She's well calculated. She's doing all those things. She's playing her cards real well. And she's the kind of person who knows that you have to trade carefully so that you don't make mistakes that you cannot recover fully from. And that is why he started by testing the waters. And if you see, initially she doesn't even engage the press at all. You understand? Until she was able, when she's ready, she started doing that. And somebody who, you watch the Fox interview, and you are telling me that she didn't answer any question. They asked her a question, she didn't answer no question. Did you just watch the clips or did you watch the full interview? If you watch the full interview, you will know that for any question that she was allowed to answer, she answered. It was like somebody who stepped into a territory where ordinarily I didn't even know he will have the heart and the mindset to step into that territory. If you watch from the beginning, for almost the first 5-10 minutes, whatever question the man asked her, if she want to answer, the man will jump on top of her and begin to speak over her, asking more questions. She will be asking the man, won't you allow me to answer the question? I will allow you. She'll ask another question on top of it.
Like moderators on Dr. Damage's show.
That's what they do. It was the first time she now break even was when they asked her about the Trump, when she talked about the Trump's enemy within statement. So the man started keep on jumping on top of her because she now insists and started speaking on top of the man's voice. And that was when the man now after a while backtracked and the law had to start talking. And you just gloss over it and just say she didn't answer no question. You know that everybody cannot behave like Trump. If she is Trump, she will insult that man. Trump does it all the time. She will insult the man and give him a name.
Thank
So
you.
is that what you want her to do to prove that, yes, she's tough? No. People have their own way of showing strength. It's not everybody that want to insult everybody that comes around him to prove that you're a strong person. And you are saying that Trump is the only one that can engage. Yeah, Trump can engage world leaders like Xi Jinping and Putin because he loves flattery. And those people know that Trump loves flattery. Have you heard so many times where Putin tell him that you're a very smart man? I say, yeah, Putin said I'm smart. Putin said I'm smart. It's because
I must say, let me add, I must say that's quite a national security risk.
Exactly.
When the president can just fall for somebody praising him, that is a problem. It's a problem.
And that's the reason why during the heart of COVID, when we are struggling for test kits here, he is busy sending shipments secretly to Putin because Putin has flattered him on several occasions. So he sees him as my own party, even if my countrymen are dying. Let me share with this my friend. Let him have something for himself.
Maybe Palestinians should praise him a little bit more. You know, when he comes into office, hey, Trump is my man.
You tell me that somebody like me will forget that I was looking for kits, COVID kits, and Trump. Revelation has shown that Trump was busy shipping those things to Putin. I should reward him with my vote. I can do that.
Yeah, but if not now, Democrats are very diabolical to Africa. Trump doesn't care about Africa. What do you think?
Yeah, he doesn't care because he doesn't care. He doesn't care because Dexter is poisoning the DNA of his country.
No, he doesn't care. He doesn't care, but he called y'all the shithole.
Yeah, Dexter. He said that Dexter and the rest of people that look like Dexter that is in this country are poisoning the DNA of America.
Yes, but
and it's not a racist statement. Let me ask you,
it's
is that a racist statement or not?
It's a racist statement.
And somebody told me that
is,
people said that he's a racist. I didn't know why people say he's a racist.
Hear my point, please. Try to understand where I'm coming from. Let's say Trump is racist, is all those things, but he also doesn't care about Africa to try to micromanage us the way Democrats micromanage us to make sure we don't progress. Trump will ignore Africa and to give us space to operate.
Yeah, let me tell you, he may not, but that does not mean that his administration will not. When there are some issues that has to do with some level of
U.S. policy,
U.S. foreign policies. It doesn't matter the president that is in power. There are people that handle those things.
Example is
and they will execute it to the core.
No, example is the Tucano jet. Democrats were in office. Obama, Nigerian government wants to buy Tucano jet. They refused. Trump came into office, signed it through.
Yeah,
okay, what have you done? What have you done with that Tucano jet since that time?
No, my point is that there is a difference between two of them. One side doesn't care what we have, but the other side wants to control.
No, don't say one side. It does not necessarily mean one side. We're talking about Trump now,
doesn't
right?
care. If you are not attacking
Then
white
you can't really predict. No, one thing about Trump is that you can't really predict his behavior.
True.
He
And
didn't
our
care
African
then.
leaders know how to
He
praise
didn't care then, but that does not mean that he may not care tomorrow.
He cares. Like in South Africa, he tried to intervene when some white people are coming out to say that black people are attacking them in the farm. He tried to intervene there. He says he was threatening South Africa. When it comes to white people, he's more racialized. But when it's not about white thing in Africa, he doesn't care. He was
Because
willing to sell Nigeria weapons.
it did not affect American foreign policy. That's the bottom line. It's not like he didn't care. He cared. He cared enough to get your money. So he cared enough to take your money and give you the Tucanos.
Oh no, that's my point. He doesn't care about what you do with it. He just cares that you want to do business with him. But Democrats, they want to tell you what to do with it.
Republicans will tell you what to do. Both sides are the same. They're not.
They do.
Yes, they're not any different from each other. No, that's what Steph is saying. There's something. Each government will have its own goals, and then there's standard U.S. policy that they have to go based on what they think is in interest of the national security of the United States. So based on whatever the Department of State forwards to them and all the security agencies, then it could be Krusty the Clown that's president. They have to do whatever.
What you are saying, if that was true, Trump is literally looking to flip the Ukrainian policy over on his head.
And he's literally
same foreign policy.
And he's the same man that against U.S. policy and world international aspirations decided to name Jerusalem the capital of Israel. Even the Israelis were like, yo, what the hell are you doing? So this guy is a time bomb waiting to happen. And
that's what
other people, maybe not for us, maybe for other people, maybe
for everybody. If someone calls you,
maybe the world needs shaking up. If these people are too diabolical, the Democrats are too diabolical.
Oh yeah, and
the world needs shaking up.
The Republicans are angels. The same person that looked you in the eyes and said and called you a shithole country is the person that you think is going to go there and not bat an eyelid if you do anything.
Okay,
they are all the same.
The
same.
Yeah.
But
the point, in summary, the point I'm trying to make is this: Trump may be good for the entertainment of the rest of the world, but I have to be honest with you, he doesn't exhibit that kind of decorum and seriousness. He doesn't take the job of being the president of America as a serious business. You understand? He's too carefree. And that is a dangerous thing for somebody who is the president of America. He doesn't weigh the things he do. He doesn't weigh the things he say. Have you listened to some of his top secretaries, ranging from the Secretary of Defense and Army chiefs? The kind of advice he gives them, the kind of suggestions or statements he makes to them, what they could do. Have you listened to any of them? Have you read any of their books? If you were a former president that are out of all the people that walked around, maybe like 200 or plus, you are appointed by yourself, have the same opinion about you, the same opinion.
Forefather, you don't think it's a problem that 97% of his former cabinet members do not
people that know you too well,
his own vice president Mike Pence, do not think he's fit to be president? That doesn't bother you?
We are not saying that these people are bureaucrats that inherited. These are people that you handpicked, that works with you in the inner circle.
Let me add, the reason why I think maybe others should not care too much about that is because we know the results what those people have given us. They gave us Libya, they gave us Syria, hell, they gave us
If we're going to have this conversation,
let's
not have this conversation. I'm not. I heard all you say, but I'm not speaking as a Nigerian in this conversation.
Thank you.
I'm speaking as somebody who live here, who have a stake in the election.
Understand that. But I'm looking at
the opinion of those people matters most to me as somebody who lives here.
Fofa, you need to even start. You need even to, when he talks, you need to listen to him and understand that sometimes a lot of people speak and they don't even understand what they're saying. Because we talking now and he's talking about Libya. We talking about the people. If 97% of his former cabinet members, including his own vice president, Mike Pence, do not think he's fit enough to preside essentially over the world, because the president of the United States, of course, is basically the president of the world. So they don't think he's fit enough to be president of the United States. 97%. And when they brought this to his attention, if you watch it, he lied and said it was the other way around. He said, no, it was only like 4% of the people that didn't want me. When in essence, it was the other way around. So this guy is a consummate liar. I don't
lie too.
No.
He lies. I know he lies more.
No.
And I don't really care about this election, because when we spoke earlier, if you remember, I denigrated both of them, and I think they are they like, usually I don't even care about American elections. Why? Because growing up, it was just once I understood how the electoral college worked out, like, all right, this is bunkum. But we are in a situation where this guy could essentially come into power and destroy the democratic system that America has been practicing for centuries. And I don't think people are understanding that. This guy could actually.
So what are we going to lose if that happens?
No, forefathers.
That's what I'm saying. Forefathers. That's why I keep telling you. Forefathers. That's why I keep telling you. That's why I keep telling you. Forefathers, look. Forefathers,
not doing us any good that they are intact.
Forefathers, look.
At least anyway, what I mean is that.
Forefathers, look. I want it to be fair. If you want to have this conversation, I want you to have this conversation putting yourself, assuming I'm in this country and I have a stake in the election. How do I see this person? Do you understand? Look at it from that perspective.
Mr.
Yes.
I don't want to look at.
I think I will allow other people to talk. To be fair,
what I think it is.
We are going to get to this topic. We are going to.
I have a friend that lives in Canada. He's a Nigerian, and he told me the same thing. He told me that as a Canadian, that he wants Trump to come into power, and he has his own reasons. His main reason is because of the entertainment aspect of it. He said he missed his last 4 years, the chaos and the news, that he always liked to watch his Twitter, watch all this, that he missed all those things, that he wants him to come back. But it's not a game.
You guys want someone that's a rapist,
someone
that doesn't like women, someone that doesn't like the fact that women are trying to control their own bodies. He's going against Roe versus Wade. This is a man that does not.
Father.
Yeah, let's allow Ade say something, please. Ade, thank you for your patience, your immense patience and integrity. And I hope you live up to that integrity. And thank you. let's put plague on both of their houses. Democrats and Republicans, they are all not good for us.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, forefathers. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, forefathers.
Please mute your TV or wherever you are listening to it.
Will come on this platform to come and lie and spill out propaganda of Fox News propaganda. The same people who back in Nigeria was saying, oh, former president Jonathan did very well by calling President Buhari on that night, even before INEC announced the election, that Jonathan called and he did very well by conceding the election. Those same people today, because I don't know what has happened to them, those same people will come on this type of platform to say that somebody like Donald Trump, who lost an election and refused to concede, he refused to accept the election and continue to lie about losing that election up to today. And he knew that he lost the election, that such a person should be allowed to sit behind the Resolute desk again in America. If America is like any of the third world country, like our own Africa, will you come to America today? Some of our people that are here in America, if you are an adult of voting age in America today, and you have not made up your mind about who to vote for in this election, then you are not a serious fellow. You must be joking. This is about decency and a lot of things. Look at the clown that some people are saying that people should vote for. Donald Trump. The people who supported him in 2016, that made him win 2016 election, are they still with him today? The Jeff Sessions of this world, William Barr, all the people that work with him in his in his administration, where are they today? Where are they standing today? A lot of the establishment in the Republican Party, the senior people in the Republican Party, I'm not talking about his puppets, are they still with him today? Do you know that the American election is not like those type of election that you have in Africa? How can some adults come on this type of platform and be lying about Kamala Harris not fit for office, a former district attorney, a former attorney general of a state, a senator, vice president, during the primary that made the 2020 primary? That lady took on Donald Trump. She took on Joe Biden. She finished Joe Biden. And I'm sure it's probably the elders in the Democratic Party that quickly call her to come out, that they will make her the vice president or something that is Biden they would like to use. Because they cannot gamble at that time. If any other person had gotten the ticket in 2020, they will have finished the Democratic Party again. Donald Trump will have become president again in 2020. You are telling me about Donald Trump, somebody who he got in office with Mike Pence, another white man, in 2016. He got opportunity of putting 3 people on the Supreme Court. The 3 of them are whites. Joe Biden came. He got opportunity of putting 1 person in the Supreme Court. He put a female black. Are you kidding me? Somebody who said Africa is shithole. At present, he said immigrants who came here legally, he said they are eating people's pets. They are eating people's cats and dogs, black people. If those immigrants are people from Europe, you think he will say that? He's saying that black people are eating pets, they are eating cats, they are eating dogs. And some black fellows from Africa are here saying such a person should be given opportunity to go back to the White House. Where are the people who worked with him? Where is Attorney Scaramucci today? Where is he standing? Where is former governor of New Jersey, Chris Christie? Are they still supporting him? You think those people are crazy? The people who see him in and out, who work directly with him. You think those people don't know what they are doing by endorsing Kamala Harris? Come on. How some fellow from Africa, from Nigeria, will come and be supporting Donald Trump, and you are now saying that Kamala Harris is not fit, she is not firm? How do you know a firm person? What is the definition of a firm person? Some people who don't read, you don't just come on platform like this. What type of books do you read? You sit on Fox News and listen to live. Have you read this book? Have you seen this book? Have you read it? Have you heard of things, unthinkable things, unimaginable things that Donald Trump did in his time? a disaster happened in California, and this guy was asking, when the people there were asking for help, he said, the people, who did they vote for? Did they vote for us? He was talking like some kind of stupid leaders in Africa who will be looking for to favor people who supported them in election. Is that what you want America to turn to? Dexter, I'm actually talking to you. For you said people who came in through the border, that some of them are criminals. What do you mean? You call people criminals without evidence? What evidence do you have that those people that came in from the border, through the border, that all of them are criminals?
You are bantering towards emotions here. Just be factual about
No. This is not about emotions. The Republican Party, hold on. The Republican Party that claims to be pro-life. The Republican Party that claims to be pro-life. Anytime that they want to do anything for children, for people in America, it is that same Republican Party that vote against those things. Joe Biden did debt forgiveness for student loan. The Republican Party went to court to challenge that they must not do it. Is that the type of party you want people to support? What is pro-life about a party that will go and overthrow Roe v. Wade? Because your mentality and your thinking about issue of abortion is limited to, a woman went and committed adultery and she got pregnant or something, then that is
was not why.
And those are people that need abortion. Have you heard of ectopic pregnancy before? Have you heard of people? Have you heard of people whose pregnancy became a life-threatening issue for them? If your wife or a relative of yours is involved in a rape issue, or somebody in your family is involved in incest, will you ask those people to carry through that pregnancy?
Ade, what you have said, what you have done is you have painted a good picture, but you have painted only one side of the picture. And that's why I said, when I came here, I said I don't support anybody. I don't care about American politics. But you are painting. Let me help you. Let me help you. Let me help you.
Let me help you. Not supporting any side.
Let me help you.
Let me help you.
Let me ask you a question.
He already chose a side.
Let me ask you a question. The way you have painted.
I ask children in this country. Hold on. I ask children in this country, and I want them to see a Kamala Harris become president of America, and through that they will see themselves as somebody who can aspire to that office.
There are children in Ukraine. There are children in Ukraine today.
How does that concern?
It doesn't concern you. Good.
I don't live in Ukraine. I don't live in Ukraine.
Good. Very
I am talking about America.
Are they very good that it doesn't concern you? Second point, you have talked about the abortion thing. You didn't paint the other side of the story, where people will be pregnant up to 8 months, and the woman, nothing, it's not life-threatening.
Are you freaking serious right now?
They will just
come on. That is a lie. There's no evidence for that. You don't even have any evidence. How many 8 months pregnant women have you seen? Do you know what it means to be a woman who will carry a pregnancy for 9 months or 8 months? Then they want to terminate at that point.
Let's allow them to hatch out.
It's true because Trump said so.
It's not about
Thank you.
It's not about
thank you. It's true because Trump said so. Thank you.
What you guys are doing, let me tell you what you're
doing.
Do you know
what it means to be a woman pregnant for 8 months, 9 months? Then for them to now say that they don't want that pregnancy again. Are you kidding me? Do you know what it means to be pregnant?
You kind of sounded like a virgin there, though.
Let me tell you what people have said. It's
very what is happening here and what's happening in Nigeria. I'm going to like this drama.
Everything you have said, everything you guys have
because
said,
every country deserves what they get at the end of the day. That's how I see this whole thing. So good luck.
At the end of the day, you see everything you guys have said. The truth about it that you are leaning towards one side. Like I said, put the facts out there without bias. Already, you guys are biased towards them. Like I asked Ade, the children in Ukraine today. What
Donald Trump is
Wait, now Ade, let me talk.
Do you wish that somebody like Donald Trump to become a president in Nigeria? You want some of you who doesn't want Bola Tinubu, who said that Bola Tinubu has never been convicted of any crime anywhere in Nigeria or abroad. You don't want him a president in Nigeria, but you want a Donald Trump to become the president in America.
Let me give Dexter one fact. Let me give you one fact. Let me give you one fact.
Let me give you one fact. In 2015, who did you support to become the president of Nigeria?
When?
Be honest. In 2015, who did you support to become the president of Nigeria? Be honest with us.
I supported Buhari against Jonathan in 2015.
It's enough. It's enough.
You don't click it out. Thank you very much.
That's enough.
How is that a problem? He believes in Buhari now.
No. That's not an issue. But Dexter, let me give you the fact. The fact that you asked her day. Her name is Amber Thurman. She's a Georgian mother that died because she was pregnant and she desperately needed an abortion. Yeah. Because her pregnancy. I'm coming. You asked for a fact that it happened in September because of the Georgian law that banned anything that has to do with abortion, with no exception.
Dexter, hold on.
Let him died in the parking lot while still waiting for them to agree to give her abortion. It was a death that was preventable.
My father, I came in because of Dexter.
You need more facts?
Dexter is still illiterate, you know. He doesn't even know what
he's talking about. Man of prestige now. Let's not do that now.
Man of prestige. Man of prestige. I don't want to go below the belt, but I can go below the belt.
I'm gonna go below the belt because
I can go below the belt.
I need to change the tag on this thing.
You don't even live in America.
Man of prestige. I don't need nonsense. I don't need this global war.
Listen. Listen. It's not like somebody like me. Listen, it's not like somebody like me was. I'm not either on that issue of abortion. I'm not either of. But what I'm saying, my own position is that issue that has to do with a woman and her body, most of the times as a result of what you did with that woman,
rape,
which you are not there to show responsibility for.
Mm-hmm.
That any decision that woman want to take about it should be between her conscience, her God, her doctor, if she has a pastor, a imam, or whoever, and that person. Government should not come into it. That's my own position.
First Amendment, baby.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're right.
Thank you. So who is next? I think
wait. Let me ask you just one quick. Yeah, but let me Dexter, where you at? Because Steph just man of prestige said you wasn't in the United States. Where you at?
I'm not going to speak about that because man of prestige doesn't deserve to know where I am.
So you're not in the United States?
Yeah, no, he's not. I'm not going to tell you. I don't need to tell you where I am. See, let me tell you where I am. Let me tell you where I am. Let me tell you where I am. Let me tell you.
No, not your address.
Wait.
That's not your address. That's not your address. Just your location. Which state are you? Which state are you in? Not your address.
No, what continent? What continent?
Let me answer you guys. Let me answer you guys. You see, first of all, for you to ask me where I am, it shows that you already have a biased mind. I'm not interested in that. You see, I cannot, when we talk about,
all right. Let me just take my 5 minutes. Thank you.
People start trying to create narrow things down. So I can't go towards
yes,
that.
Will it be quiet? Let the man speak. Please.
It's all right. Man, if you want to take it, man. I'm like on Jefferson. I'm enjoying the show.
Okay. The reason why I came back is because of this nonsense, Dexter. I'm gonna respect you, okay? It's what this nonsense Dexter has been spinning. He doesn't have any fact. If we're gonna come here, you speak the fact. Just make the fact. Don't go with the conspiracy theory you had on Foxnews or some other news. And Dexter doesn't live in USA. And the first thing that he made to defeat himself, he said, I don't have a dog in this fight. But look at the whole narrative. If you're gonna come here, be brave enough as a man. Say I'm supporting Trump. Nobody's gonna follow you. I'm supporting Kamala Harris, and as a man, I'm brave enough to tell you. But don't come here and Kadio said I don't have a dog in this fight. But look at the whole of your narrative. The whole of your narrative 100% support Trump. Why? What kind of person do you think we are? We are illiterate. You come here and paint that narrative like you are independent. God is paid a spade. If you like Trump, you like Trump. There's nothing wrong in it. But the problem I have is everything you spin here. I'm going to call it how it is. You spin a lot of lies that doesn't even make sense. Even I thought the bill for the border that was constructed by a senator in the Republican, in the Senate. He's the one that wrote the bill. They wanted to support it. Trump told them not to. This is why the immigration bill was cut off. And you here lying to people. Maybe people who hasn't read about it. I'm not going to say everybody here. Maybe Ade and what's his name?
Man of Prestige, give us the facts. Man of Prestige, you that knows the facts.
You don't have
Wait,
Man of
Prestige, give us the numbers. Tell us that bill. Tell me now, how many people needed to vote for that bill to pass?
Which bill are you talking about?
Man of Prestige, that immigration bill you're talking about. Give us the number. Wait, man, let me ask you a question. 3 questions. Okay. Man of Prestige, that immigration bill you're talking about. Give us the number of how many people needed to vote for that bill to pass. 1 question. Secondly, give us how many Republicans voted in support of that bill. Listen, just wait. Tell us how many Republicans voted against the bill, and then tell us how many Democrats voted for the bill, and how many Democrats voted against the bill. Man of Prestige, this is mathematics. Let me answer you.
Let me answer you that question.
No, don't answer me.
Let me answer you that question.
Let me
answer you that question.
No. Just give us the numbers.
I'm going to answer you that. I'm going to answer you that question.
Don't look. What I want is numbers.
Yes,
I want statistics. Oh, yeah.
Yes,
I'm writing. See my pen here. I'm writing.
Okay, now be quiet.
Let me give you the answer. But before I do that, I want to ask you.
The answer.
Statistics will go shop.
No, are you Tinubu? Did you vote for Tinubu? This is numbers now.
Yes, I vote for Tinubu. Listen. Okay, listen, Dexter.
You are part of for you to vote for
there's nowhere. Listen, my friend.
Nah, he's being sarcastic.
Listen, there's nowhere in this country where it is being contested. Donald Trump is not denying that he did not call them and tell them to kill the bill. He didn't deny it. Up to today, he's not denying it.
Numbers.
What you're telling me makes your question irrelevant because the man in question did not deny it.
Oga,
he called them and told them to kill the bill that's going to hurt him in the election.
If not now, give us numbers.
What are you doing with the number? When the man don't deny it.
Numbers don't lie. Numbers don't lie.
Dexter, let me answer you. The bill you are talking about, the recently bill that came out about 4 months ago, he never come out to vote. Because the people in the house, he never come out for a vote.
Give me numbers. Give me numbers. Give me numbers.
Are you seeing it? You don't know anything.
These are Tinubunomics.
The bill was not put to vote because Donald Trump told them before it was put to vote that they should not vote again. They should not vote.
I'm very ignorant.
He didn't pass the last procedural vote.
Yes, he
didn't go through it because Trump called them and told them kill the bill.
That's what this need to.
Can you Google it? So you tell Dexter that he's very ignorant.
Yeah, I think I'm doing a lot of
Trump told them it will hurt him, that he was going to hurt him if they vote if they vote. So if they start to run on it.
Okay, give us the numbers. Give us the
numbers. Which ones?
Yes. Imagine
so what number are you talking about?
Imagine that the Nigerian Senate is working where they are supposed to work. And the Senate is considering to pass a resolution to take care of the national security we've been talking about. and Atiku Abubakar wanted to contest for presidency in 2027, and called the senators from the north and told them, PDP people told them,
PDP.
please kill that security bill. I don't want the country to be secured because it's going to hurt my electoral chance in 2027. What is going to be your, how will you see Atiku Abubakar? Are you ever going to forgive him?
He's playing politics with people's lives. Why would I? No.
Thank you.
This is exactly what Trump did.
That's what he did.
And I did ask.
Forefathers, do you know what they have said? Do you know what these people have done? You see, this is one thing about. You see, what people are doing. You are playing the narrative. You are creating the narrative. If Atiku tells them kill the bill, how do they kill the bill? By not voting in support. That's how they kill the bill. That's why I've asked this, my friends here. Give us numbers. Atiku cannot say.
What you don't know, what you don't know is that bill like that, Dexter, what you don't know is that bill like that, they are supposed to be bipartisan.
Oh God, give me number. Give me number.
Like I think two of you should settle now. I think you've had your
just one party that is voting.
They take it easy. They take it easy. Let's allow others to come in.
Give me number.
Oh yeah, I think we are not seeing you.
They don't squash you there.
We can't see your face. That's why it looks like just a patch. Sorry about that.
Yeah, put your camera on, man.
I don't know. Is it possible to go out and come back in again? So
I don't know what you are doing in the midnight there.
You know what this election is showing, though? It's actually showing people that.
When it's time
hold on, Dexter. Can I land, please?
Not give us number.
So I think what this election is showing. Why are you cackling? What's so funny? So I think what this election is showing to me is really showing people that do not like women, that are scared of women empowering themselves and taking control, not only of their body, but also of their destiny. Because if you look at it, why are you scared that someone wants to have an abortion, especially if her health is at risk? Why are you scared of that? Well, how does that even affect you in any way? You guys are coming out with the lamest excuse. Kamala is not black. Is Donald Trump black? Kamala is not black. Okay, cool. Let's say she's not black. Donald Trump, is he black? But you see a lot of black men going towards Donald Trump for the flimsiest of excuses. You say, tell us some of Donald Trump's policies. They can't tell you nothing. They start bringing up, and I'm not a fan of Kamala, especially after what she did in California as Attorney General, as the prosecutor for the state. I'm not a fan of her, but you compare her to the disaster or the potential, not even potential disaster, for the absolute disaster that is Donald Trump, not what he's going to be, what he already is. I think you really have to have.
Please, let me just give me 1 minute. I'm not going to take more than 1 minute. If I take more, stop me, please. I think based on data, and I think I like to follow data and information, Democrats have been quite disastrous to this world. They oversaw the First World War, Second World War, Korean War, Vietnam War, Libyan War, Ukrainian War, Syrian War. It's just, if you compare the data sheet, hold on, stop. This is quite important. No, let me have my say, please.
You have
1 minute. It's not even 1 minute.
No,
I will stop. 1 minute. I will stop.
And that's 1 minute too much because you do not understand.
1 minute is too much. I just want to talk for 1 minute.
Because you don't even understand what you're talking about.
Fathers, these guys cannot listen. That's when you have 1 minute. Fact.
Are you saying that America started the First World War?
Hold on.
Are you saying America started the Second World War?
Who was in the office when it happened?
Yes. But this is what I always tell you. When you always bring that trope up, I always say, let me land. So when you bring that up,
who was in office when First World War and Second World War started? How does that affect America?
Are you seeing? Are you seeing the hypocrisy? Are you seeing the hypocrisy?
Ukrainian war, Gaza war,
and they don't care.
They want war with Iran now.
if you start from Roosevelt or you start from Eisenhower, this is what I always tell you. Most of you are not knowledgeable about the topics that you decide to pick, because in the United States, what we have as the Democrats today were formerly Republicans, and there was a shift at some point, especially in the early 40s. So you cannot blame them for example, you start to say the Democrats were in charge, they were in charge of slavery, they were carrying out America, there was always a shift at points in the United States. So what we have, the Democrats today used to be Republicans.
But there has not been a shift for a while. I'm talking about the current Democratic Party.
Forefathers.
There have not been a shift in this current Democratic Party. It's been a while ago when they did that shift.
Obama. Syria today.
In the end,
destroyed.
This is the end. Look at this. This is the end. Like Steph rightly said earlier. Regardless of who's in the White House, there are. Let me finish. There are certain policies that America will follow for its own national interest, for the interest of the security of the United States. There are certain policies.
That policy did
There
not
are
apply.
Oh yes, it did. Oh yes, it did.
War did not start anywhere.
Yes, it did. Yes, it did. Yes, it did. Because
which war?
Can I finish? What are you always cackling about? What's so funny?
Because let me to do my 1 minute too.
Oh yeah, you did 1 minute and 3 seconds. That was too much.
Only 1 minute. Now they ask for you. Not let me talk. Not let me talk. What kind of dictatorship is this one?
When there was World War.
I just talk for 15 seconds. You're like, oh, this is too much. 15 seconds is too much. I can't take it. It's too much. I'm not trying to blow your mind. I'm just giving you the data that you have to. You really need to look into this because you hold beliefs. Your beliefs should be grounded on actual data, shouldn't it? I don't know why we say we
in this present disposition. Who? Let me finish. You don't even know the question, so you can't answer. In this yeah. Oh, go ahead. Answer the phantom.
No, I'm not answering. I was saying I wanted it to finish. I was just shaking my head. Go ahead.
Wow. In this present disposition, who pushed for war? The escalation that is currently happening in the Middle East.
It was the Democrats.
Oh, the Democrats pushed for it.
Yeah, they oversaw this expansion of the conflict, and they are looking to go after Iran now.
And the Republicans call for peace.
No, they didn't call for peace. You can't hold them accountable when the Democrats are the ones in office.
That is very true because both sides want war, so it doesn't matter who's there.
Then why is it that when the Republicans are in the office, they are going to less wars?
What do you mean the Republicans are going to less wars? Who went to freaking Panama? Who went to Nicaragua?
They did, but they go to less, and
what
the ones they go
wars?
to. Let me explain now.
You're not explaining anything. I just asked you who went.
Are you seeing how you don't want to?
You don't want me to.
You don't even allow. You don't even want to allow him. You don't want to hear.
Because he's not saying anything. He's just.
He's not saying anything.
Just like you.
He's not saying anything.
He said less wars.
Who went to Ukraine? Who caused the Ukraine?
We're talking about Panama. Just stay out of this one for now.
It's Panama.
See, the numbers I'm giving to you are based on facts. If you go to data online, you will see the same thing. The level of casualties involved in the democratic wars tend to be very, very disastrous, and it is happening as we speak. Trump was in office for 4 years. Democrats come in, and the body bags are, I don't want to be using those terms, but the casualties are far higher. They cause, and the problem we are facing in Nigeria now, that extremism that we're facing, Obama was in office when he oversaw the fall of Gaddafi. And
because it's U.S. national policy.
Why is it that he's in office when it's happening?
Are you seeing the hypocrisy? When you ask the question,
and the more reason why Trump was better for him to be president at the time than Hillary Clinton, because Hillary Clinton was president, it would be more disastrous for us in the Southeast.
Why is it always this party that is in office when
because I knew the kind of politicking that was going on with forgotten that senator that came to Nigeria during the time when they were campaigning for the 2016 American presidential election. I knew the campaigning that was going on. So leave that thing.
I don't understand. What did you say?
What I'm trying to tell you is that the first presidency that Trump won, that contested against Hillary Clinton could have been a disaster.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I agree.
Yes, it would have been a disaster.
I agree.
And it would have caused more problems for us in Nigeria than that Trump.
I believe
now, when Trump people entered power, all the Nigerian politicians were afraid to just come to America because, you know, he will not give that audience.
Okay.
Who, Trump?
Forefathers.
He won't give them audience based on what? Like morality?
What is happening with
audience
the
based on
it's okay. We know
carrying on with whatever stupid ideology.
Okay, guys. Let me chime in.
What is the ideology, please?
Wait, hold on.
Exactly.
Okay, let's allow Kandu to say
you have
something.
You have Bobrisky moving around everywhere in your country. You've not done anything to him, and you are blaming the West for bringing ideology.
Okay, Kandu, welcome. Thank you for joining us. Jefferson, hold on now. Let me moderate a bit. Let's moderate so that everybody's voice can be heard.
What do you call it?
Jefferson, are you hearing me at all? Okay, let me. Yeah, Kandu, thank you for joining us. You know, the camera is not on. That's why we missed you quite a bit. But since we know who you are, we will just make a slight exemption. Okay, let me just please go ahead. There's no point. Not my papa language.
Forefathers, I'm glad Mr. Both men to the left and right of Mr. Dexter.
We can't hear you.
Is that 1986 when they used to show lifestyles of the rich and famous in Nigeria? That was when I first knew who this person named Trump was. And the very first encounter was him. They were talking about his first mega building. Journalists went and counted the number of stories. They said it was 31 stories. And this guy, up till tomorrow, keeps saying it's 39 story.
You're breaking up bad, bro.
Yeah, we can't hear you. I can't hear you.
That if I can do.
Yeah, you know, whether it's using that, they call it Obama phone. Maybe they are using Obama phone. I don't know. It's not fair, but it is what it is. I shouldn't be doing this. I'm supposed to be a responsible moderator here. I should stop this.
Anyway, forefathers, let me ask a question. I think I as much as we've all talked about these things, what do you call it? Kamala Harris, what do you call it? Kamala Harris, Donald Trump. I mean, they're living their best lives. I think we can find other things that we talk about rather than, or if we want to talk about.
How do you know? How do you know they're living their best lives?
Let me finish because I mean, Kamala Harris is vying to become the president of America. It's not to my pocket.
Whether if you like it or not, they are living their best lives.
They are living their best lives. Donald Trump is vying to become the. I don't know what they are doing in America, but it's not adding to my pockets. So they are living their best lives. What I'm saying is whatever the talk we are supposed to talk here, even if it's about the elections, it should be based on policies and how it affects our country. Look, that's why I say I don't care because I'm not going to.
No, you do care. Stop saying you don't care. You do care.
With you on how the policy will affect your country.
Wait. Let me finish speaking. I mean, if you guys feel that talking about Trump and casting aspersions on him is the most important thing for you at this point in time, or propping up Kamala Harris and praising her with all the glory is the most important thing for you, there's no problem. I don't have a problem with that. You can continue doing that. But forefathers, what I'm saying here is this. I think what would be more beneficial to us as a people and as a country is one, what is the policy direction of these two candidates? Let us remove this personality attack and all that. What is the policy direction of these two candidates? And how does it affect the African nations? How does it affect Nigeria? How does it affect the people of
Dexter.
committee. Let me finish talking, please.
Dexter, no, I just want to ask a quick question.
How
So
does it wait? Let me finish. I will lose my train of thought. I will lose my train of thought. Please, I will lose my train of thought. Please, I will lose my train of thought. Please, I will lose my train of thought.
He's not willing to give
I will lose my train of thought, please. I will lose my train of thought.
I speak the truth. He's not willing to give way. Allow him.
Please.
I don't care.
I will lose my train of thought.
Allow
It's very simple.
now. It's only fair.
What policy?
I speak the
Everything he's at all this minutes.
I will lose my train of thought.
When he finishes, you can
question him.
then,
Like, why don't tag him? Let him keep talking over it. Like, who cares?
Okay,
so
1 minute, Dexter.
Yes. So what I'm saying, for father, is this. I think that is what will be more beneficial to us as a people, because whatever we're discussing here, it must be about impact. And the truth about it is that whichever candidate comes in, what we should be looking at is what are the policies of those people and how can we tap into it? How can we make benefits from it? I think that is where this conversation should be going towards. And forget about these personality attacks and all that. Because,
okay, so we've heard you. Because
speaking about personality, those guys are living their best life.
Okay,
forefathers. Can I come back?
So this is what I want to say. Since you want to discuss policy so bad, I would love that we give you 10 minutes to tell us what you think Trump's health policy,
exactly,
for example, is.
That's what I wanted to ask you.
Tell us.
Because Kamala has no plan. So tell us the plans and policies of
obviously, both of you have spent your time thinking that I'm a Trumpist. Like, you have been the one saying I'm Trumpist.
No, you can have my time.
But what I'm saying is this: both of you that is in America, I speak the truth, and you have been supporting Kamala Harris. And you, if not now,
I'm not
tell us about
none
her.
of them. No.
Okay, if not now, I told you. Tell us about her.
No, I already told you, Kamala. If the only reason I would like her.
It's not a hard thing.
Let me finish. So I said the only reason.
Go to Google if you want to know the policy.
Let's one at a time, please, so that the viewers can understand what you are saying.
Exactly. So now that I'm talking, why didn't you take it upon yourself, just like you caution me? Why wouldn't you caution him? So it's very simple. Since I said earlier that, unlike you, I'm not denying that I would prefer her for president. You're here telling us you don't have a dog in a fight. Meanwhile, you have a freaking junkyard and a dog pound just running ravage all over the freaking land. So just tell us, for Christ's sake, since we don't know, and I've admitted that Kamala, for all intents and purposes, might be a degenerate. And you say Trump is this nice guy that could be president. So tell us, why don't you tell us what Trump's is, for example, his health policies. You have 10 minutes. I promise you, I think my man Steph will give you his time.
Wait, why are you gonna use my 10 minutes? Why are you gonna give him my 10 minutes?
We give him your 10 minutes too. So we take forefathers doesn't have any time. So you can take my time, take Steph's time, take Kandu's time, and just tell us Trump's policies.
Wow. The man he told you to go and read Google. He said you should go and talk to Google. He doesn't have nothing to tell you. Forefathers, like I was saying earlier, I have known about this man since like 1986. Yeah, he was supporting both the Democrats and the Republicans. A man that is talking to a journalist friend who said, these women, all you have to do is grab them by the poo. A man that's been known to be with at least 2 known Ashawo that we know of when he was married. A man that has no morals. I have said it on here before. If he was my father, I would disown him with every billion that he has. Every single penny. I would disown him because I don't like people with no character. This is a man that is classless. Without the money is nothing. Even with the money is nothing. This man has been sued. Yeah, in America, people sue. You can sue a sandwich in America. This man has been sued by 3,600 contractors that have worked for him. Nobody else has ever had such a record in the history of America. Because what he will do, what he will do is he will employ people to do a job. After they do the job, he will say the job is not good. Not only you, Waka come, not only you, the America. This is a man like people were trying to explain earlier. The people that what's that guy's name? Steve Mary something, not Mariucci or something like that. These are people that said, you know what? He has said he's a Republican. Let's go in and work with him. Chief of Defense Staff, Chief of Army Staff, Attorney General. So
Vice President.
Vice
Can
President.
I
When they were
ask you
talking,
something?
hold on. When they were talking about this earlier, I don't think he understood what they said. These are not some JJC Republicans. These are people that have been Republicans before Trump ever decided to be a Republican. These are people that worked with him. I don't even need those people's assertions because I know people like this. I know them. I can smell them from 10,000 miles away. People that work with him, Attorney General, regardless of whether those people were not Democrats or whatever, these people said this man is dangerous. His national security chief said this man is dangerous. And people are playing pussy around. You think this is a game? You want some? You see, I'm not one of those people that believes that any other person has a responsibility to come and help you fix your country. If you cannot fix your shithole country, that's your problem. It is not the problem of Britain or France or America to come and fix your problem for you. Go and fix your own house. I don't care who is doing you. Get them to get away from behind you. If somebody is doing you after 60, 64 years, or how many years is your country, and they're still doing you, you don't deserve to be called a country. Maybe somebody needs to come and recolonize you because you don't deserve to stand on your own. I don't care who is doing you. When are you going to wake up? So I'm going to be blaming everybody on my problem in my family house. Now this person no let me, now no let me get up. Now that person they do me. Who does that? On what planet is that done? Is it the white people that are telling you to be stealing? Is it the white people that tell Yaya Bello to run away with 80 billion naira? I mean, why do we like to coddle foolishness instead of calling people what they are? You are a criminal. You're a crook, unrepentant one at that. This, if they like me, I'm going to go and vote Monday afternoon. I'm going to vote Monday afternoon. If they gave me $10 million cash money for me not to pay taxes on it to vote for Trump, I will not do it because he's a degenerate. He's not even fit to be called a human being. He's a narcissist of the first order. That guy will sell his first child just to gain whatever he wants. He's a criminal. In every respect, in every way, anybody, this is America, anybody can vote for whoever they want. It's your choice. You can do whatever you want. But if for the people that vote for somebody like this, I pity you. There is nothing. There is no. If he turns America to El Dorado and makes everybody a billionaire, everything is not money. Money is not the end of the world. A man that has no character will talk anyhow, anywhere. The people that he elected, he chose to come and work with him. I didn't even know the percentage, whatever, but I know there's been enough of them to come out. They didn't say it behind closed doors. They said this man is not fit to be president. These are people that have worked with him. You sit down in whatever state in America or whatever state in Nigeria or whatever country in Africa. You're talking about Donald Trump becoming president. If they like, my life is not going to be affected. If they put Trump there, that's their own palaver. If they put Doug there, it doesn't affect my life personally. But I would never. I would die before I vote for such a character. Thank you.
Let me ask you though.
Yes, sir.
You see, there is a mystery to the Democratic supporters because I hear the a kind of indignation in the questions you ask. What is this a joke and stuff like that? There is that stuff that comes across from Democrats, like they don't understand, they can't get their head around why people support Trump. Let me try to explain. There are quite a lot of different hierarchy of needs for people. One is survival, and there is a demographic shift that is going on in America, that they fear that they are going to lose their power, and the Democrats are not looking to address it because they appear to be more lenient when it comes to immigration, while Trump is the opposite. Trump is more willing to support white people to take public office, while Democrats believe in multiculturalism. Trump is willing to support this in a ban on abortion, while Democrats are more willing to support it.
So basically, racism.
No, hold on. Now, Trump is, call it whatever name you like. This is
if you say this one only likes white people and this one likes multiculturalism,
yes, that is what it is.
Basically,
Forefathers, while I'm going to answer the question, I think I know where you're going. You can Google this for us, for everybody. How many people did Obama deport?
You are asking me a question. I want to ask you a question. Now, let me get my question through, then you can ask your own now, please. So the idea is that if you don't understand where they are coming from, you're going to think that they are crazy. I actually think it's logical what they are doing, and the Democrats are not addressing it. They are busy trying to pretend as if it's about transgender and all the rest of it, and they are racist. People care about their survival. Don't make a mistake. And these are the people that have gone on to rule the world for a very long time, and they don't want to lose it. That's one.
Second, hold on. You're going to tell the
wait, let him finish. Hold on. Let him finish.
Now.
Let him finish first. No.
It's not going to be 30 seconds. It's not going to be 30 seconds. Not even close.
The
question now is coming that, is it better to follow just because a flawed character, somebody has a flawed character, versus what they
hold on. Is it me that is loud or the oh shit?
I think you are fine. You were muted before. Okay. So the question I wanted to ask him was that we know Trump is a flawed character. His supporters know he's a flawed character, but he believes in the things that they believe. So do you want to, would you prefer that they support somebody that doesn't believe in what they believe, but is nice, versus somebody that has very bad attitude, but believes in what they believe?
Okay.
Especially when that is tied to their survival.
Okay, the forefathers, you see, this is what I don't do. I don't accept lies, misrepresentation as fact. That's why I was asking you, can you Google for us while I'm answering this question? How many people did Obama deport while he was president? Or any of the 4 years that he was president?
Obama carried out the largest deportation in the history
and how
of
many
America.
people did Trump? You see, this is a fallacy. People think because somebody opens their mouth and speaks that what they're saying makes sense. Obama, they call him the deporter in chief.
Yes, but Trump is the one. Biden is the one in office now, and
Okay,
his number
and
has
Biden,
gone up.
no. The number of people that's been deported under Biden is as close to the ones under Trump. I've told you, whether they put Biden, they put Trump, consign me. My life is going to go in the same trajectory. You see, if people are foolish enough to say because Trump is going to reduce your taxes, and that's the driving force for you, money is the all in all for you, go right ahead. But like some people have already said, you see, this disaster 2.0, if this guy gets in there again, I mean, I guess you people were not in America. You wake up in the morning wondering, what has this guy said now? And we're talking about just dumb, stupid, unnecessary stuff. Who needs that drama? We're not talking about policies. We're not talking about him doing something that enhances the well-being and the welfare of the American people. Just unnecessary. And he will lie The very first day when it was inaugurated, they showed the picture of his inaugural address. They showed the one of Obama side by side. This son of Jesus, everybody can see the two pictures. He said they counted the people that were online. That's the type of mental case you're dealing with.
He's just a consummate liar. That's all.
He's a con man. He's a con
liar. He
artist.
lies.
This is what he's always done.
He
And so
can't
you
help
see,
it.
most
Are
people,
we saying that
most people,
this
no,
Biden administration
forefathers,
hasn't had more immigrants coming?
most people in the world are goats. They're sheep. You can lead them anywhere.
What did
If
you
you
say,
have,
forefathers?
Are you saying that during the Trump and the Biden administration, more immigrants haven't come into the country versus the immigrants that came into the country?
They have, because the
Yeah.
country, because if America, you really think if America wanted to stop people from coming in, America couldn't stop people?
No. The question I asked was, did they have more coming in?
Yeah, definitely.
If they have more coming in, this is why those white people don't like it.
Oh yeah. But that's part of the fear, because they are on track to become a minority within 2.5 decades. So of course, it
By
goes back to
birth.
what you said about
Yeah,
the
by
fear
birth, they're gonna be.
for their survival. But you also have to remember, America needs people. The Western world needs migrants. Without
Yep.
migrants, Western world is gonna die, because the birth rates have been on a steady decline for almost 30 years.
But they don't need though.
So
Do they really need?
they need people.
Do they
And
really?
yes, they do. So I asked someone.
All these just have to do is give
Hold
extra
on, let me
public
finish.
holidays.
So I asked someone. You know what? I don't know what to say. So yeah, because he just irritates me.
I really
at
do
this point.
enjoy you when you do that.
No,
I just have to calm down. So this is what I'm saying. If the Western world needs people, okay, this is why places like even Japan are finally removing certain restrictions that they have regarding their citizenship. Germany is doing it. France is doing. The whole of Western Europe needs people. Someone in the comment section actually did say, "Oh well, maybe they should only bring in people that have brains, basically graduates and tech people, professionals." And I asked a simple question: so who's going to do the farm work? Who's going to work in the pig farms? Who's going to pick up tomatoes and who's going to pick the lettuce? Someone's got to do it. And I know nobody that has a doctorate degree is going to go on the farm and work for
tomato picking great again.
So who's going exactly?
That is
so
possible.
Who's gonna do all of that? So they
No, it's not. Forefathers, it's not
no
about.
matter how you want to look at it,
Forefathers, it's not about tomato.
The United States needs people, and it needs migrant workers.
If you increase the salary for tomato picking to
they're not going to do that.
100,000,
They're not going to do what the United States is going to do.
Will join the queue.
They're not going to do what the United States is going to do.
You won't be able
the
to
United
afford
States
the
has
food.
always done. What the United States has always done forever is they will legalize the people that have been here forever, and then these ones are going to be in the queue doing all the menial jobs, low pay, low paying jobs, and that's how it's just a cycle. It's just basically reconstruct a slave. America's a system, and people are not.
Let me add something to what you are saying, though. America existed for a long time. They do have periods of increased immigration into the country, but they also have periods of very low immigration into the country, and the country was fine. And the thing is, the argument people make that the economy has to keep growing, they need people. It's not necessarily true that they strictly do. They could decide that, okay, fine, we will not grow as fast as other people, but we could just train our own people, then we manufacture everything we need inside the country, and the economy will circulate. You see what I mean? So it's not strictly true that
you're gonna tell an American to go pick up tomatoes. Like, what brand of weed are you smoking?
They will if it's well paid.
No, they won't, even if it's $1,000 an hour.
No, it's not. Forefathers, you don't understand the American. You don't understand.
There's a certain psyche they have. They just won't do it. You think they don't have the jobs that are well paying in Kentucky, in Missouri, on the farm communities in Montana and Idaho? They got all these things. They're just not going to do it. They'll be like, what? That job is for the Mexicans. Let them do it.
Let me add this too. The people that will not want them to increase that pay are the Republican Party.
Yes, because the
They are
rich
the
want
ones.
to make more money from the migrants.
Exactly. So you see, this if you understand the way the American economy works, what you're suggesting to increase those wages is not going to happen. If market forces, like wages have gone up in America in the last 3 years significantly, not because the government said it, but the market drove it. So this is a market economy. The market will drive it, and it will happen. Mr. Ade, thank you very, very much for helping these people understand what the facts are. I mean,
But you haven't answered my question. No.
Which was what?
The question was that would you rather the American people go with somebody that they agree with his political views and his policies, but they disagree with his personality, or they go with somebody that they disagree with their policies, but they agree with their personality?
Well, the premise of what you're saying doesn't even hold. Number one, other than Trump as a Republican will reduce people's taxes, and he wants to go and fight with short man devil in North Korea and call everybody names and have meetings with Putin where no staff member is allowed to be in. What policy does the guy have?
Yeah, but the
I don't.
question is different though. I said, would you? The question was about, do you want Americans to vote for somebody that they disagree with, but they like the way the person conducts themselves privately and publicly, but then versus somebody that they agree with in terms of his policy that he wants to do for them,
I
but
said
they
what
disagree with
policy?
his
I
personal
said
life?
what is the policy?
The
That was
policy
my
of
question.
the policy of abortion, the policy
I
of
thought,
in abortion.
don't mention abortion and Trump in the same. That man has killed more babies than anybody that I
Yeah, but
know.
I see that's the question. It's not about him. It's about what he is going to do for law for the
Oh,
entire
so
country.
it's about what you tell me to do, not what you do.
Exactly.
I don't I don't I
That's
don't
the
know
question.
I don't operate in such walls. You cannot tell me to be doing something and you're doing something else. I
It's
don't
two
operate
options.
like
It's
that.
two options. The other side, they already disagree with the other side, but they like their personality. So would you vote for somebody just because you like their personality, but you disagree with their policy completely?
Okay, so
I
for
can I
listen,
cannot I cannot I
context
cannot
always
answer that
matters.
question. I cannot answer that question because
Then
there is
here's your
not
wondering. Then
there
here's your
no
wondering.
because no let me the reason I cannot answer the question is there is no policy that when other than those things, taxes, that I can see that Trump has. The second part of that is there is nothing that Harris, I don't really care about. I mean, I said this before Biden dropped out. That is unfortunate for the whole world that we only had Biden and Trump to choose from. But anybody like I think Mr. Ade or Mr. Somebody said earlier, if you've ever seen Kamala Harris interrogate people, you will know that you're not dealing with no soft ball eggs. Even when she was in Congress, interrogating people that were coming to be appointed in office, she's a tough cookie.
I think we have to make our peace with what we are facing here. I think this question that I asked you, that you are kind of trying to
Because
shuffle
it's a
around,
loaded question. That's why I said
because if you have to confront it, that is at the core of
forefathers.
what
Okay,
you are
so in
facing.
this instance,
And you are
if
pulling
a
your
man
hair out with frustration
if a
because you can't understand it.
in this context, 1 second, sir, please. I apologize. So in this context, who is the nice person, and who is the person that has decorum?
The one that has the quorum is the Democrats, but the
So
Republicans disagree.
basically Kamala.
Yes.
So Kamala is this, and then you're saying
Yes,
basically.
she has a better lifestyle. She's probably even better at most of the things the Republicans actually value, like decency, integrity, and all those things. But she's not advocating it in terms of in her policy compared to what Trump is doing.
So what's Trump's policy, like Steph asked you?
Trump's policy is immigration control, pull out of unnecessary wars.
You're biting your tongue too hard.
No. I'm listening. I'm listening them now. Abortion issue, birth control, and granting the people, the Europeans, more authority within the country. Like his first time, he appointed a lot of judges into this. All of them are Europeans. He appointed into those judges. Those are the things they want. If you are not giving it to them, what do you want them to do? Vote for you?
So basically, he's a racist.
Who cares? They don't care.
No, but that's what I'm asking, because initially this is why I got thrown off when
black people were racist for voting for Obama.
Was when black people cannot be racist. So
they cannot be.
No, they can't be. So this is where Kandu interrupted and I got thrown off. So I was gonna ask you, I said, if you're saying Trump put a bunch of white judges in there, but then you say he's not racist, but you're saying the other side puts multicultural people. How does that even make sense?
I never said it wasn't racist. I just felt like it's immaterial. People would still vote the way they feel.
So basically you agree he's racist? Because I never used to.
Oh yes, Trump is more racially. His politics is more racially tilted than this thing.
Racist.
Yeah,
it's all right.
Racially tilted. It may not actually be racist, but his policy is more racial than tribal in terms of European tribalism. He doesn't care about all those ones. He cares about his own race more.
So
than
racist.
the Republicans.
Forefathers, please. Can you clarify something for me, forefathers, please? What is the difference between being racist and being tribalistic?
Being racist and being tribalistic, it means that, like, the Democrats are considered to, in my mind anyway, and because of their policy, they are more tribalist. They want to dominate Europe in terms of the actual Europe itself. Why Trump wants to make Europeans the most powerful one. That's why he wants to be allied. He wants to ally with Russia. But Democrats don't care about that, because the Democrats they support the Anglo-Saxon power, not the European power, Anglo-Saxon power, and they would rather push against Russia, because if Russia becomes their ally, Russia will have a lot of influence. That is the difference between them. Yeah, you see what I mean? I don't know whether I made a good case of that.
You might have, but my point is, what is the end goal? Like, what is the outcome? When you want to judge something, you judge it based on outcomes. What is the outcome? Is the outcome of being racist or being tribalistic? Is there any difference in the outcome?
That is a fair question, and a very the outcome. I cannot say one can fully picture the outcome. I think the outcome is the same. It's not in terms of for us.
Forefather, what you have said.
Are you both of you? Did both of you just step down?
Forefather. What you have actually said
in California, you think there's no difference between racism and non-racist policies? Like the outcome is going to be the same? Like, what did both of y'all smoke?
No. The outcome in terms of for us, because if Trump decides to be nice to Russia, he's going to pull Russia along, but he's going to hate China. The balance is still the same. While the Democrats are hostile to Russia, but less hostile to China, the balance is still the same. It doesn't change that much for us.
So, forefather, technically, what you have said is this: the outcome of being racist and being tribalistic is the same. It gives you the same result.
No, from the point of view of Europeans, it weakens.
No. Forefathers, what I want to know, let us leave Europeans out. In your understanding, forefather, what is the difference between somebody say somebody is racist?
Okay, thank you. So, forefather, you didn't even understand what your word was saying.
What is the difference between both of them?
Okay, one of them is discrimination on the racial level, the other one is discrimination on the tribal level.
So both of them are discriminations.
Yes.
So wait, as human beings, what are we fighting against? Are we fighting against discriminations, or we are fighting against racism?
We are fighting against discrimination on all levels.
On all levels.
Both racist and
tribal.
tribal.
What you have said basically that the outcome of racism and the outcome of tribalism is discrimination. That is the common factor in them.
Yes.
A discrimination against anybody, whether it be whether it be across the Atlantic, or whether it be across your border, whether it be across your state, it is both discrimination. And what we fight against, whether it's discrimination against a black person or discrimination against a Hispanic person, discrimination against a German person, what we don't want is that discrimination. That is what we are trying to fight. We're trying to get rid of.
You are fighting it, but you are not looking at it from that. You are not looking at it from their point of view. Discrimination has enriched them greatly. They've gained a lot of discrimination.
Brilliant, forefather. But even when you talk about tribalism, discrimination has, because of the discrimination has enriched some people through tribalism. True or false?
Yes.
Good. So, forefathers, this is the question. We can actually technically say that the outcome of both racism, what you call racism, and what you call tribalism is the same.
What are you talking about?
Now, forefathers, let me ask a question. While we are talking about the racism about the Americans, but that is discrimination. That is discrimination, a very bad discrimination towards the blacks. Not so? Yes, we can argue about that. Forefathers, let's go home. They say settle your home first. Is there discrimination in our country? Is there discrimination? No, let me know why I'm trying. You know why I'm asking this question?
In our country.
You know why I'm asking this question? You see, when people talk about the discrimination across, like you go to another person's country and you talk so much about the discrimination there, it's good and fair. We should fight against it, but they cannot speak about the discrimination in their own houses because they will not say no, it's tribalism. We must
I think there's a difference between racial discrimination and tribal discrimination.
Forefathers, is it a discrimination?
It is a discrimination, but there is a difference. That's why they have different names.
What is the difference?
When you are being discriminated on a racial level, the effect it has on the entire group is more significant because it's on a larger scale. They are tarnishing it. But if you have a tribal issue,
it's a numeric thing. What you are saying is numeric. So racial discrimination, maybe the sample, the population size is maybe let's say 500.
Bro, what are you even talking about, bro? Like where are you?
I am lost.
Dexter. What are you guys talking about?
It's quite an interesting conversation.
Let me explain. Let me explain, please. There's a big difference between the discrimination of tribalism and racism. They are both discriminatory. However, the control that racism has, economically and so on,
Dexter, you like to hear yourself.
And this is where
you like to hear yourself speak.
My brother, be quiet, please.
Not unfair now.
This is where the control or the power of racism is far more than simple discrimination that people have amongst themselves. You know, racism is factored, is organized. It's an approach to a polity to keep certain people out. And we've seen it. We mustn't confuse things. We mustn't confuse things as though we're not part of this planet. Racism has done a lot of evil in this world. Tribalism is just children messing around and not being serious, basically. It's a childish game compared to racism.
Jago, I beg to differ. Jago, you know why I beg to differ? What you have done is that you have played the undercard there.
No.
You see, discrimination at all levels must be spoken against. I understand your point. For you to say that tribalism has not had an impact, on people. Look, Jago.
I didn't say it hasn't had an impact. No, I'm asking, wait. I'm asking you to be clear, and I think I don't know where you are. I think you're in America. But what if you understand racism in the States and what happened between what is a slave and what is an indentured servant? There's a big difference. Then, you know, the slaves and indentured servants were at a point in America the same thing, more or less. But then whiteism came out with an approach to make a difference between black and white. So those indentured servants back in the day who were from Ireland, Scotland, or wherever they were from, they now picked themselves up and saw themselves above the black people. They were able to enslave them. They were able to make sure that they were the ones making more money than the slaves. These are serious political differences, which is why Speak the Truth has underlined that it's impossible for a black person to be racist, because we don't have that power. We don't have that power to proportion our politics or influence upon another. You don't want to misqualify things, and that's what you're about to do.
In a nutshell, every issue of racism is rooted in tribalism, but not every issue of what we call tribalism, which is not really a word, by the way, is rooted in racism. So every racial issue is based as a result of being tribal to someone of a different color, but not every issue of tribalism has racial in it. I don't even know how we got here anyway.
Good point.
We don't know how we got here, but basically, what is the November election is part of it. Is because at the end of the day, racism is going to play a major factor.
Trump
and currently what we're facing in Nigeria, there's no more difference between the two. There's no more difference. It's just different.
And when Democrats, sorry, Jefferson, when Democrats go and award a transgender woman of the year, you know, according to Bill Maher, somebody that has not had one period, you give her the woman of the year. You can see how you insult people that were born female, and these are the kind of
that was Democratic doing.
Yes, because it's associated with the woke culture.
Nice.
And
so
that is something that people don't like.
What if someone tells you that same Caitlyn Jenner, or whatever he calls him or she calls herself, is a registered Republican?
That makes no difference, because the culture is what they are talking about.
And what about if someone tells you that more Republican government officials have been nabbed with same-sex partners than the Democrats? How about that?
Pardon?
Yeah, I know.
You know, the people are talking about this now. I should watch my tone here.
See, Jago, the question that you see, you made I like the discussion we're having, but this is my point. Discrimination. What are we fighting against? Are we fighting against discrimination, or are we fighting against words? You've made a very good point. Racism is more systemic. It's more organized. Tribalism may not be, but we must all know that the outcome of both racism and tribalism tend to be the same, which is the discrimination of a certain group of people. Tribalism might be maybe tribalism might be between blacks. Okay, so you cannot say racism, because racism deals.
But how is this a conversation? We know.
So
why is this a conversation?
Let me tell you why it's a conversation. Let me tell you why it's a conversation. It's a conversation because while we are saying, oh, a black person can be racist, so a black person cannot be racist, but a black person can be tribalistic, and a black person can be discriminating against his fellow black.
What is the point of everything you're saying?
Can be both now.
What's your point?
A black person can have prejudice. It doesn't necessarily have to have this. And prejudice can go through all of them.
Yeah, I agree.
And what is the point? It's a fair point.
What does that mean?
What's your point?
No, the point I'm trying to make here is this. What the fight against racism is not about the word, it's not about the word, it's about discrimination. We should not discriminate against anybody. Let me tell you why I say so. I feel if not now, let me tell you why. The cards can turn. Imagine that the cards of power turn over. The cards of power turn over, and the black race becomes the dominant race, the strongest race, the strongest countries in the world. Do you think that we will discriminate against the whites?
What is whataboutism?
We'll probably do that. But let me put the question in another way. Let me ask if not now.
You just succeeded in just taking us away from the issue.
If not now, yeah, because this is about Trump supporters. To be fair, it's about Trump supporters. That's why I'm trying to ask the question further. If, let's say, the whites that have majority in population in the country are there, and then you have people that are coming to the country in large numbers that are not white, you can argue that it's a discrimination against white people because you're allowing non-whites to come in. Is that a fair argument? You're muted.
I personally don't know what Dexter is bringing us into.
If not now, you're muted.
I don't know where you and Dexter or Dexter
We are going to
taking
take
this
you to a
conversation,
place you have never been
because
before.
you guys
Inside
just
the
want to.
Republican people's head.
No, I'm coming.
You
No,
need
no,
to
no,
get
no,
inside
listen.
their head.
No, listen.
That is where we are going to
I'm
take
coming.
you.
I'm coming. If it's what I think you're saying, that the white people have reason to behave the way they behave now,
Yes,
and to be scared, and to see the American political development as a fight of their lifetime.
yes.
Yes, they have justification for it. If I am a white person, maybe I will have the same ideology. But what you need to understand is it's not every Caucasian in America that have the same ideology. Majority do, but it's not all of them.
Okay, yes.
So most times we try to compartmentalize all this as if white people are Republicans and Democrats are not white people. It's not really like that. It's not really put in a sandbox or stuff like that. No, it's not. But I understand. I'm coming. I understand why they feel the way they feel. But that is part of nature. They can fight it. They can delay it. They can postpone it. But whatever they're afraid of will still going to happen. It may be in the next 100 years, maybe in the next 200 years. It's still going to happen.
Can I ask you a question then? How many countries have you known historically, anywhere, where a minority population displaces over time a majority population peacefully? Like where you have, let's say you have Indians, a minority, and white people came in and peacefully displaced the Indians and became the majority. The white people became the majority, or vice versa.
No, listen.
Even tribes.
No, you're not going to answer that. That question is, I understand it, but it's not really relevant in this context.
Well,
Why do I'm coming. Let me explain to why I said so. Time in history matters a lot in answering that question. The political dispensation also has to do with the way you answer that question. America, for instance, when America as a country started being, there were indigenous people that lived here. And those indigenous people are still part of this country. You understand? America killed so many, the people, the immigrants that came in, killed most of them. You understand? And took over. But over time, so many things have happened in America. And America have chosen their own system of government, which is democracy. As imperfect as it may be, it have not always given a particular people what they want at all times. So there have always been compromises here and there. And that is what I Speak the Truth was trying to explain to you before. The composition of both Republican and Democratic Party have changed over the years. So this thing you think is a big deal, like I said, it's going to be a gradual process. The displacement is going to happen gradually. And over time, some people that don't want to buy into it today will buy into it tomorrow. You understand? It's not going to be the way you think that it's going to be okay. It's going to be a violent change or stuff like that, and the other people will be displaced. No, it doesn't happen that way. It will not happen that way here.
But even if it has never happened in history that you can pinpoint, Israel is going through the hell of what that meant.
It's not going to happen here. That's what I'm trying to explain to you.
Okay, we will believe it now when we see it. They are already reacting, and some of them are trying to break up the country.
Listen, a time will come when the table may be turned. It may be Republicans that will begin to embrace multiculturalism more than Democrats. So America's system is different.
Listen, forefather, let me explain something to you. After November 5th, whatever you thought about the Republican Party, you better chuck it in the garbage disposal and shred it. because it's going to change. Whether Trump wins or loses, the Republican Party is going to be changed forever. Forever, completely. He has come, he has knocked down a lot of things, he has destroyed their ideals, he has destroyed
They will
their
rebuild the
ideologies.
party.
They will have to rebuild, or in fact, if he wins, this is my supposition now, I'm not saying anybody else. I think the Republican Party, he will go full on effect and totally destroy the Republican Party. It might still be Republican in name, but in the way it carries out issues and the way they view issues, it's not going to be the Republican Party of Reagan, Nixon, and all those other
It's not
guys,
even
or
now.
George Bush. It's
A
not
lot
going
of things already.
it's going to
I
change.
fear that some of our people are not reading the rooms. Years ago, I've been warning about this, that I've tried to find countries where this has happened peacefully. Israel-Palestinian conflict because of this problem. And in the context of what is going on in America right now, the tension is emerging. They are even saying it. They come out on Foxnews and say that the demographic change is a problem for them. And politicians are not addressing it. I've never even seen a Democrat even bother to talk to them. Say, this is what the plan is. This is how we are going to do it so that it doesn't get so bad. They pretend as if it's not happening.
What is
And
so
it drives
bad? What do you mean
Republicans
so
crazy.
bad? What do you mean so
It's
bad?
so bad. The reason why I say so bad, I was in a chat with Americans, and when they heard that Trump, the second this assassination attempt happened, you need to hear what they were saying.
You were in a chat room with a bunch of neo-Nazi racists.
No, not those ones.
Yes. If they got violent, yes, that's who they are.
Let me tell you the person the people that was saying this. I was with Black Americans, and some Black Americans that support Trump were threatening to go and start killing people.
Black Americans, listen to how ludicrous this sounds. A bunch of a bunch of Black Americans, you could see their faces, you could see their movement, you could see they were on camera, right?
No.
So you just magically knew that the person's picture that you were looking at based on his chat had to be a Black American that was so mad that Trump almost got whatever, and he decided he was going to start taking people's lives on behalf of Donald Trump.
The room was mostly of Black Americans.
How did you know that? You said you were on the chat. You were on the chat room.
Accent was like that of Black American. I don't know what you want me to say.
Is telling you something.
I'm telling you a lived experience. I've watched even white supremacists talk about how they want to break up the country because of the. You keep thinking it's a joke. These people are not joking. They already tried it on
Black people in this country.
They're not playing around.
Black people in this
keep
country
taking it as a joke now.
Decided that they were so upset that Donald Trump was going to get knocked off, and white people might become a minority, and they decided to take it upon themselves to ensure that Big Daddy white man continues as the majority in this country. This is what you're telling us.
That is exactly what any people would do. That is what why
wait.
Anybody
Black
would
people,
do that.
Black people, listen again to what you're saying. Black people are willing to pick up arms to ensure that white people
why it doesn't become minority
in this country.
You don't know that some MAGA people are so brainwashed that they see his struggle as their own because they don't believe. You know, a lot of Black people believe that the immigrants are a problem to them too. They see it the same way.
You know what?
Why do you think a lot of Black men are supporting Trump? Most of them believe that the immigrants are also a problem to the Black community because they are outnumbering Black people and they are taking Black people's jobs. Yeah. They believe that. It's a fact. You know that. It's not a pretense. And you have to face
the
this.
Black men you are talking about that are supporting Donald Trump, those are the ones that doesn't have probably proper educations, those ones that only listen to music, they don't get good information, they don't listen to good news. People who stay on Fox News and conspiracy theories websites.
They are awful.
The same way you are very much informed that you voted for Buhari 2015 that's breaking Nigerian cities chaos.
I think the ones that
kept to call him black.
Amber Rose is not informed.
The black people that support Trump, they tend to be actually quite educated, quite. They tend to be businessmen. They generally are people that want
is not
cheap
informed.
taxes and stuff like that. So they are businessmen. All the ones I know online, they tend to be people that have already made money.
Forefathers, I'm still trying to wrap my.
I don't really understand where you're going.
Yeah, I'm still trying to wrap my head around
I'm trying to say that many of the people that support Democrats, they like to think that Democrats are some kind of great moral party that they mean well. But it's not as clear cut as you are making it sound. If I was allowed to read some of the stuff I was going to read, it's quite devastating. Some of the stuff they have done. And it's real. These things, people that their eyes have opened, you wonder why they feel so strongly about Trump. Even if he says all those horrible things, none of them will tell you that they like all those things that he said.
Black
they're willing to vote for him anyway.
Black people in America was willing to.
What does that tell you about Democrats that they are willing to vote for Trump?
Forefathers, I don't know why you are making this conversation about. I've been trying to run away from it about Democrats and Republicans.
Yeah, Republicans.
I'm not a Democrat.
Neither.
And I'm not a Republican.
Then why are you just supporting Democrats? That you've been arguing on behalf of
so
Democrats.
many Republicans are supporting Kamala Harris.
No, we're not talking about individuals. We're talking about the parties now.
Listen, more than 90% of Trump appointees that work with him in his first term, they're all Republicans. They're supporting Kamala Harris. The former vice president under George Bush, Jess Cheney, is supporting Kamala Harris. That I'm supporting Kamala Harris does not make me.
Is also supporting
Democrats. Democrats supporting
doesn't make me a Democrat.
How many Democrats are supporting Donald Trump? How many?
I'm coming. No. There are so many. I'm coming. Hello. There are also Democrats supporting Trump.
Yeah.
How many?
That's why. No, forget about the number. That's why I don't want to make this conversation about Republican.
How many of them? What are their names?
Oh my God! Can I talk?
What are their names?
I don't want to make it about Republican or Democrat.
Well, what are their names? Mention 10 significant Republicans that is going to.
Are they look like somebody that just left Adekunle? You so about American.
I'll mention 200.
No man, they put Nigeria for problem.
Supporting
Buhari people.
And you supported Buhari, Ade?
Allow me to talk.
With your full chest of
When they are Koro, I vote Buhari. I make Nigeria the suffer so.
If this thing is conversation, about Republican,
majority of the people that even supported Buhari, they didn't even stay 8 years under Buhari's regime. They just went, hey, vote Buhari, and they ran away.
No. The support I'm talking about is the online support. I didn't tell you that I voted for him.
Okay, thank God. You have been forgiven.
If you guys can allow,
if the conversation is about Republican and Democrat, I don't think I will really participate in the conversation a lot because I don't want to defend either of the party against the other one. You understand?
Yeah.
Because historically, all of them have their own issues.
They're both garbage,
both of them are crazy. Both of them are crazy.
In terms of core ideology of the two parties, as an independent, most of my values aligns more with the Republican Party than with Democratic Party. That's the truth. But what I'm saying is that having witnessed Trump's first tenure, that given the choice I have presently, that I cannot in good conscience vote for Trump. I'm not saying he's not going to win.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that.
Can you share your experience?
I'm not saying that
actually happened.
I'm not saying that if he becomes president, that my life is going to end. No. But I said I cannot in good conscience. Because he doesn't he doesn't check those boxes that I believe that a president
should be
of the country that I have a stake in should be. Or that I can point my children and say, this is your president. I want you to be like him. You understand?
Yeah.
I cannot.
Same thing, man.
I'm not saying that Kamala checked 100% of the boxes too, but relatively, I'd rather have her the next 4 years than Trump.
You would do that because you are not looking at it as an existential threat. Trump's behavior as an this thing. Because if you think you are facing this thing existential threat, and you think that Trump is going to give you that, you will not even look Kamala Harris
I've
twice.
answered that question to you before. I said that I understand.
Mm.
I understand why they feel the way they feel. Would I claim ignorance? I say I understand.
Oh, I agree. Thank you. You did say that, to be fair.
I understand
If not now,
why they
can
feel
you
like
tell
that.
us your experience when Trump was in power?
Next time, let's allow KJ to chime in. I think he's been probably listening to all the, because he's invested in this idea.
He has a lion in the fight, not just a dog.
Grizzly bear.
I'd like to thank every single one of you for your contributions, and they are well appreciated. I also want to thank a brother who is called Ayo. Is it Ayo for real or AY for real? Who think I'm a propagandist. I don't know who he is, but he has his views are his views. I cannot debate, I cannot contest it, but I know who I am, and that is what matters. I've listened to every single one of you, and like I said, I'm just someone who is interested in politics, and I do my independent analysis. Yes, I may have some biases towards a direction. As a Christian, I will definitely stand with the values that I profess, which has made me who I am today. So if I'm going into a contest, I will first look from that point of view before digressing to any other thing. However, I'm going to look at both candidates as I would if I was, going to go into an interview with each of them. You see, they sometimes were a bit too emotional, because the presidency of a country is not a yardstick for measuring who you should point your children to take manners from. I don't know who we want to say, I want Tudor of Canada to be my child's role model. Of what? How does it come? How does that mean? I mean, because if you look at their political antecedents, you find something that you don't want to identify with. I don't know who will say in Nigeria you want all our past presidents. This is Babangida. Who are you going to say you want him to be the role model of your child? Then to talk about the United States, where even the person that we think was going to make Africa better and make the world safer didn't do that. So what am I trying to say in essence? I'm saying that just like
I'm wondering.
Sorry?
I was wondering what you're trying to say, sir.
What I'm trying to say in essence is that some of us are looking at it from the point that we are going to elect a pope as the president of America. No, they have never been one. Even the best of the American presidents have not been without a lot of scandals. And so looking at it and saying, oh, Trump is not going to be. What about the other? You see, one of the things I found out in this election is that the Republicans have deliberately kept away from private records of Madame. Because if they've gone to the private record of Madame, who will say they are misogynists. Okay? But they've left it alone. Let the media people or those who are interested in research and find out a record for themselves. As for Donald Trump has always been a showman. It's not like me who have worked in the media, and then you come and put me before camera and you think you are going to make the camera be afraid of the camera. No, it's a forte that I already have. I've developed that ability to be able to stand before the camera and think on my feet. Now, if at the beginning of this race we had those advisors of Madame didn't think it was better for them to hide her, I have taken her to train her on how to confront journalists and be able to think on her feet, okay, who have less challenges facing the press. But they took a rather, a system that think worked before and probably work again, which is hide her until the last moment and bring her out. Okay? That didn't work because even the media, the friendly media they were hoping we hold them back and not ask for her to come forward, lost it somewhere because the time was too long. So they had to bring her to play. And when they bring her to play, it became a problem, meeting with the media houses that are not on the side of the Democrats. The other man, on the other hand, is a vast man before the camera, and he's able to handle the questions that you put to him. Whether you like his answers or not, he's able to answer them the way he wants to answer them. So it makes it a bit difficult when you want to defend her and say, oh, but this person is, is better than this other person. And I would even say that because if I was to be interviewing people for an appointment in my company and the two of them come forward, I'd rather, choose the man because I can see what I've been able to do with his company. And so he can replicate that in my own company. But
Wow.
if we are saying that you present the two resumes and you say that for argument purpose that you want to choose the lady, let us go back to California and look at what she left behind. Have you seen any video of black people talking about her record there? If any of you, if we're being fair, let's be fair to the point of, looking at those records. And if you look at those records and are still satisfied that she has done great for the black community, then we can go ahead with it.
She was a prosecutor, not a governor.
Sorry, sir?
She was a prosecutor. Of course, people praise her actions.
Yeah, prosecutors, don't they have a role? They have a role.
Yeah,
Did
but
she
people did
discharge her
praise her.
oath of office or not? That's the question. That should be the question.
You see, that's the problem. We have taken this guy's record. You see, listen, this is my biggest challenge analyzing American politics. You can accept the fault of the other person or cover the other person's up, but you cannot accept this person's own. When it's the Republican, is evil. Is this?
But what you're saying, KJ, is exactly because you started off by saying they didn't touch Kamala's records because they didn't want to be labeled misogynist. And what I wanted to ask you was, are you sure it was because they did not want to be labeled misogynist, or they knew that poking into their personal lives would be a hornet's nest they didn't want to disturb, and Trump would get swallowed, and I don't want to use the word, in the booby trap that they would have set for themselves?
I speak the truth. I like your name because 2 days ago I read in the Bible and I saw Paul talking about it, and the first thing that Paul said was, "I speak the truth," and I remembered you. I said, "Oh wow, maybe this is why this guy took this name from." Well, I speak the truth. The truth of the matter is this, okay? One side has all the media power, the other side don't. I can say that as a media person, and people
Which
have.
side? Which side is one side?
I beg to ask, my dear. Which side?
Please label these things accurately, my brother. Otherwise, we don't understand what you're saying. You're just speaking in the wind.
Relax now, Jagu.
I don't mean to be rude, but I'm listening to you and I'm not catching you.
Now, majority of the media in America is under the Democratic Party control. And that is why when you see, now I earlier here, I explained how you can see if a news item has been distributed across board. The same language is used in all of his presentation. He says, for instance, I'll give an example. This person cannot be accused of this because this is what the person did. All the media stations will have that as talking point. All of them will run it for talking point, and that may continue for another 3-4 days. That is not news. If you hear that kind of thing, no matter how much you love the station, go beyond that station to another place and get your source of news. And then you probably be able to juxtapose two of them to see where the truth is coming from. Now, let me cut all that out to say, look, I like Kamala Harris a lot. Why? Because she's just cool. I mean, she's just a free spirit. It is good.
You don't like her. Don't tell me you like her. You don't like
No,
her.
let him talk.
Just continue with what you are saying.
They talk since I listen to you. Maybe fight. I have no dog in the fight. I know they even vote.
Oh, nah, you have a dog in the fight.
Nah, you've spoiled the whole thing, KJ.
Listen, I have no dog in the fight, my brother. No, deceive yourself. I'm not going to commit crime because I want to support somebody. No, if the vote is left to me, they will have no vote. So, but all I'm saying is simple. This I'm just analyzing as an outsider what I see. Okay, somebody was saying here, if you want to call a Democrat that is with Trump, what about you? Forgot that what's her name? Tulsi Gabbard. Tulsi Gabbard is there. She's a colonel in the army. She's with Trump. Okay, you forget the Lieberman. Lieberman is a House member in Pennsylvania. Even the senator in Pennsylvania this evening had a news saying this is what are messing up, and Trump is going to win Pennsylvania. It's on the news. So sometimes when you say these things, I wonder where you're getting your own news from. But it's okay because we all don't know how to search all this news. I have time to do it, and I can do it. If you want, I can send you the link. So you can look at it yourself. Thank you. That's just
Thank
my
you. Thank you.
small understanding.
Yeah, this topic, I think we've had a lot of discussion about this, and it has gone in various directions. So I think we can move on from this to something different. We have options of discussions to go with. I did suggest a few earlier on, so let's go through them again. I think somebody did vote the UN discussion, whether the UN is useless now, given everything that is going on in the world. They keep passing resolutions, and nobody seems to care. They keep indicting people, nobody seems to care. They keep issuing arrest warrant, nobody seems to care. And so, is it irrelevant? Because the last time a world organization failed, we had the Second World War. Because after the First World War, the League of Nations was created, and it failed just before the Second World War, and this is where we are. Is it that what we are seeing now, is it signs of the failure of the current world order? And is it something that we should fight to keep, or we should have it thrown out because it hasn't served Africa well anyway? But the question is, if we throw it out, are we ready to go through the trouble that it would take to reestablish a new world order? Because often it is very, very dramatic, and it can be quite catastrophic. So,
what do you mean? African countries should pull out of the United Nations?
they wouldn't have a choice because they are not the short callers on this one. If the West,
No, I'm saying, is that your question?
Whether they should pull out, no, whether they should support the failure of the United Nations, or whether they should want to preserve it. Because if you want to preserve it, it means that you are kind of hedging your bets that its survival still means an element of order in the world. But if you take away the element of order in the world, then any war that is going on,
What do you mean by whether they should work towards its failure?
Sustaining it. In terms of, like, so that it doesn't fail, they should be kind of supporting the survival of the UN and fight for it to survive. Or they should say, you know what, I don't care, let it fail and let the new world order come. We'll survive it and will probably be better for us. Then if they are creating a new form of Security Council, or maybe they don't even have it, the new order will come. But before it comes, the powers will have to realign themselves, and there will probably be conflict.
I don't understand. Is there anything going on presently? Is there like any movement calling for the dissolution of the United Nations?
The US, this Israel doesn't care for the United Nations. They don't like it at all.
No, I understand, but is anybody like this?
I think there have been a few neocons that have called that the United Nations is irrelevant. They don't need it.
So no group of countries are actively calling for it to be disintegrated?
Not particularly. The question is, they don't have to call for it to be disintegrated like the League of Nations. No one said it should be disintegrated. They just made it irrelevant. And then the whole world order failed, and they had to replace it. The UN that you have now is a remnant of the League of Nations. They had to replace it and restructure it with 5 Security Council members and all the rest of the things that you have till today. Now, you can see that it has completely broken down. There's barely anything that, even when Security Council people vote for something, America will just say it's non-binding. It's like, what is the point of voting for something when all the people with veto supported it, and you say it's non-binding? That is an issue, because that's the same kind of resolution that led to the second Gulf War, if I'm not mistaken. The first one, the first Gulf War, because the world was behind, trying to stop Saddam Hussein from invading this in Kuwait.
What are the other choices, my brother?
The choice is we allow the new world.
What are the other choices of things to talk about? Because this may not carry.
Okay.
Because the question is all over the place.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. It may be too much. Okay, good. So let me put the other one. The other one is do our culture, does our culture allow us to plan for the future in terms of recognizing that we are basically passengers. We are going to come, we're going to go, and we have to lay solid foundation so that the next generation will come on to do better than we have done. And in other words, if I put it more in a more harsh way, I would say, does our culture avoid the aspect of debt in planning for the future? We seem to think we are going to live forever. We don't plan for the future strongly enough, and even if we do, it's just for our children. We don't think what comes after our children. Societally, we don't do that, and individually, we don't do that. We do that
So
for our children,
basically,
not for the children
like
that
wills.
children. Wills, policies, development plan that transcends generations. You see, that is the thing. If you don't have development plan that transcends generations, the next one that will come into office will disrupt it. There has to be some consensus that transcends a generation or two, and you don't seem to get that within our culture. So it's something that we could explore. Is it something that we are interested in discussing? Another topic is how do you convince Nigerians to act and demand security and sovereignty from their leaders? If you look at the way our leaders are resting in London now, how do we talk to our fellow Nigerians so that they can understand that this behavior should be completely rejected? That is dangerous for us. Shetima is not in Nigeria. Tinubu was not in Nigeria, and the two other presidents were all in practically one city in the UK.
Who
And
obeys rules in Nigeria?
Who obeys rules in Nigeria? Maybe that's the topic of the conversation too. So then there is also the being does. I don't necessarily like this kind of conversation. And this kind of conversation is kind of stuff that Nigerians love. Let me put it this way. He said, does being part of a majority group in Nigeria affect our way of thinking about thinking strategically? That does it blind us to understanding that there are bigger things in the world? Because what I have found is when we're having some conversations about Nigeria, what you tend to find is that people that are from the other groups tend to be more likely to engage in issues that affect the world. But while the ones that are from the majority group want to table it for, let's fight amongst ourselves. Let's, with this competition, it's not going to end, you see. So does it affect us in our ability to project and think about the bigger picture, because we are busy trying to compete amongst ourselves? So that is a conversation that I think we could have. It's not my favorite because it tends to highlight, we start talking about,
Before further, can I just take a swing because I want to go and sleep. And
okay.
I want to take a swing at the last one. For someone like me who has lived in the North almost all my life, and or rather for many years, I think that it is not really true, or rather we don't look at issues and reduce it to just within us. Because if you see the worldview of Nigerians, majority of the tribes in Nigeria, we see the world as our playground. We don't necessarily look at England or the Americas or Europe or even Asia as anything not within our reach. If, as a matter of fact, we always want to go to see the South Pole to be sure that it is really the South Pole, as they said, whether it got to a place where the heaven touched the earth. So because of that worldview, it is difficult to say that Nigerians reduce issues to just local issues. Rather, the system that we have found ourselves most of the time limits our understanding, because the Nigerian naturally is not afraid to mix. It's not afraid to impact, or rather to come into a collusion, or now in this collusion in the sense that go into a locality and take over, or even assert himself, or even make an impact. That's what I mean. So that is why when you go to most countries in the world, you find a Nigerian there, and sometimes it is a place that you wouldn't have ever wondered there'll be someone from your country there, but they are there. So if that be the case, it means that our limitation as Nigerians is only because we have not been given that governmental authority, backing from our own country that seem to be putting us down all the time. I give you a very clear example. The people who are trapped in Libya, who have been crying out for help, they will not cry out for help as, okay, this is na Igbo group, this is na Yoruba group, this is na Hausa group. All of them were saying in one location and crying that Nigeria should come to their aid because the country had reduced them to slaves. And so you find out that again they have been put to a position where they cannot do anything. But you find an American who broke the law, crossed over to Russia, okay, and is being caught. And what the first thing you hear from the government is you cannot do him any harm. The second thing you hear is they are negotiating to find how they can get him home. And they will go to every length to make sure that you do not do him harm. Even if you decide to imprison him, you cannot maltreat him. Now, in our own situation, the diaspora affairs will first tell you that is why you should live in the law, within the law of the country you are in. We have been telling you people this thing. You have not even heard from your own country people how they got to where they got. You're already shouting and saying, you see, you say Nigeria is not good, Nigeria is not good. You've gone to that place now, you won't live within the law. How do you even know that they have gone against the law of the nation in which they are in? You have not even heard from them. So because of that, now the country housing them, the country putting them in that, that jeopardy, will now be more strengthened to deal with them. And because they're not out of it, nothing will come out of it. But you cannot get an American or a British citizen and
but the question was about, is the major groups in Nigeria?
That's what I'm saying.
Are they the problem causing
answer that question rightly. The majority group in Nigeria is not the problem. And they are not thinking Nigeria. They are thinking global. That's what I'm saying.
Or they are thinking their group in Nigeria?
No. They are not thinking their group in Nigeria. They are thinking global. Whether you call it Yoruba, whether you call it Hausa, whether you call it Igbos, once they are thinking global, everybody wants to have a niche in another outside of Nigeria. They're not thinking Nigeria. If not, you won't have them in all these places. We are always thinking, where is the next territory to show our Nigerianness? And so I don't see us necessarily looking at individuals, but listen to what I said. I said our minds are bent by the authorities we find ourselves under in Nigeria. It's called mind bending. They make you believe that you should not exist after the small cocoon in which you are in. And they make you believe that, in fact, outside of Nigeria, you probably not be able to be anything. I remember when we were growing up, somebody once said, I think, that a crocodile, a lizard in Nigeria cannot become a crocodile in London. Those are the things they try to put in your head. And so you see that when you go out, you are thinking to yourself, oh, since I'm a lizard in Nigeria, why am I becoming crocodile in London? So if we have a country where the people understand the energy and the ability of his people, what you say is go and conquer. What you say is find a way to empower your people so that they will be citizens not only in those countries, but they will bring something back to your own country. But we have people.
Okay, though. Okay, I hear what you are saying, but I want to redirect it to when we are discussing Nigerian issues, instead of us to discuss it from the point of view of fixing the problem as a whole, generally, what you tend to observe is that the groups tend to want to air their opinion based on where they belong in the group. Like if you look at one man now, that they are tilted towards a certain listing, this channel is tilted towards a certain thing. But if you look at Niger Watch, he is tilted towards specific different narrative. And even on this panel, like sometimes when the people I encounter, I tend to have a certain pattern of statements from them. Like if you look at the views of AY, John Abba, some of all these people, because they are not from the largest groups, their views tend to be more aligned. They tend to be the type, I would say, you don't have to, tribalism is not, you shouldn't do tribalism in Nigeria. They tend to be the ones to say that. But the ones from the major group, I even remember Tope, when she was on the panel, she said, yes, because you are not from the majority group. That's why you think like that. I said, then I thought the opposite. I said, then because you are from the major group, hence why you don't think fully, in terms of the interest of Nigeria into account, because you are thinking about how you are going to compete with the next.
Can I ask us a question? Can I ask us a question?
Yeah.
That's include you, forefather, and every other person here. Let's be sincere in answering this question. If you enter a hall filled with all kinds of people, white people especially, and you see 3-4 black people, and there are chairs around where the 3-4 black people are empty, and there are chairs also between the white people empty, who are you likely to go sit down with? Which group are you likely to go and sit with?
The black people.
No.
It's relative. It's relative. It depends on how you think and your perception.
No,
yes,
sir.
most times, like man, most man has
Jefferson. Now lie. See, we're all tribal. First and foremost, we're tribal. Don't deceive yourself.
I mean,
if you really search within yourself, this one now all of us they're black will be Nigerians are talking. So let's be factual. Let's be frank with each other. If you enter a room, me talking to you, I didn't ever think that I am in that direction until I started marking myself. I started marking myself to see, and I discovered that if I get into a room, I'm not tribalistic. I'm not racial in any way. I don't even have that because I didn't face whatever they faced. But I found that not because I'm being racial, that if I get into a hall and I see 3-4 chairs by a black guy, and I see 1, 2, 3 chairs by a white guy, I'm likely most time going to sit with the black people. Even among animals, even among the animals in the forest, they all go in their groups.
Okay, I hear that point, but how does that relate to like somebody like from Edo compared to somebody like from the
So that's
southeast?
what I'm telling you. That now, bringing it back home, most times when we converge, most of the time, because the government have put it in our head. It's not. Let me tell you, when I was growing, like I said, I grew up in the north, and my family was one of the first Igbo tribes that were in the north after the Civil War. My dad left immediately after the Civil War, and we all found ourselves, I mean, in Benue. Now, in my class, I was the only one who was Igbo, but nobody ever spoke to me because I didn't even know the difference anyway. So we were all mixing together. Now, this one that introduced religion into Nigeria, I had a friend called Sariki. We all go to their houses. We sleep out in the houses. We go into even though they're Bashiga, we all enter everywhere, sleep, make noise. He was following us to come and do drama because, the houses, the Muslims don't do drama, but he was following us to do drama. So what am I trying to say? Those divisions were not there at that time. It wasn't played up so much that it became a problem. But as time went on, politicians realized that that's the only way they can hold on to power. So they started infusing it into our politics. They started making sure that when they go loose with their friends, they come back and cry. It's because I'm Igbo. You saw what when Ozu played that card in the National Assembly when he was crying. The only reason why they didn't give me this is because and the Igbos told him to go to hell. Go to hell.
Yeah, but
if I have the opportunity,
okay,
if I have the opportunity, I will tell him to go to hell because he's not. Look, all of them might be stealing, right?
Edo man
But if you
loses
the other guy
why
that is
don't
there,
they
that
say
black
the
guy.
similar stuff? At least we don't. Do we not hear the Edo people or the Rivers people and the Kanuri people when they lose election? Do we hear from them too? Because it's almost as if the major groups are the ones that complain about these things. But
No,
while
we
the other
hear from everybody. Forefather, except to know we follow Nigerian politics. All of them play the racial card, the tribal card. All of them play it to the last person. They all play it. Okay.
but then why is it that when we are on this panel, like everywhere you go, you tend to see a pattern where the ones from the major groups when you're talking about Nigerian issues, or even talking about things that are a little bit out of Nigeria, whatever view they have is tied to their their tribe, more than looking at Nigeria as a whole. This is why sometimes even
I don't think you're being accurate, bro. Because if you're going to say that, wait, please. If you're going to say that, you're going to have to mention names. Because when I listen to everybody, I don't think they're necessarily coming from an ethnic point of view. There are one or two that are explicitly ethnic. But largely, I don't see what you're seeing.
Okay,
I really don't.
Let me give an example. How many people have come here and say we want a donation? How many people have come here and say we want Bielsa Nation or Kanuri Nation?
How many people on here, apart from the only person on this platform who speaks about the Yoruba Nation, is that guy, the pharmacist? I forgot his name. Olumide. He's the only one. The only one.
There was one other
no,
person.
Man, there's no one else. The only person who speaks on a tribal basis from the east, largely, is Pansat. He's the only one.
Emilogun does. Dele Ogun does.
Dele Ogun?
Yeah, Dr. Dele Ogun that came here.
He's not on the panel, bro.
Yeah, he's not on the panel. But my point is that whenever you hear people that do talk like that, tends to be. I don't think that is even an issue to say you want a donation.
You know, the thing is, if the country, let's say for argument's sake, that the country was to break up, you know, as you say, if Biafra went its way and Oduduwa went its way, there's no country left, to be frank. There is no country left. You understand? It will be wise of the North to consume the rest. But that's not in the North's mind. That's really not in their mind. So they're not going to agitate that way. You know, we can't speak for the point of just having a new subject to speak about. We need to speak about things accurately. And the only reason why there's such agitation, and it came from the East in the first place, is because they felt seriously hard done by after the war. They felt seriously hard done by. Sorry, before the war and after the war.
Yes.
But with that, there was Biafra. Now, the Oduduwa one is that Yorubas, I'll tell you this for free. We have been, after the First Republic, largely we have been suffering from a lot of poverty. Now, Lagos apart, there's a whole swathe of Yorubas that largely they live a poor existence. Wherever they are in the world, they live a poor, hard-working existence. There are obviously one or two individuals, but as a group, we live a poor, hard-working existence. And with that, a lot of people have thought, you know what, I've had enough of this Nigeria thing. I want to get the hell out. That's all it is. It's not so deep. I think sometimes we misconstrue this tribal effect. As I said to you all the time, bro, if you want to call me a tribalist, it's up to you. But I'm just a proud Yoruba. But I want to be a prouder Nigeria, is what I want. And it's very difficult for me to achieve either, to be frank, because Yorubas get me ill, the way we behave a lot of the time. Also, I think somebody said it's subjective, and KJ rightly said it's part of us. You know, in the UK here, we have patches where there are strongly ethnic regions. Pakistani, Indian, Jamaican, Bengali, Niger. We all reach our own area. But then there are those of us who are affluent enough and we go on our own. We don't even mix with the crowd. We don't do that. This is how people grow. You're bringing it as though it's an issue and a problem. It's not. It's not an issue.
I don't know why it's an issue. It's just that where it becomes an issue is that when we are busy trying to compete amongst ourselves, we lose the bigger picture. Because like you can see, let's say sometimes Pansak will come here and it will just be making it about Fulani. Why someone like KJ will come here, will be talking about Nigeria. Someone like Azon will come here. We'll be talking about Nigeria. John Abba will come here. We'll be talking about Nigeria. But you see what I mean? And if you go to let's say a woman, somebody, you will see them. They will come. We'll be talking about Yoruba stuff, and they will be blaming the Southeasterners for this. It's like, why are you so focused on those things?
I
The
think
problem is national issue.
no. What I think is that there is relevance to ethnicity in that country, largely because it hasn't been sorted out. It's never been sorted out. It's never been taken seriously.
Very true.
They had their issue. They came from the war. No victor, no vanquish. We are going to resettle you. It's never been on the table. We haven't addressed their scenario or situation.
Exactly.
Made it make sense that we are going to now give some level of deference to the East and make sure that these people who are strong, who are industrious, who are hardworking, have what they need to get on with their lives. It's a big problem. You see, when you have big groups saying serious things and they're not being listened to, then there becomes agitation. And that's how it should be seen, not as tribalism.
Very true, Jago. Let me
You are doing exactly what I'm talking about again. Let me say why you are doing exactly what I'm talking about again.
Hold on.
Okay.
When Buhari was in government, after the Boko Haram ravaged the Northeast, he gave a presidential order that every NGO working in Nigeria should move to the Northeast. They established the Northeast Development Commission, which the federal government allocated a lot of money for the rehabilitation and of that Northeast. In fact, then in Nigeria, if you wanted to make money, all you need to do is go to Meduguri. There are some houses that were rented. The landlords were paid 10 years ahead, rentage for their houses. And everywhere they were scrambling for accommodation in the Northeast because all the NGOs, go check it out. They left Abuja. Majority of them had their headquarters in Meduguri. Now, if you could do that for ordinary Boko Haram, you didn't do that for a particular people that are even more larger and have more stake for the country. So what I'm simply saying that, just like Jago have said, these things have been there and they refuse to address it. And that's going to be the bane of the issues in Nigeria. I tell you the truth. It's not only with Igbos. If you go to Benue, like I keep saying, the Edomas are also marginalized. They have Agatus in Agatus. There are Nupe. What do you call them now? Jukums in Benue State. They're not taken care of. There are other people there. There are even smaller tribes you don't know that have not been given any
forgotten about.
So if we are serious as a nation, we should sit down and look at those people who governance have not reached, whether they're in the north or in the south, and handle these things amicably. I was just before I came on to this place, I was watching the breakdown of people who are forecasting what's going to happen, in the election. Nevada had 6 votes, 6 electoral, whatever they call it. All right, but it is contested for. It's a small locality. It's a small state, but with only 6 votes. But all the presidential candidates are going there. And you see, because of the way they have arranged it, you cannot say, okay, let me just concentrate on California, Texas, New York, and the rest. No, everybody is going. Even the smallest people with the smallest 4, electoral this are being contested for, and they matter to the national development of America. When we will sit down and say, you know what, even though the Angas are very small, even though the Nupes are very small, we should find a way to accommodate them in the development. When will that happen? If we are seriously building a nation, let us even leave the 3 major tribes. When will they be able to look at those minority places and bring them to the major play? If you are serious, if you think you are building a nation that will outlast you and and even the next generations, instead of simply playing to the gallery. Okay, instead of simply playing, and that is why many people are saying, okay, let's want out. Since we cannot sit down and let me put this question, that'll be last, and I'll leave. You know, forefather, why is it difficult for black men to have serious conversation? Why is it difficult for us to sit within the table and have a serious conversation without getting annoyed and fighting each other and blaming? Why can't we sit down and have a? Because I see it everywhere. I see it everywhere. Yesterday night, 2 days ago, the Democrats and the Republicans met in a gathering that the Catholics had organized to raise funds. Chuck Schumer, who I'm sure hates Trump very well, was sitting by Trump's right, and they were cracking jokes. They played jokes on the Republicans. They played joke on the Democrats. Everybody laughed. They all ate and left. Why can't we do that? Why is our own always boozer? Why?
Apart from that, forefather,
tell me. We give ourselves, at the end of the day, the elite will just sit down by the side and they'll just laugh it off. Have to say we are being played again. So that's why I always have to go beyond.
Tell me what was wrong with what I said, or forefather, why you said that.
Yeah, what I said was that based on the area of conversation, thank you for coming in, KJ. Based on the area of conversation where we're saying that the majority groups tend to make things about themselves somehow, and the others seem to be like, you know, if you put the others together, they probably make a majority. They are the largest group in the country. What you did then was to go on to make another point about another big group again. But in reality, the South.
No, I only made that as an example. KJ broke it down further. You know,
but that's my point. That's the point I'm making. We don't tend to talk about Nigeria as a whole, but we talk about one group or the other. Like that is all Nigeria is. If that was KAY that was saying his nuances would be different. His nuances would be like for Nigeria, it would be like saying Nigeria has issues. We may need to.
Do you think that this could be about confidence of numbers or confidence in itself?
I think it's more about it's almost like feeling you are superior, you are the people that matter in the nation. I think there's an element of that. And
I think you're listening to Pansat too much.
Yeah, Pansat is there. There's other groups. It's not only
no, because Pansat he says things like all you small groups are not even up to 5,000 or whatever, and we are bigger than you, and we can come and Pansat is the only one who talks like that.
Yeah, there's
the rest of us don't.
There's Mike Olawole that comes here everywhere. I call him a Yoruba supremacist because he doesn't deny it. That's what he is.
That Mike brother is an idiot. I know who you're talking about.
Yes. So he too is like that. There are quite a lot of them. You see that, and when you are discussing, these people can be very intelligent, but at first they will not get off. They will refuse to get off that tribal DC to actually address the national issues. And this is the thing. And when you say we should have a conversation, I see the people that have been having conversations since 1960 are not Nigerians. Let
me put this to you, brother. You know, the people of Edo, Benin, they have over the last 25 years or so, they have been busy rewriting history because they want to make a difference between themselves and the Yoruba. They refuse to acknowledge that Benin in itself is a creation of the Yoruba. They don't like that being said. So they want to separate themselves and they bring up their pride. So the issues of our complexity and our pride is what is at stake. It is not just the big groups that have this pride and sense of whatever. You understand? Every other group has it.
Well, why would you say the Benin is a creation of Yoruba? If anything,
because it is. Because it is
more available.
My brother, the thing is, I've read the history since I was 5 years old. I've had streams and streams of books reading the history. I have my parents, where I live, where I come from in Nigeria is right next to those states. I know those states like the back of my hand. Edo and Delta State, I know them like the back of my hand. They're right next door. You understand? I'll go in and out as I please. And I know these people. I know who they are. You can't have Benin without Yoruba. You cannot.
Or
Because
the other way
before,
around.
wait. Before it was Benin, what was it called? Do you even know?
Igodo Migodo or something like that.
Okay, then. So why is that name gone and Benin is new? And that name Benin is a Yoruba name. Tell me something.
Igodo Migodo is Yoruba word now.
No, Igodo. That's not Yoruba. Benin. Nah, Yoruba be that. You tell me now.
It's I don't know whether it's your this in is your Yoruba language. I don't know what Benin stands for.
I'll tell you what it means. I can tell you what it means.
But it could have a different meaning in Benin language.
If the only meaning it would have in Benin language is the one that they made up, but it's not the true meaning.
That you got it from them.
It's not. It's if you are somebody who looks at the art of that western region of Nigeria, you can see clearly the difference between the Yoruba art and the Benin art. And you can see the difference in sophistication, and you can see the originators, and you can see the copiers. You can see it clearly.
But are you saying that the Yoruba art is superior to that of the Benin?
I'm saying that categorically.
Okay, let's have a look.
I'm saying that categorically, and I don't care what anyone else wants to say. I know this because I've been studying it, and I've been studying it based on myself. You understand? I know what it is, and I know I know when these writings came in. It was in the late 80s that the Edo people began rewriting everything and took it rubbish, just because of this sense of pride.
Wow, that is quite a statement to say. It's
not wow. It's the fact. It's the facts.
I don't know what is facts. This
do you know horses that came in to Nigeria initially through Hausa and Fulani? The second people to have a cavalry was the Yorubas in that whole Nigeria. You understand? The next people that had the horse were the Beninites. And they got that from us. That's how it came. But people don't know none of this history. So what they do is talk rubbish to fill your brain with rubbish.
They are not feeling you are saying those things yourself, because if you look at the Benin people themselves, they don't look like Yorubas.
They do, but they don't. I know
people don't look like Yoruba.
They do, but they don't.
Many people look more like Igbo than even Yoruba people.
I would argue that it's arguable because, as I said, this area is big. When you say Benin, I think you have to say Delta, because that is the true old Benin Empire. In terms of the strength of Benin Empire was within that Bendel arena. And when you look at the Bendel people as a whole, they take on many different looks. Some will look more Eastern, some will look more Western in their approach. You can't strictly say, oh, they look like this. No, you can't. You know, even in their language.
Observing, looking at them, they are Benin people. They tend to have very fair people. You can have very fair people.
There's a lot of fair people in Yoruba land.
Not the same, not at the same
rate.
All
this. That's not
in Nigeria. I'm talking about from being in Nigeria.
So if somebody is fair and if somebody is dark, they can still look alike. It doesn't mean that because you're fair, I can't lok like you.
Yeah,
my brothers and sisters, there are some of them that are fair and some of them that are dark. What are we gonna do?
It just feel for me from observing them, they tend to look okay. Let me see. I'm trying to see what I can just get this.
Next minute, you're going to tell me that the people that wear two skirts.
No, I'm not.
Those people are. That is rubbish.
I'm not into that kind of pseudo stuff. Now you know me. I not did that one. So let me see if I can find correlations in these things so that we can try to make sense of it. So now let me just share this so you see the kind of stuff I'm talking about here. So these are Yorubas in terms of how they show up on Google. It's not scientific, so nobody come for me. There's no reference here. This is not these are Yorubas. And now these are the Edos. and they don't generally tend to have markings. They tend to be generally lighter, and you notice the level of.
I don't follow that. I don't think they're generally lighter. I don't.
Okay.
Yorubas have
you can see them now. You can see how they appear.
Well, all it is, bro, is that we are more. There are more of us than they. So you take on some level of, but you know, because there are so many of us, we will probably have more fairer-skinned people than they do.
And they tend to use beads quite often. Beads
so do
are
we.
specific. Yeah, you use beads, but it's not.
We are the original bead and glass creators, Yorubas.
Beads,
you see, the thing is, I tell you what it is. You know, I feel a lot of discrimination. I beg, let me speak to you without all these pictures.
No, I'm trying to use evidence because I don't want.
Yeah. But I already know this. I don't need it. I don't need it.
No,
honestly.
sorry. Let me share the people to the people first, so that they see the Igbo people and see the similarity between them and the this thing. Look at the Igbo people, and generally,
you know,
see,
I'm not the only one here. There is Jeff is here. We can see them now. They're Igbos now. They will have their own thing to say.
Yeah, of course they are going to add to it. I'm just trying to share it so that they will get all the three evidence, and then they can decide which
it's
one.
Not evidence for me.
Okay, it's unscientific evidence. Let's put it that way. You tend to see more fair people, lighter skin, children, and stuff like that. Let me go to the Yoruba again, and so that we can see whether it is real what I'm saying here. Let's see what I'm saying, whether it is true. These are young people here. You can see, oh, these are not that young actually, but they tend to generally be of darker shades, and they tend not to use as much beads as the other groups. You see what we are talking about here? Not as much. This is one of the highest I've seen. You can see. But
I'm not
on
saying
the
that
Igbo side is heavy, and on
my brother,
my brother.
I'm not saying that there aren't differences between us. You understand? I'm not saying that. I'm saying in terms of influence, the influence of that Midwestern region, where the Benin Empire has come from, that influence is largely Yoruba. The first king of Benin, the first one, it was a Yoruba man. They want to rewrite that and say no, he came from our area. He didn't come from Ilefe. He came from somewhere else. Rubbish. It's just rewriting of history. It's rubbish. It's rubbish. And it's based on pride. And that's what we're suffering from in that stupid country. That's it. There's nothing more to take away.
I think that there is you could argue that given how far back from what it is said that the Yoruba kingdom went versus how the Benin kingdom went, you can argue that maybe there is evidence to that the Benin kingdom was a kind of seeded by the Yoruba kingdom, but the similarities is quite sparse, and they argue. Because you have to allow people.
How is it? Tell me, in terms of you saying the similarities are sparse, in that Nigeria, in the south, where iron smelting has a long history, even as far as the east, we have this history of smelting iron, where the Benin and Ilefe, or your art, and even the Eastern art, which arts are the closest? Which are the closest?
The Eastern art. Let me check. I've not actually bothered to check.
You don't even know. You don't even know the Eastern art. I know it.
Man. I want evidence. I don't want to just.
I'm asking you. I'm asking you a question. You want evidence? We're Nigerians, aren't we? We're supposed to know this stuff. I'm speaking as though I know. You are guessing. You are there guessing. I'm not guessing.
I want. If I give you an answer, I have to be sure of my answer before I start.
I'm saying that you're guessing in comparison to me.
No, you are saying I'm guessing. I'm telling you that I'm confirming.
You're guessing,
so I'm going to
I'm saying that I'm telling you that I know.
I like to speak
I'm telling you I know.
I like to speak with evidence. That's my own.
I speak with evidence, but I know. I've already got my evidence a good 50 years ago.
Good. Yoruba art. Most, from what I gather in Nigeria, the Nok culture were one of the first major cultures we had in Nigeria, and somewhere along the line, the Wokuchu, they call. Okay, let me find out what the Uku this thing art is when it started.
Yeah, look at the Ikenga. Look at the first smelting of Eastern art. Beautiful.
Let's see.
But it's quite different from the Edo and the Yoruba. Quite different. The Edo and the Yoruba are the closest in terms of art, and the Benin got it from the Yoruba. Full stop.
Wow, that is quite a statement to make.
It's not, bro. It's only a statement for those who don't know. But for those who know, understand.
I'm just trying to get.
I want to ask a controversial question. So, the Yoruba culture, how did it start?
The Yoruba culture is old, though. It's very old. You know,
where did it start from?
It didn't. I don't believe that it began in Nigeria. I mean, there are all kinds of fables, and there are some people that say that we have a lot of trans-Sahara nomadic movements as Yoruba people. My belief is that we came from Egypt, Middle East, and traveled down in various waves. Sometimes through Egypt to Sudan and across region. Sometimes across the region through from Yemen. Many of us traveled into Spain with the Moors and came down through there. Many of us stayed in Mali and Songhai Empire before coming to Yoruba land in terms of the waves that took us into that area. Does that help?
Well, we have so many lines of thought, but well, I think just leave it at that.
No,
but,
Brian, if you want to be controversial, I'm here for you, bro. I'm here for you. But you know that I will bury you if you come too silly.
No, it's not about burying me. Your own Oni of Ife agreed that.
No, I'm your brother. I don't mean it rudely. I'm just saying.
I understand. Mm-hmm. But again, the other day, I think the Oni of Ife actually mentioned that the Yoruba culture started from the Igbo culture. Actually, yeah, it did.
That's rubbish. And I don't even believe he said that. And if he did say that, he said that only to placate.
No, he didn't just say that because he wanted. Anyway,
I know that in Lagos.
You see this now. You see what you're showing now. Yeah. You see what you're showing now. This is strict Igbo, where they're smelting. All of this. Yes. I know all these figures. I've seen them live.
Yeah, we have all seen them. But what I'm trying to ascertain is, how does this relate to time in terms of sculpture? Because
they tell you the time of these sculptures are 9th century or 7th century.
13th century. They dated this one for 13th century.
There you go.
After Christ, and let's see what else. Okay, 13th century after Christ. And the one for the Nok culture was BC.
A long time ago.
So the suggestion is that that kingdom, when it fell apart, the technology flowed from the south instead of heading north, and you notice that the artwork started coming towards the south based on that. But let me see if I can find the Benin ones. The Benin ones, you can argue that the Benin ones, this one has some similarities to theirs, but it's different too.
Who's theirs? Who are you talking about?
If you look at this one now, like some of this stuff you see here, the patterns you want to see. Let me see whether the patterns are anything remotely. As you can see, they do have close knit artwork, and the number of artwork the Europeans took from Benin is just like the amount is unbelievable. They took so much from there. I don't know. Maybe they became more advanced at doing it. I don't know, or maybe they were
man. It's not about
a Yoruba head or something. Or this one look more like a Yoruba head to me.
Of course it does. All those ones are the ones that you can see clearly that they're and not only do they look like, but it's the same.
Oh no, this one looks like a Benin one. It looks like it's Benin actually.
That is Benin.
Oh.
But there's a closer relationship between those of Benin and those of the Yoruba. And the Yoruba far older than the Benin.
I don't. Okay, if you say so.
Well, you can look it up, bro. You don't have to take my word for it.
No, I'm gonna pull it up. I'm gonna be pulling one of them, one at a time up and checking them. And the truth is that, okay, let's say for the sake of the argument that some of the Benin Yoruba culture also developed in Benin too. I don't know whether it's the same. Let's say they are the same, even because we copy each other all the time, even in Nigeria today. So let's say they are the same. Does that necessarily mean one seeded the other?
Yes.
It doesn't, though.
It does though. It does though, because that's how it is evolutionary. These things. When you look at art, there's a lot of evolution in art. Picasso, what he was doing before he started his cubism, he came to Africa and he was looking at all the African artistry that was going on, and then he developed his cubism. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
That's how he progressed his art and became world famous.
Let me look at Yoruba art here. This is Yoruba's art.
Look at it very well. See the cleanness. See how clean it is compared.
No, this one looks quite clean. You can't argue with that. It does look clean.
Yeah, bro, you can't argue with it at all because it's there. Look at that. You see, if you see the Europeans speaking about this particular mask, they call it a world classic. What they say is that there's no art like this outside of Egypt, in Africa, and it compares with anything in the East or anything in Europe. And a lot of it is far older. That's what they say.
No, you can see with your own eyes.
It's impossible.
You can see with your own eyes. You can't say that it's not good quality art. And I don't know why they mix them up there. This one is from Igbo Uku, if I'm not mistaken.
No, that's Yoruba terracotta.
That's Yoruba too.
Yes.
The other one. Where is the? I think there was a face mask too. Okay, yeah, this is on the type
that one. Yeah. Now look at that. That's Igbo. That one is Igbo.
It's quite different. Yeah.
It's quite different
that they use, and the materials they use may also be different too. Let's see.
Not only the materials, it's the technique. The technique is different, and the technique of the Benin, it follows the technique of the Yoruba.
Lost wax.
Yes.
Okay, we'll see whether it pops up.
Bro, I'm telling you, I'm a professional, bro.
Yeah. It's clear that you take it seriously. Let me confirm just this part. Let's go.
It's not even what you guys are saying. What I feel wonder to date is the kind of technology, sophisticated artwork in those days.
Yeah.
And when you look at Africa presently, you'll be wondering how come we did this kind of thing so many years back. And from the evidence you see today, nothing suggested that it could have been possible.
That's, my brother, Steph, that's the shame of education. It's the shame of the education. You see, all these things that I know about, I don't know about them from inside Nigeria. I know about them from my father's house in England. My father had a whole heap of books that he shared amongst us, full of these things. I know them. When I went back to Nigeria, they don't even know what I know about what's in the land right next to them. They don't know. It's the education that leads us to say what you just said.
What do you mean?
No, I'm saying the lack of the way we educate ourselves in our country. We don't educate ourselves to the pride of the nation.
The dates we are looking at here,
and I believe there are so many. Apart from this artwork,
the dates we are here seems to be similar to that of the Benin too.
This artwork we're able to see
18th century or so.
But Jagu, do you think that
7th century and 9th century?
No, that is the kingdom. This thing, the people that are there, archaic. And then sorry. If not now, we're just trying to clear this thing so that we know about the arts part, because the arts.
Pick up that one. You see that one underneath? Just have a look at it. Yeah, have a look at that one.
Yeah.
See that? That's complete beauty, bruv. You can't compare.
What do you mean compare? It's not
You
about.
cannot compare the technique in this art than the ones in Benin. This one is far superior.
This one is 14th century. It's in
That,
art.
that one is
14th or 15th century. That's what they put it. 14th or 15th century. So I can check the Benin one too now and see maybe whether they date them on their own, because sometimes these things they don't always date them properly.
That's right. They don't date them properly.
Let's see whether they will date them.
But you see this one that you're looking now. Bring that on.
Which one?
That is a queen from Benin, and that is the closest thing to the Yoruba level. This to me is their most sophisticated height within that art. You understand? When you look at the other ones, you can see how they cut the shapes of the face differently. You understand? This one is Benin. You understand?
And they did this one too.
Yes, this is Benin. This is Queen India.
This is not sophisticated too.
It's very sophisticated. It's beautiful.
Yeah, but that's the point I'm making now. Both of them emerged, and it seems to coincide. I don't know why the.
Do you know what they say? See what you just showed. The last one you just showed of the king with the mask. You just showed it. Bring it on again, please.
Which one?
This one? Yeah. Go up.
This one?
Yes, the top one.
Yes.
Now you see that. As you're looking at it, you can see that it's art. You can see it's a mask of some type. When you look at the Yoruba one, do you know what they say? They say difference between the likeness is far superior because it looks more like life. It looks alive, and that is the difference. So a lot of people don't know what they're looking at when they're looking at art.
Yeah, but it's like the Egyptians. Some of the Egyptian art, in terms of drawing, is not very lifelike. But in terms of sculpture, it looks more lifelike.
Which is where the Yorubas. Which is where I believe the Yorubas.
You see, there's no genetic link there. Let's not go there.
Why let's not go there? I'm going there. What are we talking about?
The point I'm making.
The art in Egypt.
Let me finish the point, please.
Wait, I'm just putting this to you, bro. Or putting this to the audience.
A few seconds remaining. The point is that, from what I gather from archaeologists, that some societies use what they call artistic license. They do things in a certain way, even if it's not representative of the real thing. So it's not. It might just be their style. Please go ahead.
Yeah. No problem. No problem with that at all. However, what they really say, this is the Europeans, or they don't put the this thing is in the Queen's house. They don't put the Egyptian artistry to the one of Ile-Ife and Oyo. They don't. But when you yourself take a look at the two of them, you can see the similarities. You can see where these technologies have not been completely lost. And this is antiquity we're talking about when we're speaking on the Egyptian art. So,
but okay, if you are arguing this case that they copied from you,
no, they didn't even copy. Now we give them. They didn't copy. Now we give them.
Yeah, you see, that's kind of stuff that causes problems.
Why did it cause problems if it's the truth? If it's the truth, what do we do?
There's no evidence for it historically.
What do you mean there's no evidence for it? You're looking at the evidence.
Where did you get it from? Did you get it from heaven?
Bruh, you're confused. I'm not.
But I just asked you a straight question. Now, did you get it from heaven? Because let me show you.
I told you where I got it from. I said to you, if you're listening at all, that I knew more about African art, that when I used to go back home and see my cousins, they knew nothing of it. So what I knew came from my father and the books that he gave us. You understand? That's where I got it from. And I got it from, I was having these books in my hands at 5 years old. So that's where I got it from.
Okay. So if you look at what they said here, the Yoruba of West Africa have a distinct artistic distinct work. Let me see whether they mention whether you got it from Yoruba people. You know, it's always helpful. Maybe you are right, you know, so we can rest this for once, because
whether it's written there or not, or I'm right.
There's no Yoruba this thing that they got it from Yoruba people. And I don't know. We have to be careful about saying we gave it to them.
But that's what happened. There's
no evidence for it, though.
Let me put this to you. There is a statue of a man on a horse. He's shown as a Yoruba man with the marks. He's carrying works in his hand, and he's traveling to Benin. What he's traveling with is the art. It's there. It is there. But you don't look at these things. You know nothing about it. Nothing. But you're arguing.
You keep saying I don't know anything about it, but you are the one making a categorical statement without categorical evidence.
Bro, I don't know what categorical evidence you're looking for. You know, I told you where I got. I'm sorry.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm sorry. I'm saying to you that you don't know, and you cannot pronounce things the way I'm pronouncing it because you don't know. Simple.
Wow. See, the Benin was flourishing even in 12th, 13th century. They were just as early as the Yoruba, this in Ife kingdom, but I don't know. They call their first ruler Ogiso before their story. You say they invented that, so that seems to be, you know, something you have
one
to be
sentence, please. You started 4 sentences there. Can I have one sentence so I understand what you're saying?
Please go ahead.
No, you. I want you to make your sentence clear.
I said that they have their own story of their first king, Ogiso, who they consider as a god king, and he went on to have a child. That one of the children went to Ife, and he was the one that came back again later on after their first king to rule. So they never said that Ogiso was from Ife ever.
The Ogiso is
considered the god king.
Listen to me, brother. What you just underlined is what was rewritten. It's that's the new writing. Because the original writing, my brother, goes like this. Oduduwa, who is the progenitor of Ile-Ife, had sons. The last son was sent to Benin. That son, he went by the name of Oramiyo. Pure Yoruba name. Pure Yoruba name. That name does not come from Benin.
You know that when you go back in time,
Wait, but let me finish the sentence. Let me finish my sentence so you hear me clearly. Oramiyo, the son of Oduduwa, went to Benin under request from the Ogiso because his kingdom was fucked. So he went to bring the kingdom anew with organization. Now, when he did that, he left calling these people Owombenoju, which is where they got the name Benin from, which is to say these people are almost ungovernable. That's where he had a child there. That child was mixed between Yoruba and Edo, and he fucked off out of there. That's what happened. But they write rubbish for people like you to go and glean and start arguing with people about what they don't know.
I'm not taking. I take evidence. I go. But if you show me evidence of what you're saying,
go and look for your own evidence. I'm saying it because I know it already.
If I find the evidence here, I will argue with you. I won't argue with you. I'm not my history. I didn't write it. I'm just telling you that I go to the other page of the Benin. They will tell you that they had their first Ogiso, and you want to overwrite it.
No, it's not. But I just broke it down. Ogiso is not a Yoruba name. It's purely Benin. You understand? Purely. Oramiyo. That's a Yoruba name. Even the pronunciation, you can tell. That's a Yoruba name. Ask whoever told you that. Who is Oramiyo and where did they get that name from? Ask them. They won't be able to break it down.
But remember, try to understand what I'm saying.
Can I see your face? I don't. Please.
Oh yeah. This thing is blocking my face, isn't it? Let me move this in. I guess I can move it out of the way, then I can be checking it myself. You guys will believe me now if I say something.
Yeah. Yeah, why not? Why not?
Okay, exactly. So yes, their story clearly says Ogiso, and given the power of the Benin Kingdom, given how far back they go, standing on its own that long individually without aligning with themselves with the Yoruba in any way, should tell
No,
you
no,
something.
wrong, bruv. That's wrong. You know, bruv,
It's wrong
please.
again.
I'm gonna take myself. I'm gonna take my time.
Mm-hmm.
The first kings of the Yorubas who came from Oromia, those were the kings. So therefore, they even used to speak Yoruba in their court. They spoke Yoruba in their court because that was the lineage of the new king under the Benin Empire, which was named. The name before that was Ogidimo, or whatever they call it. And that was a failed kingdom. It didn't last. They were squabbling amongst themselves. Yes? So when Benin came, they founded an empire. That's how it went. Don't get it twisted.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Yeah,
how it
no,
went.
they founded the empire, and he went there and founded the empire. Okay, they don't just believe that that is their story, and it is quite a dramatic thing to say a people will rewrite their own history. Historically, it's very hard to happen. They
No,
tend
it's
to.
not. Oh, anyway, let me
So
let
give
you
me
say
an
what you.
example where anybody has ever rewritten their history just to avoid being subservient to other groups. I've never really seen that history. They don't deny it. Igbo didn't deny that they are from Africans.
Okay, wait 1 minute. Have you heard what I'm saying? Have you heard it before from a Yoruba person? Do you know the story of Benin? Do you know the story of Ileife? Do you know
Yes, I
how
know the
old?
story of Ilefe.
Okay, the story of Ileife in terms of the age compared to Benin, not what was before. Compared to Benin, which one was first?
The Ilefe one is fantastical. They are talking about
No,
Oduduwa
no.
coming
Which
from
one
heaven
was first? Which one was first?
The story of Ileife, I think it's about the same time. That's what is
No,
confusing
it's
me.
not.
Okay,
No,
let
it's
me see if I can find the dates now that they put so that you can
what
actually.
you should say, bruh, is I don't know. That's what you're supposed
So
to say.
I used the artworks to judge at first, and they were about the same time.
No, but no. Ileife is not the artwork that you see. A lot of that artwork is found. A lot of the artwork that you see is found between Ekiti, Ondo, Oshun, and Oyo. These are where these kingdoms largely were. Yes, and there is time. The oldest of these is Ileife. There's another older one which is in Ogun State, near where the uh, Ijebu, where the Ijebu are. It's called Eredu. I've shown you it before. You've looked at it. That Eredu is a walled city, the same as Benin walled city. But the Eredu is far older than Benin City. Far older. Yes.
Eredu. Okay, I'll check it out again. I know about the wall there, but I don't know whether it's older than Benin.
Far older.
City was surpassed by, or what you are accusing the the Yorubas, the Benin of doing. They can accuse you of doing the same thing.
But what I'm saying
That's
is
why
in their
it's just
rewriting, they have. But because I've been reading this
But
since
it's
I was
not fair
5
to say
years.
they rewrote it. Europeans were also arbiters, and other parts
Let
of
me
the world
say,
can check it too.
I was reading this since I was 5. It was when I was 30 that I started seeing the reading that you are doing. That's why I know that there is a rewriting of history.
Or
It took a
could it be
long
that
time.
you just didn't like the original
Nah,
topic
man.
that I raised? You just didn't care
No,
about
man.
their
I was
history.
vociferous, bro. I was vociferous at researching these things as a young man.
You knew about the North culture during that time as a young man and how they
Of
all
course I did.
downstairs.
I knew all of it. All of it.
So during that time, what you knew was that the Ogiso was part of the Oyo kingdom.
No, I've said it again. Ogiso is Bendel or Benin. It is not Yoruba. Ogiso is a pure Bendel
So their
Benin.
first king was Benin.
No, the first king of Benin was Oramio. He created that state.
In their story, Ogiso comes first.
Well, that's their story, but it's not the truth. Not when it comes to Benin. It may have happened before.
I don't know any group that will ever do that, though.
It's not about that. That's not evidence, is it? What you're saying? That's not evidence of anything.
No,
You're just talking.
I agree with you, but since you are not presenting me concrete evidence, all we can go is
what concrete evidence do you want?
Of other kingdoms,
Bruh.
how they relate to each other. Like now, like the Agbo, they will tell you that the Benin people were the one that seeded their kingdom. This is something that is known. They seed other people's. They replace. I think on Ichawan is similar too, even. And even Eko, the Benin are known to seed kingdoms. And I don't know whether
that's only because you know the Benin. You don't know Ile-Ife. You don't know Oyo. You don't know none of it. You don't know it.
I'm not
when
saying
you say, listen to this. Listen to this.
One that seeded them.
Listen to this as reasoning. When the Benin Empire discovered Lagos and they gave it the name Eko, there were already Yorubas there in that land. Are you with me?
Yes.
It wasn't empty land, and they, as you know, for them to even get to Lagos, they have to cross Ondo State, as it is known today, which is strictly Yoruba, largely. Even though there are other races there, largely it's Yoruba. So they're crossing that terrain in order to get to Lagos. When they got to Lagos, the old Oyo Empire that was beginning to break down, a lot of those people, Abiekuta, for an example, a lot of those people entered into what we now call Lagos. So we were there a long time before them. And I'll add this, because it's Benin that say that they ceded Lagos, as it were. Those people were Yorubas. The kings of those people were Yorubas. Simple. You don't want to accept it when it's true.
I don't know why you are just speaking. This is what we do in Nigeria, and that is
no. Don't accuse me of anything. Take what I said.
Saying the people that are telling you their own history, the Oba, they are all liars.
Oh, okay, let me stop there. The name Oba, is it Yoruba or is it Benin? You tell me. The name Yoruba, the name Oba, where did it come from?
There are so many words.
Oh God! Don't do that, forefather. You're making me upset. The name Oba. Who is the originator of that name?
How do you know it's your people that originated it?
For fuck's sake, man! You're not able to.
Are you God? What is the matter with you?
Are you God? My name Soji, Soji. Yeah, it has a meaning and it has a heritage. Where does it come from? Are you going to say I don't know what my name is? You damn fool! You're making me upset with your idiotic argument.
People that
let me ask these other two people. Jefferson, you tell me, my brother, the name Oba. Where in your mentality, knowing Nigeria, who owns the word Oba?
You want me to shock you? It's an Igbo word.
Wow, that's poor.
No, you see that? You see the
no, that's what he's read.
All right, because
so are there any Obas in Yoruba land?
Bro, the kingship of Oba of Yoruba land is distinct and heavy. We know how to pronounce kings. We are the people of kings.
No, I mean, you call
wait.
Oba. That's what
wait. You ask me a question, I'm going to answer it. Can you shut up and let me answer it?
Oba, that's all I need to know. I know you have kingships. I'm saying.
No, wait. Please let me answer your question fully. Allow me to answer your question fully so you understand. Because I know it. I'm not guessing like you. You're just here guessing.
I'm just trying to. I don't tell me the whole history of Yoruba.
I'm not going to tell you. I'm going to give you the understanding of what the kings mean.
Use that title.
Oba is the lowest of the kingship in Yoruba land. The lowest. So
they use the title Oba.
Of course we do.
That's all I did here. If you are saying
the highest is Alaafin. That's the highest. King of kings.
Okay, can you give me an example of an Oba in the Yoruba land?
You come to my village, bro. There are Obas there. We have an Oba of my own village.
I don't know what.
What do you mean you don't know?
Can you name Oba? Can you give me Oba somewhere? An Oba that I can use so that I can.
Look at the Oba of Akure. Look at Oba of Akure.
Thank you for that. Oba of Akure. Okay.
Oba of Owo.
Oba of Akure. Oba Allah de Toye Yimbo.
Him.
Ulade. So the Oba. Okay, good. Idea is there. That's accurate. There's an Oba that is called this in that name, and so by the term Oba, the word Oba itself, does that necessarily does look at Jago wants to blow up.
No, but I'm right. I'm taking a drink.
Does that necessarily mean the Oba of Benin is Yoruba? Because they don't speak similar language.
Well, in that Midwest region, which is a fantastic region of Nigeria, especially within it's so many different ethnicities, so many different influences going on. There are influences from Yorubas in terms of their names, how they name themselves, right across the board. Whether they relate to us, the Oba of Wari is the Oba Oluwa of Wari. Are you going to say Olu is now Igbo?
Okay, good. I think the Akure one you are talking about is in Ondo, isn't it? The Oba.
Yes.
Okay, now I need Obas that are coming from like far west, like in Benin Republic or somewhere really west. Because if it is too close to Benin City or the Benin Kingdom, the Edo Kingdom, there could be overlap there going on. So I need to find one that is further away, like far removed from the Benin area.
Well, if I give you Lagos, is that good enough?
Is it in the Lagos area where the Oba?
There's Oba ship there.
Oh no, that area that's contaminated. That's why exactly what I mean. Enough. I want to avoid any area that could be contaminated by the Benin Kingdom.
You look at Abeokuta.
Abeokuta. That's Ogun State. Okay, let me check Ogun State. How close it is. At least let me check Nigeria. That way, Nigeria map. That way, I will know precisely the area that is best to use, so that you can now say, okay, that area, Benin people were never there. The kingdom were never there. They never really defeated anybody, and people are being called Oba in that region. That is the kind of stuff you want to see. You want to, oh my God, these maps are so tiny. What is wrong with them? Let me give me a big map, Jerry. Yeah, that's a bigger map. Let's see. So I want to find a bigger map that I'm going to use to be able to select. What am I doing? All right. Open a new tab. That's it. All right. So now, okay, that's Edo there, Ondo, Akure, Ogun. Okay, Ogun is, Yoruba was in Ogun, man. Let's go in Benin Republic or somewhere on the far.
Bruh, you're just looking for things where you know. You're just
the
there.
area you mentioned was too contaminated. I don't know. I can't see the towns. Let me just do the map. Really, it's not at all. Let me see. Let me get the map. So I will get the areas, because if it's all over the place in Yoruba areas, it should be available in those areas. Aha! Now I'm getting this thing. Like there's somewhere that they call Shaki, Iseyin, Okeho, Abeokuta. There, the Yoruba has this thing. Okay, Akuta. You see, somewhere around Ilorin area, all those deeper Ogbono, Ogboho, Igboho.
Even look next door in Benin. There's a place called Ketu, which is a very old Yoruba. Look at there. It's in Benin. Look at what's this place called in Togo? Sugar. What's it called?
You know, they are all Volta languages. They are related, so they
wait. I'm not saying that we're not related. I'm not saying that. I'm saying who are the progenitors of this kingship title. A lot of you people are ignorant.
That's what I want
Nigeria,
to
if you look at the comment section, you can see the amount of ignorant people that don't know anything commenting. You understand? But me, I know. That's the difference. I'm not pretending here. You understand? I'm an old boy.
You are quite studied in this, but you know, there's a risk that sometimes there are these days you may miss. Is there an Oba in Benin Republic? You see, this one is a good way to try to find out whether there's an Oba in Benin Republic, because chances are that if it's not in the coastal region, yes, there's, you see, that's, I've helped you to find information. There's an Oba in Benin Republic. It says that yes, the Benin Republic, formerly Dahomey, has traditional kings known as Obas, especially amongst the Yoruba community in the southern part of the southern part of the country. Title, okay, let's see, Oba of K2. Let's see.
Didn't I mention K2 before?
Yeah. You mentioned. I don't know. I didn't catch that. Sorry.
I mentioned it just now.
Where is K2? Where is K2 actually?
K2 is, if you look where Oyo is, up. It's up, and then near our border with Benin. Adjacent, I would say adjacent to Kwara, between Kwara and Oyo. That's where Ketu is.
Yeah, I think that is reasonable to say that they have a kind of relationship.
Bruh, I'm telling you, we have too many names for. We have Yorubas have two.
Let's take it a step at a time. So
I'm giving you a step at a time. Never, wait. Hear this. Yorubas have many names for kingships, and these kingships are on different levels. We don't only have kingship, we have a government parliamentary system, which is what we call I can't call for. You understand? I can't call for. That is the government. You see, that's below the kingship level.
Let me say this to you.
Are you hearing me at all?
Or king, but
I don't believe you're hearing.
Go ahead. I can hear you. Go ahead. I can hear you.
I'm speaking about the Akankafo of Yoruba land. The Akankafo is the government, the prime minister, the president. That is where we have the checks and balances in the old kingdoms. The highest king is the Alafi of Yoruba land. Then we have about 2 or 3 before you get to the Obaship. The Obaship is the lowest king of the Yorubas. And that's what we allowed the Benin to carry. Because Oramion left. He left his child with a woman there. He left the structure of how to run the Benin Empire. And that's what they ran on. A lot of these fucking assholes that don't know shit, who would be rewriting history based on their shame, that's the people that you're listening to.
Okay.
The only reason why Jefferson said Oba is a Benin word is because that's all he knows. He doesn't know any different. He doesn't know any better. So he's learned it from
the thing about words is that we have to be careful by claiming words to be belonging to a group.
I don't have to be careful. You be careful, because I know what I'm saying.
Because words sometimes originate.
Oh, shut up, forefather, man. Shut up.
Oh God.
No, because you're not making any sense. You're just flimming and flamming in the dark.
No, you don't.
I'm not doing that.
You're not there. You are acting as if you were there. You don't know.
It's not about. I'm not. It's not, bro. Is there any? What you're depicting is that people have no way of speaking accurately. That's what you're saying, and I'm not saying that. You keep that shit to yourself.
There's no need to.
There's accuracy in this world, and accuracy can be given. Yes, I don't need to float around in the dark, say one thing. I'm not like that, forefather. If I don't have anything to say, I shut up. When I've got something to say, be careful, because I'm coming to with a railroad.
See, hold on. You see, you are very combative, fighting.
I'm not trying to be combative,
evidence.
bro.
I'm trying to
if we understand how the conversation began,
just agree with you.
No, I don't want you to. If we understand, I didn't begin this conversation in a combative manner. I broke it down nice and gently. You decided to reject it, which is fair.
Yes.
But your rejection of it, you didn't come with anything precise. All you're doing is rejecting. You never came with anything.
No, I came with what you didn't come with anything. I'm the one doing all the evidence for you.
What are you talking about? I'm saying I gave you the breakdown of how Benin began. Benin
and
itself.
I gave you the breakdown of what they said. So you are saying they made up their own stories. He said, she said, and I'm trying to get evidence.
You didn't have to give me that. I know it already
for
because I showed you that they rewrote the history. That's what I told you.
Oh my God.
That's what I told you. I said this is coming from a rewritten history.
See, this is why we have problems in Nigeria.
Why?
Because you just assume you were there. You know everything exactly happened.
Because we refuse to listen to each other anyway. So
exactly, you don't
try
listen.
to say that.
You
Oh, my
think
view
you
is
know.
I have this view of this. This is more higher than this, and vice versa.
Unbelievable.
Oh, you don't have more.
All these you read might actually also be wrong.
Come on, we're all here to learn. At the end of the day,
you know the thing is, if we're gentle and we're honest, I was directing Forefather when he was showing me photos, and I told him that the Yoruba art is far more sophisticated than the Benin art. I didn't say the Benin art was not sophisticated. I said ours was superior. I didn't say it because I'm Yoruba. I said it because that's the fact. Now, when he looked at it, he could see clearly that there is a difference. Then I told him that the technique used between the Yoruba and the Benin are similar because they come from the same heritage. These are real things I'm talking about. But I even told him about what the one he showed of the Eastern, of the one from
okay, let me ask you.
Wait. Sorry. What he showed from the one from the Igbo art. Did you know any of those arts yourself, Mr. Jefferson? You didn't know any of them. You knew none of them.
How are you sure I'm not conversant with the artwork?
Sorry?
How are you sure I'm not conversant with the artwork?
Well, I'm asking you. Did you know them?
If you want to know, the oldest iron smelting in the world is in Leja in Enugu State.
I know that. But it's not in the world.
And that is a very confidential information if you don't know. In fact,
no,
the whole world doesn't know
brother,
that, but we know.
I'm asking you if you know. You're telling me
that. Wait. And you're here talking as if your people were always the first. I don't know why.
No, I didn't say I knew.
You're coming across that like your people see that.
Why you shout me down? What Jefferson is talking about? What Jefferson is talking about? I know. That art, the face that I showed you to show, that art is actually 8th century.
No, it's not.
In my not knowing, you are going to look it up. You go and look it up. In my knowledge,
they did it there. What 8th century? Let me check it again. I didn't say 8th century. Let me confirm before I go and talk out of thought. This one with if not now, you say that it's 8th century. Let me see. Yoruba. This thing,
you just need to get it right. What you're saying, I know very clearly. And I look at it and look at it and look at it again. Archaeology is not an easy subject. You understand? Because carbon dating is not as accurate as saying.
You may not be.
The reason why I said what I said is because obviously for some reason.
Which one are you saying? This one is 8th century. Hold on, let's confirm it. Which one they are saying is 8th century? Is this one?
No, the Igbo one. The Igbo one.
Oh, the Igbo one is the 8th century. That's the earliest then, if it's the 8th century.
That's what I said. But you don't know how to listen. That's your problem.
Hold on.
Calm down.
Let's go down here. Let's go down. So, are you saying the Igbo one is older than the Yoruba one?
Yes.
And there is some. Okay, let me check the Igbo one again.
Oh dear God! You see,
yeah. Hold on.
Let me fix the
Igbo culture is the.
I'm just trying to confirm things, please.
It's fair. You know, bro. I could have given you guys this whole history if you allowed me to talk, but because you were combating,
I don't even know why forefathers.
You see, don't even start with me now.
I'm coming.
Don't start with me now.
The area I'm interested in this history is not even where forefathers is going.
If not now, we can't see you.
I'm just taking my mind. I'm just taking my mind back to the setting of the environment when all those arts was made, and when the white people came. For instance, those Ibuku arts. the circumstances surrounding those things being buried under the ground. What was going on? How scared were they of losing their heritage? Do you understand?
The thing is, my brother,
what are the stories surrounding? Because those arts has more stories surrounding it than the art itself that was preserved.
Steph, a lot of these arts that were buried, they are so old. When you talk about 9th century, we must try and understand how long ago that was and how much has transpired between then and, let's say, the day of slavery and when slavery began. That's a good 500, 600 years, if not more. These things, that's why they were buried, because they were forgotten. A lot of these stuff they weren't using anymore.
We didn't even speaking those languages then. The way languages evolved these days, even just about 500-600 years ago, the English language sounded very different than what you hear today. Yeah.
Of course, English language is a recent language. It didn't start. It's a recent language anyway. We don't want to go into that. We want to talk about that.
Linguistics are very, very fickle. They can be very fickle. You know, look at the way we speak pidgin English. It barely existed that many centuries ago. So like I was, man, this Southeastern one is quite interesting actually, because.
But do you take it back now? You thinking I'm trying to be Yoruba supremacist and say we're the first? I'm not thinking that.
I think in as much as most of what Jago is saying is irritating to forefathers, I think Jago has his facts. Jago is not just talking about this, is something that he have had time to
I've been with this subject for so long,
research and read about. You understand, before now, for his own personal consumption. So he's not just coming. I'm not seeing him as being biased in what he's saying.
No, I agree that he read it, but just because you read something doesn't necessarily mean you have the entire picture, or you are not a little bit till you miss.
No, but what is left for you now? And when he's saying what he know, what I was expecting from you.
Let me see what I want to say now.
Listen,
I'm coming up. I'm
trying to listen.
See, what I was trying to get. See, my original chronology was the one that came out in the end. But the way Jagu was saying, he seems to be breaking the chronology. That's why I brought out the Igbo Uku. This Igbo Uku is not necessarily the Igbo you know today. It's slightly different from the Igbo Uku because they say it's the one that came before. And the point they were trying to make was that when the Nok culture was lost, I use the term, it kept moving south. At least that's the trajectory it seems to have done. Because the Nok culture was the first one that has been registered, at least that we know, in Nigeria. Then it started coming down. And they said from the Woku, from there it spread to the other areas. So when you are saying those things, you could argue that some of the artwork, the smelting of iron and all those things came from there and flowed towards the other areas of Nigeria. This is why I said the Yoruba, the Igbo people, Edo people, if you look at them, they look more like the Igbo than the other way around, than the Yorubas.
As far as you're concerned, I don't believe that.
Photographic evidence seems
photographic evidence,
and even
doesn't mean anything.
Seems to indicate that too.
Fathers, are you not being your argument now? Are you? I don't even know which side you are. Why not just say that Benin people? I'm coming. Why not just say that Benin people look like Benin people?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Why would you say that they look more like Igbo?
No. I think it's a.
Why not just say Benin people look like Benin people?
Yeah, language is bad. Okay, I agree. I take that. I take that point. I'm saying, okay, it's a good point to say. I would just say they look similar.
Thank you for that. I was going to say that a long time ago, but thank you for that.
The language is bad. You see, this is why we're having this conversation. We are learning how to talk about these things. The language I use is not accurate. That they look like Igbo. I would say they are more similar. Similarity between them and the Igbos in terms of appearance, phenotypical appearance, is more similar than the Yorubas.
Let me ask you this, forefather.
Anyway, in summary, all these things we are talking about, in summary, the truth is that if we are sincere with ourselves, the southern Nigeria has more in common.
This is what I keep saying, but a lot of people reject it.
As far as I'm concerned, we have more in common that we care to understand.
Correct.
You understand?
I believe so. You know, forefather, let me ask you this. Do you know what is the IFA?
Mm-hmm.
You know what it is, yeah?
Yes, I know, definitely know.
Now, who are the progenitors of that IFA?
I don't know.
Oh God.
I will tell you my truth now. But there's something I'm seeing here though that I think I
Except
should
if you
highlight.
prove me otherwise, but before now, I used to think it's Yorubas.
Oh no.
Okay.
Well,
okay.
See, the point
Wait, please wait.
Go
Please
ahead,
wait.
Go ahead.
Now, the IFA is a Yoruba spiritual system. The people that the Igbos have their own style, but the people that follow the Yoruba style are where? I tell you where they are. They're in Benin and the Midwest region. Culturally.
Okay, now
You see the similarity between these cultures. Ifa reminds me in Igbo land, that's what they call Afa.
Afa or Ofa.
Yeah, exactly,
yes.
Afa, yes.
Yes,
They have the Afa
so I told you that the southern
the
Nigeria,
voter language
the
I was
earlier
warning you about.
we recognize that we have we have serious bond.
Yes.
You know.
But everybody likes to think that they are special. That's the thing. Let me see.
And our culture was not just for show of aesthetics. The culture was highly scientific.
Now let me draw a part.
All those artworks you are seeing there, they are scientific artworks that depict the galaxy, the what do you call it, the solar system. Majority of them, but you know, you just think it's just artwork. It's not just ordinary artwork.
So you can see.
I don't know if you go to the Igbo this thing, there's one like that. He has to talk. He was talking about the Taurus.
Yeah, I want to use the Nigerian map to demonstrate something because now I want to give my own theory, and I know Dagun, you're not going to like this theory.
Mine is not a theory. That's the difference. That's the difference. Bring your theory, man.
Yeah, I like to do because I said I had a chronology in my head that you seem to have broken. That's why I was pushing back against it. And now, when that chronology seems to have been reestablished, so if you look at Nigeria, the North culture was somewhere around here, and you can see that later on they were vastly older. Then there's another metallic work that we have evidence for somewhere in Anambra. I think this is the area pops up here. Older than anywhere else in the southern region of Nigeria. And where else would he go to? Would he jump here first or would he go through here? That's the question you have to ask yourself, because we don't know where this one came from. Maybe it could have come from the top and landed there, but it landed here far later than it landed here. That's the question you have to ask yourself. Could he have come from here, got to Benin first before he ended up here? Because if you look at the images, let me go to the the actual stuff. If you look at, let's say, which one that is very similar to this? Okay, let's say it's something like this one that pops up like this, and you look at this one. This one could be a cruder version of what the other one represents, the refined one that has made it all this way to the west. So we have to be careful, because that chronology seems to be stuck in my head, and the Benin people are telling you their own story, and we are saying that they rewrote their history. That is sacrilegious to a culture. You can't rewrite your history like that just because you don't want to be associated.
Okay, Jago, I have a question for you. The pyramid. Do you have any pyramid in the southwest of Nigeria? Do you have any pictorial?
No, we after we built the one in Egypt, we didn't do one back in Ile-Ife. How about that? Because I know what you're gonna say. You're gonna speak about the one in Ego. Just say it. Just come out with your knowledge. Don't come
okay,
and
no. Okay, that's fine. It's fine because, well, the pyramid knowledge, at least we have traces in the southeast as well.
I've seen them and I know them.
You have seen them, right? Okay.
Of course. Why not?
So the question is, why do you think they were destroyed then? I think maybe
I didn't destroy them.
No, not you. I'm talking of our white brothers? Why do you think they destroyed it?
Well, you see, my brother, you see, what it is that these kinds of discussions that we're having now.
No, ask forefathers that say you can't rewrite history. People
One at a
rewrite
time.
history, forefathers.
Pardon?
People rewrite history.
Oh yeah, they do.
Leave forefathers with his fantasy. Leave forefathers.
Jagun.
Now, fantasy, they talk all the time.
You will be surprised. You see me inside your window, inside your room. Stop it. Stop with all this talk you are talking about. So,
you know, if you come here now dogs, you go meet to hardcore dogs.
Who rewrote their history that you are saying? Their traditional history.
My brother asked a serious question, and we are speaking about, you know, brother Jefferson. The way I look at Nigeria, I've always said that the South needs to be won. The South needs to be won in so many arenas, but because we argue and fuss so much, and we bring all kinds of conditions that aren't real, and we stand on untruth a lot, we haven't been able to perform togetherness amongst ourselves, which would have been the solvent of bringing Nigeria as a real nation, in my understanding. Now, because of the way we function, white people can play with us anyhow they want. White people would have never, ever been able to enter into Nigeria without us. They would have never got anywhere. The thickness of our forests at that time, do you know that we've lost 95% of our natural forest cover? 95%. Do you know what that is? They called it Niger Congo. You see the Congo there? There are still places in the Congo that nobody's ever been. And in terms of our Onyubo, they haven't been there because it's too thick for them to get through. But because of our mistrust, I don't know what happened to us, especially in that Nigeria. I think after slavery or through that time, I think there was a big change in who it is that we were. I think we went through our first corruption of the spirit at that time when we were selling our brothers. And I say selling our brothers because when I used to go to Nigeria back in the day, this is 1975, traveling from Lagos to my village, all the way, the kind of trees that we used to see, thick, you couldn't look into the forest. I used to pick up leopard in the forest and take them home. We had elephant in our garden in Ifon. We had all these things. Now, if I make the same journey, I can see all the forest is cut down. There's nothing there. We're just looking at land. This is what we've done. So when I was young and I saw the thickness of the forest, and I used to think, there's no way Oyinbo could come through hell. They can't exist. They will not exist. But they were taken there by us. They were given medicine to. We used to kidnap our brothers and sisters and bring them to the shore for them. This is how corrupt we were as a people.
You're right, my dear. In Igbo land, there was a particular was the Arochukwu, right? Yeah, they are the one that perfected in slave trade. They are the one that sold.
Wow, you mean the Arochukwu that is supposed to be the central authority?
Yeah, they are the ones. Yeah.
Oh my God. Hi.
No, the history of slave trade in Igbo land is Arochukwu people.
Hi.
There you go. We just have to. The thing is, my brother, we don't like to tell ourselves any truth. And when the truth comes out, people like forefathers will come up and start rejecting.
Again, you're coming for me. Hey, God.
That's you. You're the rejector. You're the one rejecting.
I'm going to give them dog trees and they're going to turn on you. If you keep talking to me like that, your dogs are going to turn on you.
Bro, I'm being real. I'm being real, brother.
Keep coming for me like that. Who told you I'm not against you or this thing? I just, to be fair, the order has been restored in my mind because you are trying to break it, that chronology that I studied. And I don't know the details, but I felt like the flow of technology in Nigeria from the central middle belt area, it flowed south. And in terms of the discoveries they made so far, it flowed south, then it flowed west. That's what I saw. And it's still...
because you mentioned knock, I was glad you mentioned the knock. because the Nok are the oldest found peoples, evidence of peoples in the whole of West Africa. The oldest. You understand? And largely they're in Nigeria. There is some scrapes of them from Sudan, as far as Sudan, Chad, but mostly it's in Nigeria in terms of what's been found. Now, we can really understand the depth of technology that we West Africans hold, given to the fact that Ghana, Mali, and Songhai are the three biggest empires in the whole of Africa, including East Africa. I assume you could talk about any one of them. What's happening in West Africa is far bigger. So when we understand West Africa and we understand us today, we must appreciate there's a great deal of sophistication that has translated into us today. We are sophisticated people, but we are bushmen at the same time. It is for us to really have these kinds of conversations in order to make sense what we're supposed to be doing with today's day. And I'm afraid that because these subjects are difficult, we don't have them. We don't have these discussions.
Wow. The boundary expansion is so much in Nigeria. It's crazy. You know, when I'm trying to read that about Arochukwu. I need to read about it. Nigeria has changed a lot. Nigeria is evolving continuously. And to think you understand what is happening before, like the areas that Igbo people are right now, they said the Ibibi were there too. Then they became Arochukwu later on, and the Ibibi is no longer there. It's just really strange stuff. And then they talked about the Bantu expansion that was taking place during that period. The Nigeria is changing all the time. You can even see that in Nigeria today, where you go to the south, some parts are, you know, the people that speak the Igbo language is increasing in number compared to what it was even 60 years ago. So Nigeria is changing all the time. It's just how history works. And my take is that there is no point. We are all technically the same people. Igbo man don't care who is who anyway. The reason why we're having this conversation and the reason why it's become difficult to an extent is because of the same topic we are talking about, that these major groups, they have difficulty discussing Nigeria because some people will just say, oh, the other side is this one, this other side is this one, and it leads to misunderstanding. Like when you say that the Benin Kingdom rewrote their history, I don't believe so. It's very, very hard. I can't.
Okay. Wait. You if you listened earlier, I think what it is, forefather, it's not about the big groups, because you as an individual, you don't tell us where you're from. So that's a shame on you. You are not bigging up yourself. So fuck you, kind of thing. If you, I mean it as politely as
I need to put this in 18 rated. If you are going to
sorry. What I mean by that is, look, if people aren't standing for themselves, what do you expect? What do you expect? No. Because there are those who will stand for themselves.
No, I don't think that is about it. There's a lot of people that.
It is about it. Now,
no, it's not.
My man, Steph, he just broke down that history is always rewritten. I didn't want to go down that road because if you, as somebody I find quite interesting, don't know that as far as interested, I find it flawed that you don't know that history is always rewritten. And largely, it's written by the so-called winners. You understand? Now, if you look at the Yoruba nation or the Yoruba people, a lot of the time, what happens is that a lot of people are jealous, I feel, about the depth of history that we have. So what they do, they try and cut us down all the time. But you don't see that as a minority. I see it.
Who tried to cut you down?
I see it all over the place.
Who tried to cut you down?
A lot of Benin people try and cut us down, even though we're brothers. They try and cut us down.
Igbos, maybe they felt that you people are trying to cut them down.
Wait. Igbos, they too have angst against us for all kinds of reasons that you can throw away because it's a pile of rubbish. You understand? Mm-hmm. We in ourselves, Yorubas, we will cut ourselves down on top of it. But the fact of the matter is, if you look at the Yoruba history and the depth that we have kept, in the whole of Africa, there is no one there's no ethnicity like the Yorubas in terms of. I'm not boasting. This is not a boast. It's just the fact. But people don't like to look at it as a fact.
Like
they want to
what?
say, oh, because
There's
they are
no
Yoruba,
ethnicity like who?
and talk shit.
No, there's no
But the facts
ethnicity
are
like
there.
who? There's no ethnicity like who?
I'm saying there is no ethnicity as prominent as the Yorubas in that whole Africa. None. There isn't.
I don't know.
There isn't, bruv.
The
You got
richest
to
man
accept it.
in Africa is not Yoruba.
Okay.
The wisest man in Africa is probably not Yoruba.
It's not about. I didn't say
The tallest
wisest.
man then what is the prominent part?
I think
The
what
prominency. I tell you what the prominency is.
Jaguar-
Let me answer him. The prominency is that our history without folk tale, you know, there is the folk tale there that can be still have some intelligence in there, but without folk tale, most definitely we were in Egypt. Most definitely we were in Sumeria at the time of Babylon. Most definitely we were in what they call today Israel at the time of Syria. Most definitely we were in Spain during the Moors. Most definitely we were in Mali during the height of the Mali Empire. Most definitely we were in Merowe in our travels down. We stayed in Merowe. Wait, let me land. We stayed in Merowe for 200 years. Let me land. You asked me a question. We were in Merowe for over 200 years. Most definitely, we lived with the Kanuri before we reached the West. For a good 50 years, we were with the Kanuris and with them before we moved to the West. Most definitely, we traveled to Brazil, Cuba. Yes, and it's clear. There's no... What are you bulking about? You asked me a question. I'm answering your question. Shut up. Let me answer.
See, you can't just be talking
No,
over
bro.
Shut up. Calm down.
Talk after me. Talk after me.
No. Let me have my
talk after me so I don't raise my voice, please.
Okay.
Please.
Don't go on too long. Take 1 minute to.
No, don't go on too long. Listen, or else you remain an idiot.
I'm listening. You see now,
Good.
you are doing it again.
In Trinidad and Tobago, it's clear that we're there. In Haiti, it's clear that we are there. In Cuba, in Jamaica, in Louisiana, in Carolina. All this, there is no one African that can speak of, not one African that can speak backwards, medium, and forward in that way. None. If there is, you tell me.
What are you talking about? The Igbos are equally in the same location that you just mentioned too.
Well, very good.
As well, yes.
Very good.
You see, this is the thing. This is exactly what I'm talking about. This is why I asked the question. This is exactly what I'm talking about. They are the ethnocentric aspects tend to override aspects of just scrutinizing information a little bit more closely. Why things are the way they are. As you see, so if I go to the Yoruba page, that you will find out when they actually took on that identity as a Yoruba people itself, and then you find out that okay, when people go to the diaspora, let's say all of us now, this thing Yoruba, Igbo, we end up in the diaspora, and then they say okay, let's try to tap back to our past. Who do you think is going to get? They are going to go with the Igbo people. They tend to have a loose culture to an extent. Yoruba people have a more storied culture, and they tend to value the story more. Chances are that people want to coalesce around the Yoruba story or the Igbo one, but they will ignore the middle one. So the others will disappear into the ether. Even if in the Nigerian space, the others, if you put them together, they are bigger than each of the other group put together. That's individual.
But that doesn't pronounce anything.
What that means is that what you are seeing out there, it doesn't necessarily mean the greatness of the Yoruba in the entire. Is the combination of all the cultures, and then the Yoruba one is the one standing out from there.
Let me say this. In Nigeria, let's be really honest with ourselves. In Nigeria, and this is not boasting, this is just observation on my part. who are the people with the largest influence and the largest amount of relationships with its neighbors? And when I say relationships, I mean largely good relationships with its neighbors. Who? You tell me.
What do you mean? Not you at first. It's just in the
No,
Nigerian
bro.
context.
Are you talking in terms of hospitality or what? What in
No,
what
no,
context are you talking about?
When I say influence, I mean the influence from your culture that you are sharing with others, the influence with relationship that you are sharing with others. Now, I would mention this to you: the Borgu, the Hausa, the Nupe, the Tiv, the Igala, the Beninites, the Shekiri, the Jaws. All these are people that the Yorubas have a deep relationship with. And the relationship goes back far, far. Now, you tell me who else is like that?
The Igbos
every other
Igbos
group.
have good relationship with most tribes, not just in Nigeria, not most in Africa, and most parts of the world. So I don't know.
I think what he's describing, to be fair, what Jagun is describing in the current context of Nigeria.
And it doesn't come from the current it comes from a long time ago. This is what I'm saying. It didn't start today.
Like nothing else. The Bible were fighting a lot
amongst themselves only. No, they weren't fighting with others.
They were fighting.
Yeah, amongst themselves.
They were fighting others.
And the Igbos were in their cocoon, staying in one place until recent.
There's a reason why Islam didn't expand south. They were fighting back too. They were fighting other people all around. Yorubas fought. They are not docile people, and they were not fighting like one unit. Like this, that's the thing too. That's another aspect of the Yoruba. They were not fighting like one unit. Like they are spread out in that region, but they were not fighting. They were fighting each other just like they were fighting other people too.
Yeah.
One thing I would say about the Yoruba culture, they seem to be the most expansive of them in terms of it's like compared to Jews, they are like Christians and Muslims. They want to convert and gain more people into their fold. If you look at in Brazil now, many people that are practicing those things are not Yoruba heritage. They have been subsumed into the culture.
That's
you see what
right.
I mean? So
they
are expansive. They expand.
That's influence.
So today you see that still happening.
Yes.
So that's what I'm trying to describe to you, that culture that you see out there is a culmination of all the other. It doesn't mean that they didn't take Edo people there, they didn't take Joe people there.
No, it doesn't mean that. It doesn't mean that. That's why I went back in history and gave us an understanding. And this is, as I said, this is not boasting or trying to put anyone down. This is to get us to tell ourselves truths, tell ourselves some level of truth.
No, you are the most expansive. That is the thing.
This guy Jefferson. He broke down that the Igbos were the first to start smelting in Nigeria, and he didn't know that I would agree with him based on the fact that I know that's how it's written. I know that's how it is. I know.
What is the aspect of the Yorubas that you say is the most expansive, is the greatest?
I didn't say greatest. I said most prominent.
What is that? What aspect?
It's the whole culture, bro.
Exactly. That's what I'm talking about. You have a kind of the Yoruba culture. You have this thing. You want to share it with other people.
Yes.
And I think
I won't surprise you have
the Yorubas have more footprint in so many scattered, like almost most parts of the world. You understand? Than any other tribe.
I think it's a danger. That term is why
the thing is, there are few people. Wait, please. There are few. Wait, please. Just wait, please. I beg your pardon. I just want to underline something that I believe is important.
Keep it brief, then, please.
There are few people like Steph who would really analyze before he talks, because he's not just talking about emotion.
Wow.
of emotion because I'm having to fight. But somebody who can sit back and say, you know what, there's some truth to this, as opposed to just attacking.
No, he's from one of the major groups too. He's going to sound like you. What are these others? The whole topic. They see things in binary.
Forefathers, you are
see
making
things in binary. Let me.
Listen,
See,
you know your problem.
I just started talking.
You know your problem.
You shouldn't have said what you said.
Major groups.
Everything
you
is
won't let
not
somebody
about.
talk. You just want to hear your own voices.
How do you know I'm from a major group? Have I ever told you
me
that?
before.
No, I've never said that.
What you're saying is off key.
Have I ever said that?
No, you won't let me talk.
And
is that why you said something obtuse?
Is it a
no,
crime
I'm saying
to
that is the entire topic,
no,
and
you can be a major. You can be a major group. You can be a small group. What makes you small group, by the way?
No, in terms of population, that's what I'm talking about. So the point I'm making is that when you say Yorubas are, they have footprints all over the world, is a dangerous term to you. I wouldn't say it's a dangerous term, but one has to be more precise. Yoruba culture has footprint. If you say, because Christians, if you say Christians have footprint all over the world, it's one term you can use because we know Christians can be black, white, and all the rest. But it's not the same as saying Europeans have footprint all over the world, because then people will say specific to that Europeans. People that are practicing Yoruba culture, many of them that have those footprints are not Yorubas genetically or by lineage.
Let me ask you.
They are combats.
No, let me ask you. You said they're not Yorubas genetically.
Yes.
Did you do ancestral DNA on them? And
yes.
You can't trace it to Yorubas. Let me ask you. For instance, you go to Brazil now. You see a group of people that speak Igbo language, have Igbo culture.
In Brazil?
No, I'm giving you an instance.
Okay.
Yes, in Brazil, they are there. Even in Haiti, they are there as well.
I'm coming. No, I'm coming. I'm not using it. Okay. You go to Brazil, you see people that speak Ijaw language. And they have Ijaw culture. And you go to Portugal, you see the same thing. You go to Russia, you see the same thing. You go to China, you see the same thing. Then you are telling me that it's just Ijaw culture, not Ijaw people by DNA. Are you hearing yourself?
Yes. Okay, let me give you an example. Like the Jewish people that you see today, are they genetically Jewish? Not necessarily. Vast majority of them are not. Most of them are.
What is the language that they speak?
Jewish
Yiddish
language. Yeah, the Yiddish language.
The Jewish people you are talking about, what is the language that they speak?
They don't speak clean Hebrew. They do not speak clean Hebrew.
So, forefather, if you want to relate it to what I'm talking about, tell me you go to this country, you see people that speak Hebrew language and practice, and their culture is Hebrew culture. And you go to another country, Hebrew language, Hebrew culture, and their skin is also the same color, kind of color. And you see them like in 7, 8 countries, and you tell me that it's just culture, not the people. Are you hearing yourself?
Now, let me explain to you what I'm saying here.
I'm telling you that.
Explain it very well.
These countries where you see Yoruba people, you said it's not Yoruba people. That you see people speaking Yoruba language, have Yoruba culture, and there is Yoruba spiritualism or whatever among them too. In all these countries, they tell me that it's not Yoruba people, but it's just Yoruba culture.
Okay. So, one, you can have a culture somewhere, but it's not the originators of those cultures that are practicing it.
And they also have their language the same place.
Yes, it can be, both can be present. Like we are speaking, we have some European culture amongst us. We speak their language. It doesn't mean we are Europeans.
Can I help you, forefather?
This is a fact of life. Now let me finish the point I'm making. If you want to do a kind of thought experiment, if you have 10 people from Nigeria shipped out, like I said, you have minorities amongst them. You could have Isoko, you could have this all those group in the middle, and they take them over. And those minorities, they want to establish something there. Which one do you think they will follow? They will group, because the idea is that when you are being lumped together as a race, you group and form an identity.
But see,
Even if there is
the
a
argument have defeated itself. What you would have told me now is that not all of them may not be Yorubas. But you can't tell me there's no Yoruba among them. He says it's not Yoruba people.
No. I'm saying there are Yorubas among them.
No, he said it's not Yoruba people, it's just Yoruba culture.
No, I said most of the people that are actually practicing Yoruba culture may not necessarily be Yorubas.
Let me say it to you like this, Steph. When you talk about wait, please. When you talk about Brazil, one arena, the majority of black people that were brought to Brazil were brought from Angola. The majority, Angola and Congo. However, a great swathe of us came from West Africa. A great swathe came from Nigeria. A great swathe were Yorubas. The Yoruba influence within the slave fraternity was great in terms of the magic that was coming out, the juju, if you like, that we were doing, and the way we were able to mix our spirituality with Catholicism, which kept us covered. Then a lot of the things that we were doing, all the slaves or all the black people were copying till this day. So that was them over there. It was the same all over the Caribbean and wherever the Yorubas went, because basically we are influencers.
Aha, you see, now that is the point I'm making, that you are influencers. In other words, go ye and preach. That is the Yoruba culture is the most similar to what you would describe as an expansive culture.
Yeah, but where I came in and started arguing with is that you are trying to isolate Yoruba people from the culture.
Oh yeah.
You can't do that.
When I talk about the footprints everywhere, you decided to separate Yoruba people from it. Just told me
that's how he's doing
it. You can. I don't know how that is. Okay, so if a Nigerian,
if you know what it means to separate, it means that there's no trace. So how is the culture dominant if there's no trace of the people?
No, I'm not saying they are not there. I'm saying most of the people practicing it.
No. If you have used that most,
it's language.
I
thought that's what I used to. Maybe
no.
He said it's the culture, not the people.
Yeah, Jago is biased. He's never going to agree with me.
I'm saying
you're biased. See, but I did.
Are you going to allow me? Allow me, because you can't just accuse me.
Why is it that you interrupt me? You say allow me when you are the one
because I was about to speak. You said I was biased. I was about to speak.
But I'm saying when you interrupted me.
All right, go on then. If it's that important.
I use the term most, and I use a specific term to say that they are more proselytizing. They convert people into their this thing, and that's the term you went on to use again to say we convert people. And if you convert people to your culture, because it's such a kind of culture that is converting, it means that you are going to convert even Igbo people that are there. You're going to convert them to join your culture. Because Igbo people are not necessarily proselytizing, but they are more laid back in terms of.
But again, I think you use the wrong words and the wrong language. Again,
I know. I'm struggling with that one.
You know, it's not proselytizing. It's simple influence. You know the Western influence that they have. You know that we buy into it. We buy into it. It's not that they come and knock us on the head. Now we buy into them now, and that's
that's true. That's true.
That's basically what influence is. What you were speaking about in terms of Judaism and the Jews have a particular story. And when I say the Jews, I mean the Jews of the West, the European Jews. And unless you enter that story, you won't understand them at all. You really have to go deep to know who these people are. Because they are not the Hebrew of the Bible. They are not. So
yeah, I agree with you on that point. My only point is that when I was trying to share the information with I speak the if not now, is that the people practicing it, I can see how it can play out. Because you have to pick one. You can't have so many when the people are being coalesced. Even the Yoruba people that before they started recognizing themselves as Yoruba, they said it was during the slave trade period, because they were being victimized and they were being the identity just became pronounced. At least let me see what I'm wrong on that. Okay, tell me then.
Well, the name Yoruba is a new name. The Odua or Oduduwa is more, and then there's Eku. Ago, Alago, Anago of the Yorubas. These are older Yoruba names than Yoruba itself. You understand?
What about Batala?
Sorry, Obatola is a name of an individual. It's somebody's name, as opposed to the name of a people. You know. Now, when you come to going even further back, we were called different names. But what it is known. What is known is what our eyes have seen as the Yoruba people, and how we carried so much of culture from what we now term as the Middle East. Because that Middle East that they term as the Middle East is a new geographical expression that talks about the change of ethnicities in that place, because they wanted to clear out the Afrocentricity of that region, just like they've cleared out the Afrocentricity of Egypt. They would like Egypt not to be African, but the fact is, it is African. So, with all these complexities that have gone on, we who are Yoruba have seen it. We have seen it, and it's in our folk tales. It's in our storytelling. Omoluabi means the children under Nimrod. Do you know who Nimrod is?
Yeah, I've heard of Nimrod, but how
Nimrod
do you
is
know
the first.
is Nimrod?
Yes, that's what it is. Go and ask any Yoruba person.
I don't know.
No, it's okay. You can take just take it.
There's no genetic
Let's
link
not argue about it.
between the Yorubas that
Don't
are in
argue what you
Nigeria.
don't know.
There's no genetic link between the Yorubas in Nigeria, and there's no evidence of their presence.
Bro, as I said, take what I say. I don't want to argue about with someone that doesn't know. You understand? So
why should I take what you say when there's no evidence? That is
it's okay. It's okay, but you don't know. You have no idea. So I'm not going to argue it with you.
Believe you don't know. If you don't have evidence, it's belief.
I've said it. If you want to go and check it, you can. But I'm not arguing with someone that doesn't know.
No, what I'm saying is that you don't have evidence for what you are saying.
So you're evidence. I'm saying to you that Omoluabi is a name given to the Yorubas, and I'm telling you what it means.
What does it mean? You say Nimrod. What does Nimrod mean?
What do you mean? What does Nimrod mean? It's a name of a.
Omoluabi is Nimrod. What does Nimrod mean? Is Nimrod English language?
No, I don't believe it is English language. I don't believe it is.
What do you expect me to say to that?
What I expect you to do is to know that you've heard it, put it in your pocket, and go and check it. Not argue what you don't know.
Okay, what does Omoluabi mean in English?
What do you mean, I said it to you. I said to you, it means the children under Nimrod. That's what I said.
So you are telling
you're going to ask another question that I've already talked about.
The Nimrod that is in there is a word in Yoruba language.
I have no idea what you're asking.
No, because you said Omoluabi. So the Omoluabi there is Nimrod. Nimrod is in there.
I tell you what, let's see who's in the comment section and who can speak this better than I. If Alaba was here, he would speak it better than I.
Okay, let me see what does Nimrod mean. So maybe you can, if I find out what Nimrod means, then I will ask you whether it correlates to what Omoluabi means. Nimrod.
It's not Oscar Blackstone. It's not coined from Hausa. It is actually Borgu. Borgu are not Hausa people. Borgu were the people that gave the name Yoruba.
Nimrod.
Not the Fulani, not the Hausa. But it was between the Borgu and the Nupi.
You mean Nupe?
Yeah.
I don't know what Nimrod means. I don't know what. Okay, Nimrod definition meaning idiot, slang. Nimrod, descendants of Ham. Okay, descendants of Ham. Does that? Oh God, it doesn't have a meaning.
Actually, Mr. Triumph, I'm not like you, who's a Banachek and doesn't love his own woman. Mr. Triumph says I have Oyinbo children and Oyinbo wife. My 3 wives. I have 3 wives, my friend, and none of them is Oyinbo.
You don't have to answer him. Sorry,
he's a fucking idiot. All these fucking idiots in the comment section.
Keep your private life private, please, so that all these people.
True talk, forefather.
Yeah. Regarding Nimrod, I'm trying to find the
These
meaning of
fucking
Nimrod.
idiots.
A skilled or great hunter. Okay, they said a Nimrod
He's a
means
great king.
skilled or great hunter.
Yeah.
So, and the word you said again, what is that again? So let me remember.
Omoluabi.
Omoluabi. So Omo Olu, son of Olu, of God.
Yeah.
Olua,
Because
Omo Olua is a son of God now, isn't it? Oluabi.
Nimrod was the first. Nimrod was the first king on the planet.
That's I don't know. Yeah, he was, but my query is about evidence. You know how I go about these things. Before I start taking somebody's suggestions or submissions to be factual, I have to go by evidence. And this is why I say all the time, we have to scrutinize everything. We can't just be accepting things as facts. We can believe, but remember, belief is not knowledge. It's just you are just think that it is true. And that if you recognize that, then you will be seeking evidence in the true world to confirm that belief as actual knowledge. Because it has to be evidence-based. Evidentially, I've never seen any genetic link between sub-Saharan, especially in the Nigerian, southern Nigerians, and Egypt or the Middle East. No archaeological evidence from skeletal
Let me give this to
remains
you, bros.
has
Let
suggested
me
that.
give this to you. Let me give this to you, bros. As some level of evidence, because we know we're talking about antiquity. We're talking about 6,000 years and the last 2,000 years. Now, if you look at language and you bring the Yoruba language, you bring the Igbo language, and then you bring ancient Hebrew, and then you bring the kinetic language of the Kemet, which is Egypt, you see all the similarities in what we say and how we say it. It's there. It's there if somebody is looking. Bring it up. Bring it up.
See, if you don't have genetic link and linguistics believe that the Egyptian and most of the Semitic area speak Afro-Asiatic language, while our own is linked to the Volta and Niger Congo.
That doesn't suggest. That doesn't suggest. That doesn't suggest that all the linkage
that is talking
within
about
the language.
genetics.
Do you know how much? Do you know how
you
much?
think-
Do you know how much linkage in language there is between West Africa and Southern Europe? You know the way that Italians speak is quite different from the way that English people speak. That the Italians pronounce words more like West Africans than they do like Northern Europeans.
I've actually said that about the Spanish, actually, and the Portuguese.
Yes.
They sound more like us than normal,
they do.
like Germanic Europeans.
Yes.
Like even Indians have tonations that you could say, okay, sound a little bit like African, but it doesn't necessarily mean, because sometimes people sound a little bit similar. But the words,
see, you can't have it always, forefather. You know, we know that sometimes it seems to me that you're looking for evidence that has not been founded as yet, or may not be even there. However, because we are scrimping with the evidences that we do have, if it is not physical evidence, then let it be written. If it is not written, then let it be a way of storytelling, that there is an homogeny between these two areas. When you start deconstructing this now, you find where there is a relationship. But sometimes it's like you're looking for a television documentary so you can look at it and say, oh, that's right. No, bro, that's not how it goes.
And they will never tell you the real history. That's just the truth of the matter.
It's dangerous not to actually see documentary evidence based on research and all that
No,
stuff.
Forefathers, this is my first time disagreeing with you. I want to be honest with you that the mainstream media history.
How dare you disagree? You seem to be agreeing with everybody today. How Jefferson, you want to start disagreeing with me? Jefferson agrees with everybody.
Let me explain. You see, whatever we are learning from history, it's just we should. What you need to understand is that the 1% powerful elites. Don't forget, it's not just the fact they are not just controlling our money. our wealth, they are also controlling information.
Our minds.
And yes, our minds. And that's huge. So most times when you see all these division classes and all of that, we need to look beyond what is actually is. I'll put it that way. In terms of where people originate from and all that, I think there was a Chinese man. I wish I could share the link. If I have the link,
I know what you're gonna say. I know this.
There was a Chinese man. He was so proud of his Chinese culture.
Well
He was
said.
like, he wants to show how we started. The guy took genetic markers across China. I don't know if it's China. I thought, yeah, he took all the
He
genetic
said
markers.
that the Chinese are the only ones in the world, after everybody in the world has said that their lineage goes back to Africa. This man, our lineage doesn't go back to any Africa.
Exactly. The guy was shocked. The guy was shocked to see that his lineage is pointing back to Africa.
On Nicha Gongo, that's where he ended up.
Exactly. So what does that tell you? And guess what? Have you seen that news on the mainstream media before? You can only see maybe on YouTube or something.
They hid that thing, man. For real.
Mainstream media were the first to admit that Africans originated from East Africa, and they went on to admit that all the genetic records indicate that. But that is the point I'm making, that there is no reason for them to hide that Black people were present in Europe.
No. There was a reason for them to hide.
They didn't hide.
Hiding is because they wanted.
What do you mean there's no reason for them to hide?
Because they didn't hide any other group. They never hid any other group's identity. Why didn't they hide the Indian?
Let me ask you. Do you think that Africa, West Africa, for instance, actually originated from the present landmass of West Africa?
No. But I can tell you what could have happened. There were people here, and there is no. I cannot rule out that a group of people migrated from this in Egypt, Sumeria, and came down.
Group of people, or maybe almost the whole original inhabitants of Egypt.
No, it doesn't ever happen like that. It hardly ever happens like that.
It does. It happens like that.
The only time it happens, the evidence doesn't suggest that they left. That's the thing too. So you could have a people that experience, maybe there's a conflict or something, and they leave a certain region. Like, just like Israelis left. It doesn't mean that Jews didn't remain there. So they came to the Nigerian space, mixed with the people, maybe even became the dominant group within those people. But eventually, their genetic pool completely dissolved into the native population, and they went away. But still, with the knowledge of a history that says there are people that moved in, that came into that the population. That is a plausible, likely thing to possibly happen. Like Oyibo people now going to mix with other cultures. Those people will remember that there was somebody that came from outside and mixed with us, but over the generation they may lose details. That is what I'm saying. Even if they came, the people that they are now, the only evidence of their presence here is not there anymore genetically. It means if you're not there genetically anymore, it means they don't exist anymore. It doesn't mean that people didn't come from there. You see how things happen. If you go to America, if you go to Europe now, let's say you go to London, you stay there, and there's no other Nigerian there, or let's say 20 Nigerians, 100 Nigerians go to London and stay there. 1,000 years from now, no other Nigerian goes there, nobody will know you existed. Nobody will know you existed because your genetic lineage will disappear into their genetic pool. Except they find your archaeological evidence, they will never know you existed there. That is the point I'm making. Even if some people came from this thing, genetics doesn't suggest that they were here. It's not there. And we are some of the oldest groups on the face of the earth, not just in Africa, on the face of the earth. The E1B1B and the A haplogroup and A1 and I think A1 and A2 haplogroup is in West Africa, and A3 haplogroup is in West Africa too. The L2 and L1 female haplogroup is in West Africa and it's in other parts of Africa. We are some of the oldest groups. So why is it that the ones out there didn't come and mix with us here and show up here? If they were here, they dissolved into these our groups, and there's no genetic evidence of them anymore. That is the point I'm making.
You know, one thing we have to appreciate, I believe, and I won't go where forefathers has gone in terms of the haplogroups, as important as they are. Europe, Asia, and Africa was completely black back in the day. There was nobody else.
That's true.
Yes.
There was no one else.
Completely black, yes.
When they dug up Cheddar Man, and this is 13,000 years ago, and they saw the skeleton, they didn't really understand what the skeleton was. Then they began to add features based on the DNA that they found within. They found that he had blue eyes and black skin. Now, when you can see that this is us. This is us, not them. They can see that this is us and not themselves. This is what's happened throughout the whole world, including the Americas, that they've just found a couple of years ago. When they go further back they go, the more African it is. And what I found over the last 30 years or so, nearly anything that I thought was white, when you look deeper, you find out the original is black. Traffic lights, telephone, all these things I thought now, or you better create them all. And I look at the black man who developed these things, or who was intrinsic in it. The whiskey.
But Jack, can I add to that? Because there is this trick that is happening with genetics. Like if you go to the Asian continent now, there are black people there that look like us, but they are more related to the Chinese, Indians than they are related to us. Even if they are
No. Please, no.
Jefferson again, you again, Jefferson. You are looking for my trouble, Jefferson. You again.
Control Jefferson. Control my brother.
Jefferson, you again. Jefferson has been agreeing with everybody. It's me he's disagreeing with now. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead and let me know what you are trying to do.
Look, yes, we know that. See, what is going on is, yes, we have people over the world, and these guys, they settled. I forgot the name of this. If you could help me, Jagun, what they call it, the particular tribe. I think they were somewhere located in South Africa or so. They're descendants.
Talking about the
Khoisan.
Exactly, and their features. So those are the people that were there. They went there, they migrated and all of that. And of course, when they and they expanded. So of course,
Khoisans are some of the oldest paternal haplogroup in the world.
Yeah.
And they are some of the oldest paternal haplogroup in the world.
Before the Bantu expansion took place.
The Bantu expansion, they were almost as high. They found a Khoisan kind of skeleton of this thing in the Sahara. So the Nigerians, they are always troublesome people. They kick them all the way to South Africa and the Bantu expansion. That's what they call the Bantu expansion.
No. The Khoisan were the first in Southern Africa, and they may, as you said, they may have been as far north as the Sahara, but there was a good caption, and there's still some remnant in East Africa, Kenya and Uganda, and they've traveled all the way down. Kenya. Then went after now, this is a couple of 100 years after, the Bantu expansion took place, coming from the east of Nigeria and Cameroon area, and they went down and took them over.
No, I agree with you. What the Bantu expansion started from somewhere East Nigeria, Cameroon, then push, and the people they were pushing are the Khoisan people, because they said they dominated the continent before.
Not only Khoisan, it was anybody. There's a large amount of pygmies that we run over. You know, a lot of the people that we met here in West and Central Africa, they were pygmy types.
Yeah, I don't know how we are also linked to the pygmies. The pygmies are just another branch of. It's a bit loose. It's a bit weird.
There are different people who pygmies aren't.
Yeah. But we still have some of the genes that the pygmies have too.
Yes,
so it's a bit confusing to explain really how it works. But the E1B1, E1B1B, E1B1A gene is the one that the Bantus carried, and they carried it all the way from West Africa, boom, into South Africa. But the original point I was making was that the Asians, like that are black like us, their genetics is more linked to other groups, the other Asians, than to Africans. Even if they are black like us, some of them, they said they actually reacquired their African look, the look that we consider African. They reacquired it even when they were like Chinese at first. They may have looked like Chinese or Indians with straight hair, but they went on to reacquire their African look, just like the black people that left Africa acquired those Asian looks. So we are all changing all the time. So that's what they said happened. However, what that tells you is that the point I was trying to make was that that Oyibo man that you are seeing, that is Cheddar man, may be more linked to Europeans than us genetically, even if he's dark skinned, even if the white mutation hadn't taken effect. But his genes, if you test it, it's not likely to be E1B1B or E1B1A.
We don't know that. I hear what you're saying, but we don't really know that. That they haven't come out with that information. But my feelings are that because if those are the first people that were there, they would have a relationship. Because remember that these Europeans, they weren't originally our type of human being. They were Neanderthal, and the Neanderthal is a different species of human being that has now died out. You understand?
Yep.
So those people would be more. They were human beings, which is not Neanderthal, which is not what's the other one? Denisovian.
Denisovans, yeah.
So the assumption you're making isn't necessarily accurate.
No, it doesn't have to be accurate. That's a conjecture, really, because of what happened with the Asian black people there, not be linked to us. So it could be that even the black people that you see in Asia, it doesn't necessarily mean they are like us. They are dark. You can say, okay, the first white people showed up later.
I'm not sure if you are aware of the first Chinese empire and how it was created and who, again, created it. The first Chinese empire was brought together by the Qi, and the original Qi were African. The original Qi. And the people that they met there were probably Denisovian and Neanderthal. And war took place, and the Qi took over the whole place. And as the Qi took over, and they progressed before it became, the name Chinese comes from Qi. C-H-I. Now, a lot of my man there was talking about Chinese. The Igbo thing where they call Qi is power. They have something in Nigeria called Qi again, which is they do it in Kung Fu, and it's the power they assume before they bring their Kung Fu in. When they did the history and they came and saw what the Igbo's Qi was, they knew the lineage of Qi. These are things that we don't even fathom.
Exactly. Yes.
We just throw it away like it doesn't belong to us. Everything in this world is ours. For goodness sake.
Be careful, be careful. This is not the view of Dr.
No. What Jagun is saying is that
what Jagun goes against us.
The martial arts and Kung Fu, all these things you're talking about, is Africans are the originators of all these things.
Yes,
hey, God. Martial arts.
Again, I have to give you more information. Are you aware of what the Indus Valley history is? The Indus Valley is like Pakistan, India. Pakistan, India today in terms of race. And that's where I told you that the whole of that region is African. Now, the Indus Valley, it rose up just after Egypt and is so sophisticated in terms of them. Now, when what they call the Aryan race came down, the Aryan is how they pronounce Iran. Iran is Aryan, that's what it means. And it's the people that came from the Caucasus Mountains. And that civilization came, entertained the sophistication of the culture of the Indus Valley, and then began to enslave them and push them out. So all that area now became the Aryan race. Those Denisovians or those people from the Indus Valley, they went down to further and further down in India. That's why you see the darkest people in India are in the south of India, and the fairest are in the north.
Okay.
That's
Let
what
me
happened.
give you a breakdown of what I learned. And funny you talked about that because I learned it recently. You know, me, I like to share knowledge. You know, I'm very generous like that. So I'm very generous like
My
that.
man.
So the Indians, what happened was that their original people that left Africa settled in that Indus Valley area, and they triggered the initial stage of the civilization, the initial Indus civilization. Today they are known as the Dravidians in the south.
That's right.
Then you had a group of people from outside that region. I'm not sure the first one that came in were not the Aryans. They were the ones that they said they come from the Caucasus and Ukrainian, where the Ukrainians were. They came from there and came in. So those people, they mixed with, because they came in from the north, they mixed with the people in the northern part of India, and they are mixing. And they said it wasn't like a conflict, but I doubt it. The guy that was explaining it, like, how do you end up at the top of a society without it being some form of conflict? I don't believe that. So they said they mixed with the ones in the north, and then they gradually mixed with the ones in the south. And the information I want you to take away with here is that the ones that left Africa to that Indus Valley, they lived there for about 60-something thousand years before these ones even arrived at all. So the vast majority of them were like that. And then they mixed with this population from the north. It's like you have half and half. You have the Ukrainians. Let me just use Ukrainians as the name. The Ukrainians versus the Dravidians, and further south you get lesser percentage of the Ukrainians. The same thing happened when the Aryans arrived too. The Aryans diluted the Ukrainian genes and the Dravidians gene among the northerners as they are going south, because when they go south they are reducing in number. So that's how the pattern you see in India. That's the way they explain it to me, that there is no one abrupt change that happened where you just replace one whole class completely. When it's an India that is explaining this, and a geneticist, but I'm saying that evidence, you need to check it again, because I've never seen any society where another group come from outside, they end up at the top of the food chain. They went, the last ones that came are the ones that created the caste system that lasted for going to 2,000 years now. And that caste system was designed to keep the darkest one down, which are the Dravidians. And these Dravidians and Indians, they may not like it. Their genes, most of their genes are made up of the Dravidian gene. That is the interesting thing. That's what I discovered. Before, I didn't know that. You will say, oh, even the ones that look very light skinned, they have a significant amount of that Dravidian gene within them. Those ones that came from Africa to the Indus Valley area. So that was the narrative. I don't know whether it's true, because I don't believe that any group can come from outside, end up in the top of the food chain peacefully. And I've never seen that happen.
Okay. Well, yeah, I don't. I mean, peacefully, I think that's an optive word, because we know that the Europeans have done it all over the world.
And Fulanis didn't come in peacefully when they took over the north of Nigeria and put themselves at the top of the food chain of Islam. It didn't happen peacefully. So I've never seen it where you just come, oh, we love you so much, you look so good, be our king, please. That's not how it works. Goes high, make me your king.
Well, the thing is, I do appreciate a historical conversation, and I like people who have read some levels of history to dialogue with, because I think there's so much that we have lost, or we don't have, or we haven't fathomed out between ourselves, and where we agree, where we disagree upon historical points. Because I think generally it will give us as a Black people an awful lot of power in the knowledge of our own history and how, again, expansive we have been. I think it's important, and we have to be open-minded to a lot of time, but I think we also have to look at what has actually taken place and be as accurate as we can, and not just have these hypotheses. I mean, it's good to have a hypothesis, but they should be based on some level of grounded fact, so we can travel together. Because you see, the history that you speak about that has been rewritten. The Oyinbos have rewritten the whole world history, brother, and they've given it to us in all these piecemeal ways, and that we have eaten it, and it's all rubbish. It's bubblegum.
Including our geographical map. To shock you guys, the geographical map that you are seeing today is not accurate. It will shock you.
Yeah,
the
we know that.
map,
But why would they
Africa
hide
is far
things?
bigger
Sorry,
than.
why would they hide things when they don't hide all the grisly stuff they've done?
They do hide.
It's done in plain sight. It's actually done in plain sight.
Absolutely.
It's done in plain sight. Don't you get? They'll make you look like everything is so free.
This is why I tell people.
Make things subliminal.
This is why you see. It's been a long time I've been on this thing, and I keep using this example when people don't realize that this thing that we call visa, that we use to travel up and down, that we use to get access to cash, to get access to travel, visa, VISA. In plain sight, it's actually 666. In plain sight, it's in front of us all time, but none of us know what it says. But VI in Roman numerals is 6. VI in Babylonian is S. VI in Greek is A. 666 right in front of us, and we're carrying in our pocket, telling ourselves that we're Christian. You understand?
That's a lot of.
Well, I don't have
That's
much
that's what you call
that,
hidden.
but all I know that the issue of
hidden in plain
visa.
sight.
No. But of course, me and you should understand one thing, that the issue of visa and all that is just a tool to manipulate who passes each other's boundary. Because come to think of it, the white people, when they did their conquest, they had it all. They came into the country so free. They took whatever they have to their and filled to their satisfaction, and they felt that if the border is still open the way it has been when they got what they got from us, they were afraid we were going to take it back from them. So hence they did their planning from beginning to make sure that we have this visa system so that they will reduce the amount of people that enter their country.
Yes,
so me, that's how I see. That's how I see.
No, you're right. You are correct. But what is more fundamental is that they wrote it in this way, knowing that this is 666. So what we have to understand is that there is a bigger agenda than simply not getting from here to there. There's a bigger agenda. Are you with me? So they will stop cash around the world. We didn't give it 10 years. Within 10 years, they're going to really pursue stopping cash. We know in England that they're already making so many moves towards, a cashless society.
Oh yeah.
They've even tested it in Nigeria.
It's almost cashless already. Even in Nigeria, Nigeria is going cashless crazy.
Yeah. So we have to understand why. Why are they doing that? They're doing that so that they can control your movements in terms of cash you can spend. If they can close down your bank account. They can just close it down. You can starve. They can take you out.
Yeah, but a king can do such too. The point what my worry with that conversation, now we are moving to somewhere else. My worry with that conversation sometimes when we talk about what these leaders are doing, we are saying that they are doing these things in terms of like it's a conspiracy to control us. They already control us by and large. At the same time, we should be thinking about how to take the power away from them, from the point of view that, one, if this world is to survive, there has to be a form of a world government sooner or later, where you have something like the UN, but a lot stronger. It has to be in place. Otherwise, we are not going to make it one way or the other. And if that is going to happen, if we keep, like the vast majority of people keep talking about this as if it's some kind of conspiracy, world government is a conspiracy, it's how systems work. Once people become aware of themselves, they start organizing bigger groups. And that's how it's going to be. We have become too aware of each other. We are talking to each other in different countries now. Sooner or later, you will want to form a coherent entity, because look at all the tax dodging nonsense that is going on. Sooner or later, somebody want to do something about it and make it international and have a common rule that applies all over the world. If they start doing that, who is going to control it? Should be may I worry about that? Because if all these elites start controlling it, a lot of people will become wage slaves. So we are already wage slaves, but it's going to be the worst state where if they don't need us, they will do away with us. Because
that's right.
The class system will become, almost like they become a totally different breed from us as human beings.
Can I put something to you guys? You earlier when you were having your political discussion about immigration, I was going to push it and say at that time, but I was interested in just listening to the discourse. Right now, across the Western world, immigration is an issue, a big issue. They're all speaking about the same thing. In England, they're speaking about it in the same way they're speaking about it in America. There are so many people being bussed into England, UK, and staying in hotels at the cost of the taxpayer. A lot of the people are worried in that they're seeing that they are being sidelined in order to cater for the immigrant population that's coming in. But there's a reason that this is happening not just that people are running away economically from their lands coming into the West where all their goodies are. No, there's actually a reason. Do you know when you are born with a birth certificate, that birth certificate is actually like an insurance bond. You can go and cash your birth certificate and it's worth millions. It's worth a lot of money. So what they want to diminish their local populations and bring in populations that can just do the shoddy work. But they put it in front of us as to say, we're going to clear this up. We're going to do it. But somebody else said earlier, if they really wanted to stop immigration, they can just stop it. They can just stop it. You understand? But they're not just stopping it. They're telling us that it's a problem. Oh, the French, oh, they're letting them through this barrier. Oh, they're crossing over in these boats. No, my brothers. We have to really understand what's going on in this world as the days go by. There is a big plan afoot. There's a big plan. And we have to keep looking. We have to keep wondering. Because these people mean no good to us. My birth certificate, I've searched it out. I was born in Nigeria. I had my birth certificate there. My mom still keeps it. I've lost it a few times. Then when I did my research on it, and you have to go and do deep research, I'm not going to speak about it on this platform. It might get me in trouble. Then I saw what I'm worth to the system. I've seen it. What I am worth monetarily to the system. I won't tell you how to do this thing on this platform. Now, when I saw that, I was shocked because I'd heard of it. Then I did my own research upon my own birth certificate. So basically, at my death, I don't get that cash from the birth certificate, neither do my family. But who does get it is the system. So, you know when they say, is worth it dead or alive? That is a very old standing saying. Dead or alive, or you are worth the same amount of money to me. It's only if you're alive, you have to do what I say, my behest. But if you're dead, or I don't give a damn, because I'll just basically get the reward for your death by this certificate. So I'm saying this to let us know that all these things that we speak about in historical terms, in political terms, they come to a point where we have to understand that something is going on that is beyond what we speak about, beyond the physical terms that we speak in. They go to another realm, and we have to kind of have an understanding of what this other realm is and what we are actually playing for. Because I'm telling you, this life that is so precious, we have to play for keeps. You know, I don't know if you know this term. When I was a child growing up in the UK, they used to say, we used to bet or not gamble, but bet. We were children. We weren't gambling. We were betting. And then We will bet based on no money, just to see who's right. And then we will bet on money. And then we will bet on money for keeps, because sometimes somebody won't give the money. So we'll ask somebody else to hold the money while me and you bet. And we say, boy, we're betting for keeps, it's for keeps. This life is for keeps, which means if you don't win your own life, somebody's going to win it for you or from you, as the case may be. I'll end it there.
Thank you for that. I'm just seeing some headline news that seems to be interesting. I just thought I should share it. Israel's, Israel has a plans to attack Iran, and it appears the document that they are sharing with Americans has been leaked online somehow. I don't know whether they are leaking it like some kind of pirated movie or so. I don't know. What they are leaking it. So and the document seems to have mentioned that Israel does not plan to use nuclear weapon. That's American document saying that. All those sort of things. If American document is saying that Israel does not plan to use their nuclear weapons on any this thing, that's acknowledging that they know Israel has nuclear weapons, and also is not helpful, and it's a bit of a concerning situation. What is happening, and what I worry this may be about is that they will leak the information in the US so that Israel will have an excuse to say they will not share intelligence with America anymore, and then they will go and do crazy stuff. That's one of my fear. And another observation I noticed in the report was that the document that they saw says it's only for US eyes, for the US people to see, and the Five Eyes, not NATO, the Five Eyes only should see this.
Who are the Five Eyes?
The Five Eyes: United States, United Kingdom, Canada, Australia, New Zealand. The Anglo-Saxon arm I have been talking about. Only them see this, not NATO. Obviously, they don't like Turkey. If Turkey sees that, Turkey will go, probably because of Turkey, they didn't share it with NATO. If Turkey sees that, they will go and report to Iran immediately. Like, these people are crazy. They will not attack you. So, but it's quite interesting that the information came out, and interesting that they restricted to the Five Eyes too.
No, but in any case, is it a secret that Israel will retaliate against Iran? It's a matter of when, not if.
It's the detail of the attack that seems to have come out somehow, but they are being careful not to share it on CNN.
From what you said now, the details didn't even come out.
Oh no, it came out. It's already out in a newspaper or somewhere else. The CNN is reporting it. They are investigating it, but CNN is not allowed to say it themselves because it's very dangerous. But they did say something. They talked about that when some of the document mentioned Israel's nuclear weapon. That they're not looking to use nuclear weapon on Iran or something like that. So they are mentioning
just like what I'm asking you now. Don't you know before that Israel has nuclear weapon?
Yes, we do. Maybe that's why they mentioned it. They are trying to mention something we already know. As you see, they're trying to mention something. They're not mentioning the others.
We know that Israel have nuclear weapon. We know that Israel is going to retaliate against Iran. We know that Biden have already told them they should not hit Iran's nuclear sites. And they should not hit their oil installations.
Yeah, one of the areas that seem to be quite concerning.
That's just the only condition that America gave them. Any other, these two targets should be off. These two areas should be off your target, but any other place you're allowed.
Yeah. Okay, let me read it. Say they describe preparations Israel appears to be making for a strike against Israel. One of the documents which says it was compiled by the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency says the plans involve Israel moving munitions around. I don't know what that means, but they have to be careful, because if some of the document actually shows America is actively
right.
That's
Israel, what they're doing.
That's not going to look good, though.
That's basically what as soon as you mentioned that first, I saw that basically America wants to separate themselves in the public view from what they know Israel is going to do.
And yeah, you know why they're doing it? Because me and you know that presently Netanyahu is like is unhinged. You understand? And whatever she's going to do, he's not doing anything that is going to be how do I put it? Anything that will put Biden's administration in a good standing. You understand? Especially because of the political season that we are in now.
Yes.
You understand? If you've been watching them closely,
yeah,
you discover that he's been calling the bluff of American government a kind of. You understand? And Biden had been careful to manage it so that it will not turn the rest of the Jewish voting bloc here against the Democratic Party. So they are not in good terms at all.
If you ask me though, most of the Jews, I think in America, if I'm not mistaken, most of the Jews don't support what Netanyahu is doing in America. And Biden, if one is a Zionist, and secondly, it seems like for me, I feel like that guy wants to sabotage Kamala Harris.
Really?
Yes.
No, but those things have been going on.
Some people are suggesting it already. Some people are suggesting it that he's trying to sabotage her because some of the decisions he's making regarding Israel is making things worse for the Democratic Party.
No, but he started when he was the flag bearer now. Have you forgotten?
Yes, but he had at that time, you notice that he was fighting to end the conflict. He was talking about ceasefire more strongly. Since Kamala Harris became the candidate, Israel has just been escalating and escalating and escalating and escalating continuously.
He's not Biden that caused it. It's Netanyahu that caused it. Netanyahu is
I can
rooting
check
for
the
Trump.
date when Biden stepped down. Let me see.
He hasn't stepped down.
No, and this stepped down from being a candidate.
What I'm telling you is that the person that is dictating the tune is Netanyahu, not Biden.
Let's see. When he stepped down from being a candidate, July 21st. And if you ask me, since then, if you tie it to the period when Israel started escalating things, I think it's somewhere around August. They really started ramping up things. And even in the White House, they said around September, they gave up because the window is too short. I think Israelis went to holidays and the other side went on holidays. So they knew that within that 2 months, they can't do anything. Somehow they just gave up. And if you ask me, I've never seen an American president towards an election allow Israel to go this crazy.
It's Netanyahu. Netanyahu's political future is on the line too.
That is true, but even then, you can still force them. If they gave them 26 billion.
Listen. If anything happened, if the war ends today, you understand? Okay, if the war ended yesterday, do you think Netanyahu would have been president up to now?
No, he wouldn't be.
He wouldn't be.
But it's not up to him to decide. It's up to America to decide what to do with him. America can say, we will not give you weapons anymore.
Listen,
America say
that's also a tricky area. America cannot do it, especially now.
Yeah, but he could have done it 2 months ago.
It's still the same thing. I'm telling you. The Jews,
what they've said politically
are very influential here.
What they've said politically is that
the security that America is providing for Israel is not just because of Hamas. That is why it's not just because of Hamas. There's a greater power there, which is Iran.
Yes.
And America will not want to leave Israel vulnerable because they are like their own. What Hezbollah is to Iran is what Israel is to.
No, I agree with you on
West,
that. I agree with you on that.
Middle East. So when some Democrats are crying, saying defund Israel, don't give Israel money, I look at them as if they are kind of stupid. They think it's only for. There's a bigger picture.
Yeah, I think I'm not the only one that thinks this. Some people are worried that he is doing that. Biden sabotage. Let me show you now. Some people are thinking that he's sabotaging this in her campaign. Look at that now. Biden sabotaging Harris' presidential campaign. It's almost people feel like, and when people start suspecting this, it means that there is some whispers going on behind the scenes that this guy, he seems to be doing stuff that normally you won't allow to happen if you really want to win. He knows Trump is going to be crazy. Trump son-in-law, Jared Kushner, was talking about Gaza being a waterfront property, that they can move the Gazans away from there. And these guys, when they end up in the White House, that's what they're going to be looking to do. And Biden is not alarmed by that. He seems to be just fine with allowing this mess going on, knowing that it's damaging this in Kamala Harris badly. That I don't trust that guy, man. I'm not. Look at how many papers wrote this. This is not only this thing. It's not only one paper. They believe that he's sabotaging it. That's the thing. Now we don't know the truth, and I think after the election, if it is true, and Kamala Harris loses, she's going to come out, or her supporters will come out and say what actually happened during the campaign, because historically, the candidates that step down from running as candidates in Democratic Party, they tend to sabotage the party. They tend to do it more overtly before, but this time it looks like Biden is doing it in a more covert way. That's all I see, because if I was him, I would do everything to stop Israel. Calm down, calm down, calm down. After the election, maybe you can carry on, but before the election, make sure you calm down and let's go after the election. If you refuse, I'm going to block you completely.
No,
So
but,
be it.
but
After
you
all,
also know,
if
you
Trump
also
wins
know,
anyway, what's the point?
but you also know that American politics don't necessarily work that way. If Biden should make he can tactfully do what he said now, but he can't say it the way you said it now.
But you know, there was a
Because
time
that was what nearly put Trump in trouble. When he
okay,
was
let me find out which president banned weapons.
withdrawing aid from Ukraine. You understand?
Yeah, have banned weapons to Israel. I want to find out which U.S. president, because it's not like it's new. U.S. presidents have banned weapons to Israel before.
No, if he do it because of an election, they will say that it's because of the election that he did it.
To ban weapon sales. I don't think necessarily. If he's calling for a ceasefire, one guy is just going around firing everybody and bombing the whole place to pieces. He will like, no, enough. I'm not going to give you weapons anymore. I'm not going to give you $20-something billion instead of $3-something billion that I normally give you before. Instead, he's arming Israel to the teeth and sending submarines there, ships there, everything there, creating tension. And the Arab voters in and Muslim voters in America are not liking it. He's losing a lot of voters.
No, they don't like it. Yeah. They don't like it.
They will not like it, and it's very visceral to them. Watching their own people getting slaughtered like that, they're not going to find it funny at all. And how is Kamala Harris going to win with that? And if you look at the polls, Michigan, that Democrats win handily.
Yeah, that's a problem.
Behind.
Yeah.
If she doesn't win Michigan, she's done. Forget Pennsylvania, she's done. If she doesn't win Michigan, it's ridiculous. But what can you say? I'm not fighting for her to win anyway. I don't even like Democrats. They are horrible people. You know, before I wanted to talk about the death toll under the Democratic Party, people didn't let me say it. The wars that they are involved in, a lot of people die in their wars. From First World War, Second World War, Vietnam War, Korean War, Ukraine War, Gaza War, Libyan War, Syrian War. Jesus Christ.
Terrible.
They have such a bloody record for people that claim to be peaceniks, and then they are the supporters of abortion. Oh my God, this is what they are.
Bro, the way I see it, it's an agenda. This is what I'm saying. This thing is for keeps. All this is life and.
I can't hear you. Is it me? I think it's probably me.
It's me. I just went away.
Okay.
The death toll that these people have, we have to realize that they are mowing people. They are farming people. It's like farming us, and I don't think we're paying enough attention of the level of weakness. We as human beings on this earth, we are operating from a position of weakness to what's going on above us, and I'm afraid of that scenario. Don't like it.
You're afraid of the scenario?
Yeah, of not being able to really do nothing because we're not organized. Most of us don't know what's going on. We can't function in a way that would impact our our objection to what's going on in the world. They're killing thousands upon thousands of people in the Middle East. We may be shocked in our own homes, but there's nothing we can do about it.
Yeah.
Terrible.
I asked the question on this thing now, on this ChatGPT, man, the numbers are staggering. You know, and I think this one is for if not now. If not now, was one of the people. I will use this to let's so I'm gonna round up the show. I think we've gone for 12 hours already.
Sure.
Let me just use
This
this
is
to round
longest
up the
show
show.
ever.
Yeah, yo, this is longest show. Jefferson, you've not seen anything then. You've not seen anything. This is the log for you. Oh God. Let's see. Okay, so I think which one did I ask about? This one is comparative. Oh, which one? Wars and military intervention by Republicans. Okay, look at that. The wars and military intervention. The Democrat one. Let me get the Democrat one. Okay, list those for Republicans. Okay, so I list the ones for Republicans. Look at the death tolls. Let me see. This one they didn't have the banana wars in the Americas. That's the one that we're involved in. They didn't put the numbers clearly. It doesn't seem to be very big for people to notice. Invasion of Grenada. I think they tried to get a number. Impact. Grenada. Okay, Grenada. It doesn't seem to be a lot, so they didn't list anything. I don't think they have the numbers for that. In Panama invasion too. Doesn't seem to be significant, so they don't seem to care. And very short wars too. Another one here. Again, okay, Gulf War. What is the number now? There should be some serious numbers in Gulf War. Impact the war on the Middle East, but in Saddam Hussein's. It didn't include the numbers. It looks like it's being partial for the Republicans though. But that said, these wars. Let me see what I can. Okay, I think I asked a more question. Please compare. Okay, yeah, I did say that I should compare death toll here. So now these are the actual death tolls between both sides getting involved. Wars under Democrats. World War I. The World War One. He says this one is 160 something thousand US deaths. World War II, 400 and something thousand. Korean War, 36,000. Vietnam War, 56,000. And total.
Are they talking about American deaths?
Yes, this one is just only American deaths alone. Now, if American deaths are dying, believe me, the other side is dying a lot more. 600 and something thousand total. Democrats.
Because World War II death toll was massive. And World War One.
Yeah, Republicans 7,000. 600 and something thousand versus 7,000. This in Democrats. Democrats win that one completely hands down. That was an election. It's a landslide. You know, there's no question about it. So continue conversation. Let me see. There was one that they compared them side by side and in the millions. Let me see if I can pull that up. List. Okay, these are for Democrats. The Democratic numbers for the wars that they fought. Where are the numbers? Are you seeing any numbers there? I know there were numbers. Let me see. I don't think this is showing it properly, actually. It's not showing it. Let me get the actual data so you can see it properly. Let me just sort this out. Get this one up here. That should help with it. I think this one includes numbers. As you can see on this side. Okay, now, under Democratic presidents, World War I, 1917 to 1918, Woodrow Wilson. U.S. military deaths, 166,000. Total deaths, 16 to 20 million dead. Second World War, 1941 to 1945, Franklin D. Roosevelt. U.S. deaths, 405,000. And total deaths, 70 to 85 million. Second World War deaths.
Disgusting.
And Korean War, 1950 to 1953, Harry Truman, the Korean War, 36,500 US deaths and total deaths 2 to 3 million, including civilian casualties. Vietnam War, 1965 to 1973, Lyndon B. Johnson, a Democrat again, US deaths 58,000 and total deaths 1.5 million, to 3.5 million, including Vietnamese civilian and military. Kosovo, yeah, I didn't ever remember Kosovo even. And total deaths, I should be going with total deaths. The total deaths are the highest one, isn't it? Total deaths 13,000, and then that happened in 1999. Libyan intervention 10 to 30,000. And the Libyan intervention, operation against ISIS. I don't think that one both parties really participate, but I think the Democrats were in office when it started, if I'm not mistaken. I think it was under Obama when it started or something. Then Trump came and finished the job. So now under Republicans, now we should get real numbers under Republicans too. Grenada, 100 to 200. Grenada. Am I saying it right, Jago? Oh God.
Yeah. Right. You see, there's Grenada in Spain and Grenada in the Caribbean.
Grenada is the one I meant. Okay, Grenada, 100 to 200. That's barely anything really. Panama invasion, 500 to 1,000. And Gulf War, okay, that's a big one. 20,000 to 100,000 in the first Gulf War. And I think in the second one too. Is that the first Gulf War? Okay, let me see what Afghanistan War. Okay, the second Gulf War is coming. 170,000 Afghanistan War, and Iraq War, 200,000. Iraq War, 200,000, and ISIS. As you can see, just one war from the Democrats eclipsed all the death toll from Republicans. I don't even think they include Ukraine here. They didn't even include Ukraine war here, or Syrian war. They didn't even include those. And those were under.
No, the Ukraine war. What you should understand that Ukraine war is done in proxy. They're not doing it themselves. All they're doing is just supplying ammunition to the Ukrainian forces.
And
because they know fully well that if they fight directly, it's going to be.
Yeah, they supervised it too. Okay, I think maybe that's why they didn't include it.
You understand? It's a proxy war.
But Americans are present on the ground in Syria, and they didn't even include it in this number. And it was this Obama that was in office when he started. And the same thing with the Ukrainian war. It was the Biden that was in office when he started. And they are the ones funding it. The Gaza war, they are the ones funding it when it started. It's like all the big things that happen that lead to serious conflagration. It just appears as if Democrats are always there to set everything ablaze. And they claim that they are the ones for peace. And you have to ask yourself the question, what is going on here? Why is it that it's so tilted towards the devil? It should be somewhere 50-50. If anything, if I'm not mistaken, Republicans actually rule America for longer periods of time. If you check, okay, let me ask the question: how many in the last 100 years? In last 100 years, how many years have the Democrats ruled the US versus Republicans? That shouldn't be hard. I think Republicans may have ruled the US longer. That's what I thought. Approximately, Democrats have ruled the White House. Oh, it looks like they've ruled more, a little bit more. Yeah, they ruled more actually. That's quite interesting because in the UK, I think the Conservatives have ruled longer in the UK. Let me ask that question for the UK. That's interesting.
Conservatives definitely longer.
Yeah, I have to try to. I'm telling you, even if you weight the amount of, because it's 4 years difference. Even if you weight it differently for the Democrats, that's again for the Republicans, and you take some of the numbers of casualties away from the conflict, it's still lopsided. It's just too lopsided. The wars. Republicans, they talk tough, but they don't always like to go into really, really bloody wars for some reason. I don't understand that. They don't seem to want to do that.
As I said before, I don't think necessarily it's the full decision of either party. I think there's a construction that takes place behind the scale in American circumstances, and it's to do with foreign policy and what is happening in the world at any given time. They will have power would have to take on board what foreign policy dictates.
Wow, the UK conservatives dominate it. 67 years versus 33 years. Wow. That is brutal. That is brutal. Let me see if I can go back further in time. 150 years. Let's see what I evens out for Democrats to Republicans. Although what matters is the last 100 years or so anyway, so it really doesn't matter much. Let's see what Democrats still dominate it. The last 150 years.
Oh boy, you the top statistics, so
Yes, I like that, because the reason why I like is statistics is almost like a kind of I didn't even show you. I'm not showing you people the data. I'm just telling you guys.
No. Please don't show us. It's extremely boring for us. Okay. We prefer just to listen.
Okay, good.
And we can't even see it anyway. As you show us that we can't.
You can share the link on. You can share the link in the chat.
Okay, I will see if I can share it. Let me see. So the reason why this type of statistics are good is because it's not anecdotal experience, and it seems, because it's not, it can be superior, isn't it, to just using anecdotal experience, and it's not my knowledge, and it's a borrowed knowledge from the experts. In this case is ChatGPT. ChatGPT, okay, it's actually an expert. I don't know why people like to badmouth ChatGPT so much. It's a collation of a lot of information from thousands, if not millions of people. Experts, documents. You know, this ChatGPT combs the internet, really. It actually literally combs the internet for information. So it goes to all the places where they have relevant research information, pulls them out and summarizes it. And if you want to test it, check it to see whether it is wrong. It can be wrong sometimes, but it's rarely wrong, especially on the historical information. It's rarely wrong, based on that anyway. I've not shared it too. I think I shared the wrong link there.
You've shared it now.
Have I? Oh yeah, I have. Yeah, I have. I can see it.
Hi, Jefferson. It's good to have you, my brother. You've been here for some time with us now. You understand the level, and we know we're not easy on this platform. You're very welcome.
It's good to have this. It's good to have all these conversations to share ideas and make meaningful impact. Because I know we shouldn't be gathering for fun anymore. We need to be gathering to add value and to improve our society and have a good well-being. I think that's the essence of all these forums.
Yeah,
and to learn. Actually, we're here to learn.
Yes,
from each other.
Gather information. I think I'm more and more obsessed with gathering, data pointers because I think because I met somebody once, and this person told me that they do this job where they gather a lot of information and they use it to make decisions. More than 20 years ago, I've had people talking about data. I don't think it's data mining, where they use the internet, the way
data analysis.
Yeah, they use the way the people behave in the internet to know how the population is behaving, actually, what the population feel. And that information has been available a long time ago. And these days, you don't even hear about it anymore. They keep it secret, like if that knowledge is not there. So what I discovered with that is that big data is actually a powerful tool.
Very powerful.
It gives you information about how people behave on a macro level. And because of that, you can be able to tweak the system, and you see a massive effect. It's a very, very powerful tool from that point of view. And most people operate on a lower level.
It's called manipulation. We use a lot in advertising. In advertising, we used back in the day, we used to use a lot of data information that lets us know the emotions of people and when and how to sell best to them through publications. It's not easy, man. The world of manipulation is not easy, man.
Man, it's crazy now, though. You're having conversation about something in your house. You go online, you start seeing it being advertised to you. It's like, Siri, are you spying on me now?
They're spying on
you everywhere you go now. They are watching you oh my God. It's really scary, man. You know that day when Israel did that pager, even newspaper reporters or news reporters are concerned about their phones.
Of course.
I hope my phone doesn't blow up my face.
You know, it's just like what killed this guy was a drone now.
Yeah.
The drone in the air, knowing where he is, it just took him out.
Unbelievable stuff. Technology. One thing you can say about the Israelis, I don't know what how you call it, Israelis or the Americans, they are ruthless. If they want to, they would think about the most diabolical something you would think, okay, this is taboo. We are not going to go there. No, they will go there.
Yes,
They don't care. They will go there. They don't care about it. And that thing, I was having a conversation with an Israeli. I was telling him that this thing you are doing is dangerous because you think you are just daring everything. Where does it end? You want to poison people's water, poison everything, and put everything, putting bugs in every device. It's a dangerous escalation. Where would we be? Everybody will not trust each other, and they don't have any answer for that. But all they keep saying that we have to do what we need to do to defend ourselves. We have to do what we need. But you can't just keep acting as if you don't think there are consequences to your actions. That people are canceling orders to American products now because they are worried that they could be compromised.
Do you think, with all that's going on and with the power that is at the hands of the individuals, do you think that what's going on in the Middle East and in Russia, Ukraine, that really and truly we're looking at the beginnings of a third world war? I mean, I know it's scary to talk about, but I think, I don't know, my feeling is that we're coming to it. We're really coming to it.
We are coming to it. That's true. Yeah. And America wants to do. I've even before, when I was thinking about it, I think somebody even said it. I checked it online, and maybe it was them that came up with it, or I came up with it first. I said it makes sense for America to want it now, because if they wait too long, the rest of the world is advancing too fast.
Absolutely. Absolutely,
they want it now. China doesn't want it now. China wants to wait until they get so strong that America, all they have to do is look at America like this. America will say, "Please, sorry."
I think China is simply ready for it, but they don't want it at all.
Yes, they are ready for it, but they don't want it. Not now.
They know they can go a completely different way. Do you know what I mean?
The Chinese are smart. They don't fight when they don't need to fight.
Nah, actually, historically, they're not good at war. Historically, they've lost some.
They don't bother fighting. They beat India. The last time they fought with India, they didn't beat India, for what I gather. So, and it wasn't a big war. Let's face it. They are not very invading. They don't like invading other people. They don't do that. But this China that you see today, it will be a danger to think that they can't invade anybody. They have too many weapons, too many technology around. So that's what America doesn't like. I think they want Taiwan. I also think that when they want to take Taiwan, it will be a fait accompli. That they will be so strong and powerful then that even America, everybody will know America will not intervene. And the Taiwanese probably will find a way to talk peace about it, if they can get away with it. But America is trying to drag them into a fight as much as possible. But the Chinese are too smart. They will refuse. Even one British official said the Chinese are very good students of history, that they hardly put a foot wrong internationally. No matter what noise is going, no matter how much they support Russia, they will not let Russia drag them into a mess that they are not interested in. And they are not interested in almost anything. All of that doing trade. They are not interested in anything. They just want to keep building and building until they become so big, it will be hard to challenge them on anything or disrupt whatever they want. And they want Taiwan. Definitely they want Taiwan back. And I don't know what else they want, whether they want to rule the world. You can't predict that with the Chinese. They will be terrible at ruling the world, though. Can you imagine Chinese people coming around to rule? They will not understand anybody. They speak other languages. Even when they try to speak English, they have a massive accent. It will be a serious problem. And they can't. The British... Go ahead.
I'm not sure if I agree. I'm not sure if you need all those things necessarily to be the foremost power or culture in the world. Because the British, as much as they can learn languages, they generally don't. They don't even learn European languages. They have a sector of our community here in the UK that would learn language. When I lived in Spain, all those Oyinbos there from London, from England, none of them knew Spanish. However, anyone else in Europe who is living in Spain, they knew how to speak Spanish. All the Africans
So
that were.
I'm sorry. I think you are right. You are right. I don't know what I was thinking. I think I'm getting a little bit tired. That was completely upside down, really. Because what was I thinking? Expecting Chinese to speak English or anything. We are the ones that are going to learn Chinese, like the way we learn English. Yeah, it's true. You're right. You're right. It's obvious. That's what's going to happen. So, if I was to ask you, out of 100%, what are the chances that the Chinese will look to invade and conquer nations?
Again, they will do it using soft power. Their soft power is very strong.
Never military.
Militarily is always there, and they know how to use it. You know, it's always there. You know, if the Chinese and Japanese somehow were agreeable, the rest of the world won't have a chance against them. Because the Japanese, after the Second World War, they come join the West hardcore. They're too tied to America, and I'm not very happy with that. When I was in Japan, you know, I could see, as much as I wanted them as partners, I didn't like their association with the Americans. Do you know what I mean? Especially where Africa is concerned. So, you know, in knowing I wanted to bring them into Africa, I was always concerned about what the Americans would say about what they're doing in Africa, and how the Americans would disrupt what we are doing as partners, Africans and Japanese.
But
Do you know what I mean?
when you look at it, though, Americans have been quite, if for want of a better word, gracious with the Chinese, given everything they've been through with the Americans, you know, nuking them twice and everything. And yet, America went in there, helped them build back, assist, you know, at least didn't get in their way when they were becoming technologically advanced. As a matter of fact, they actually became more advanced than America in terms of technology and the way they apply it, apart from strategic technology. They tend to be more advanced in technology. And America enabled them. So you can see why they might think, they are our friends now. They didn't treat us like dirt when they actually beat
No,
the living
they're
out of us.
deeply engrossed with each other, America and
Yeah.
Japan, for such a long time. And I'm saying that, given the way the world is now, if it was a scenario whereby the Chinese and Japanese had a friendship, as opposed to their history gives them a lot of enmity between each other.
Yeah.
But if they were friends, you won't be able to stop the East. It will be too much. The Chinese and Japanese together is too much for the rest of the world.
I think that will happen. I think the Japanese, the Chinese, even the Taiwan people, and who else? South Koreans. Most of the Asian continent, not the Indian ones, the Asian ones, they will be more and more coming. They will be coming and more together. If the Chinese don't set a foot wrong, all they need to do is get stronger and stronger. Because the stronger they get, and I think America knows that, the more the other countries are more likely to defy America. The more they are likely to defy America. Like, enough. Stop telling us. After all, look at this guy. He looks like me, man. You can't be telling us what to do. Yeah.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah, because they will know each other. They're not stupid. They're not entirely stupid people. The only reason why they are working with the Americans right now, because history suggests that not long ago the Japanese invaded.
No,
China.
they love America. All this is soft power. When you go to Japan, you will see the American culture distilled in the Japanese way. You know, they have all these little roads and crannies, and then it would open up into where it's pure American. It could be hip hop, it could be reggae music, it will be stars and banners, it will be people dressed up in a strange American way. They love America, bro. They love it.
They have to, because like I said, America gave them a lot back. America didn't treat them badly when they defeated them. I don't think America even treated Germany as
No,
well as
I don't think it's about that. It's simply soft power. It's simply what we see on television over the last 20, 30 years. You know, we love American TV in the West. You know, it was a long time that I decided I used to look at American TV and I started disliking it. But it took me being so engrossed in the first place to now being able to identify what it is I'm looking at. And then I stopped looking at TV altogether because I knew it's all crap. Well, as you know, music. If you look at the American black music, it's so powerful all around the world. It's powerful.
So you think that it's just the culture of America that makes
It's the
them
culture.
American?
Soft power is
yeah, forefathers.
really progressive.
Yeah, that part of the world, the cultures around them is a kind of restrictive,
very restrictive,
due to the influence of communism. But these countries,
so they are conservative people.
Yeah,
that's their culture.
But these countries that you and Jago is talking about now, the Western influence there gave the citizens more liberty, more freedom.
That's right.
You understand?
More expression.
As compared to what they can experience.
Yeah, I am not like I'm saying that
the kind of relationship America have with those countries different from the relationship America have with the rest of developing countries. So they gave them free hand. It's more of cooperative relationship or partnership, a kind of.
That's right.
So the economy is doing well. The citizens are happy.
And that is because they are relevant. They are important to America.
They
That's
need
why
them,
America And I also think in return, that's why the culture is attractive as soft power, but they also have a deeper connection with Americans that goes beyond just the culture. They actually feel like, okay, at least from the period when they started developing and started seeing the positive relationship they have with America till now, they feel like they have an interest, like a strong interest in working with America, even if America did them wrong some time ago. They feel a strong pull because America. They feel like, oh, look at what we have now. Even with all those things, look at, we fought a war with them, we lost, and look at what we have. You can see why. If America was like that with Africa, Africa would be very close to them too. I believe so, because
I think, you see, the Japanese particularly, they have a culture that depicts deep respect. If you defeat them, they go bow to you. But if they defeat you, now heads off, or they use their samurai to take your head.
Wahala. That you will suffer proper.
Yeah, believe.
They were brutal with the Chinese.
They were brutal, man. The Japs.
Man, during that time, things were bad. When they go to war, you catch you.
And you know, they fight to the death. There are people that fight to the death. Yeah. Kamikaze. Imagine what kamikaze means. I mean that after you finish bombing them or you don't have any bullet left, you go take that plane, fly it into the ship, and blow yourself up with the plane. They didn't come back empty-handed, though. They go kill people.
That's what happened in Pearl Harbor. Pearl Harbor is very, in fact, because of what happened in Pearl Harbor, that's why the Americans had to go back and drop the H bomb in Hiroshima and Nagasaki, which of course is not good.
I read a story about the people that built the kamikaze this thing. My goodness, these guys, they designed this stuff and they were rejected from. They said, what kind of aircraft is this? That we don't need this stuff where people it's designed to go and kill people. I think in torpedoes too, they did that with torpedoes, and they like, we are not going to accept it. Then the guys, they felt so passionately about this that they wrote a petition to the higher ups, because I think they were in the military. They wrote a petition to the higher ups that they need to build this stuff, and they wrote that petition in their blood, that they mean it, that they need to build this thing, that they are willing to die for this purpose. And then when they because of their determination, they will say, okay, let's see, because they didn't think people are willing to just go inside something that they are not going to come back. Then when they advertised for the role, they were shocked with the amount of people that volunteered to come and pilot those kamikaze vehicles, and hence you have the whole thing, this thing going. The Japanese, those guys, you can say whatever I like about them, they understood sacrifice. They understood it. They don't play around, and responsibility of it too. The responsibility of leadership and a position. If you fail, they are the kind of people that will fall on your sword without hesitation.
Oh, easy.
It's unbelievable the level that they go to do this.
The thing is, the discipline of the Japanese and German armies if they could have easily won that war. If not for the, in fact, if not for the Russians, they would have won.
Yeah, man, Russians. Oh my God, they really took a beating for the West. Man.
They did.
Torture. I feel bad for them. I must say, and nobody gives them credit too.
No,
they hate the West is the one that defeated Germany. They are the ones that did it.
It was the Russians, man. They did the most in that war.
I don't know what is wrong with Hitler. That man is a madman. And no,
you spoke about him like he's still alive, or you said I don't know what's wrong with him.
What am I going to say now? Now that I say, after I said what I said, now I'm beginning to understand why he actually went back to DC, why he went to Russia, because that Europeans are obsessed with Russia. Because they believe that whoever controls that area controls the world. That's the key reason. Because before now, I never really understood why he decided to go for Russia. England was very, very right. UK is a perfect place to go because UK controls almost half of the world at that time. Why bother with Russia? I'm beginning to understand why. If you look at the Mackinder thesis, you can see why he chose Russia first. But technically, that was a terrible idea.
But Germany and England.
For the UK first.
Germany and England, as much as they have this love-hate relationship, there's a deep connection between the two of them. I mean, the English, they have a lot of Germanic within themselves. You're in London, forefather. If you come to Southeast London, you will see the English, and you will see how their physique and their face is completely different from the Oyimbos in West London. When you see the Oyimbos in West London, they're Germans. You can see clearly that these are German people, not English. They're tall, good looking, they're strong, they're on top. They're on top. They're the people. Southeast London and all these are the JJ Oyinbo people, where English common people. The West London white people, they're completely different. Completely.
Yes.
They're not the same at all.
Yeah. They tend to be the real business end of things.
Yeah. The real deal.
It's funny you said that, It's funny you said that because when people see like even when you're in the UK, you think you are seeing all the different types. Like one day when I went to the stock market DC building and I was inside there, you can see people that are switched on when you see them. The moment you switch them, they are switched on like light bulb. You can almost literally see the light bulb in their head. The people that I saw there, you can just tell these people they know what they are talking about. They know exactly. You go other places, you don't see that. You see people that are a little bit clouded in the head. These ones are sharp, and I was like, these are some of the best people, and you don't see them openly that easily. You have to go to specific areas for people, and you see why these people are actually ruling the world, man. And if you see these things, you begin to wonder, maybe our people need to get their act together because these are the kind of people you're competing with. They are very clever. Don't play around.
That's right.
They are very clever people.
And not only clever.
They study. They know their stuff.
You see, I've been with them. And growing up in Southeast London, I always had affiliation in West and North London because a lot of our people were there. So I used to move with our own West Londoners a lot from young. Be in their houses, talking to them, picking them, and be amongst them because I'm among them. I'm a sound individual myself. So I never used to play around with all these girls, Southeast London. I always, in terms of Oyinbo women, I will go and find them from West London and North London, the proper women. You know what I mean? So in that, you're in their spirit. You find out that they have so many secrets within the family. They have so much knowledge, and a lot of them have committed all kinds of murder and all kinds of skullduggery stuff. Deep stuff that would actually shake you when you find out the depths that they've been to. They're not ordinary people like the ones that you bump into. They're not ordinary.
Yeah. And they get away with anything. Most of them
they get away with shit, bro.
It touches them. When the Western society, when you hear it from Africa, they think everything is just egalitarian and everything is all good. Imagine my shock when I found out that even in Sweden, like so-called communist Europe or socialist Europe, the top 1% owns more wealth than the bottom 90%.
That's how they set it up, man.
That is
You know,
scary.
these are the people I've seen. I've seen Lady Diana before she died in a club. I've seen the youngest. His name's Edward. The youngest of the Queen's sons. So yeah, when I saw the youngest of Edward. I saw him first. He came out for a dinner party near where I used to work, and I looked. There was a crowd of people, bruh. The way this guy stood out, he just stood out. It's like there was something shining. I'm not starstruck individual, but when I saw him, I thought, fudge. That's what royalty looks like. The way he stood, his mannerisms, you can just see him. He was different than everybody else that was around him. Omar, you can see he's different clearly. When I saw Lady Diana in the club, bruh, her beauty nearly broke my head. And I never really liked her growing up. I thought, who is this bloody woman or whatever? When I saw her in a club, her beauty was so evident. It was undeniable. I don't know where these
I think the word you're looking for, I think they look extremely polished.
That's beyond. I don't know what it is, bro. There's a glow. There's some glow coming around them. I don't know what it is, my brother. I tell you,
what I observe is that I think it's from almost literally being born, and almost all your needs are catered for. You hardly get bruises. You hardly get, even when you get bruises, you get fixed very quickly. All the perfection. You know, it's like human beings.
That's what it looked like. It looked like perfection, bro. That's what it came across like perfection.
I see that in central London all the time. If you go to like the core of
the
London,
best of foods,
the best of everything.
That's right.
Yes.
Yeah.
You know, the healthcare,
their skin, everything.
Everything. If you see the way this woman's hair was flowing,
you understand? Diet, everything is different.
They've never had any need for anything now. They've never had any need for anything.
Even what they use, their kitchen utensils, their what they call it, toiletries and all of that. Just think of it. It's not the usual one you get from the same market.
No,
everything is distinct.
No, now the real deal that ain't gonna deal with.
Best of life.
Yes, sir.
They tend to look a certain way too. It's funny because I used to know somebody in the UK that tell me that, you know, these people are aristocrats. One of the ways you notice them, the aristocrats, they tend to be tall and they have the thin heads.
This is it, bro. This is where that you know that they're not English. This is where you know that they are not English.
Could it just be inbreeding though?
No, well, there is all of that, but they're German. They are German. Germans and Germanic people are tall, straight, and good physique. The Germans generally have a very good physique.
Well, now, Germans are bulky, but these ones are thin.
No, when you see the Germans, bruh, they're not bulky, or again, there are levels, but there is a way that Germans are. Germans and Dutch, if you see them, they're tall, blonde, and physically fit.
Dutch, that's interesting you mentioned Dutch, because Dutch are known to be tall, isn't it?
Yeah.
They are known to be tall too.
Because these are all Germanic people. Germanic.
Yeah, Germanic tribe kind of people.
Yeah.
You have a point there, actually. I don't know for sure. But they tend to be tall, and they tend to have that kind of, you know, oblong face. It's almost universal among the men, and not necessarily the women. Most of the men tend to have that. You know, it's similar, although Prince Charles is a rough version of it. The ones you tend to see.
Prince Charles is another one. There is no. I tell you this about Prince Charles. There is nobody who can communicate like him. No one. When that guy, when that guy is holding audience, bruh, he's got you in his hand. He's got you in his hand.
I would have said that Jacob Rees-Mogg is a better speaker.
Nah, these ones. I mean, Jason Rees-Mogg is a posh individual, I won't even say he's Germanic. I would say he's very English. But
okay.
Charles.
Yeah, because he doesn't have that red or blondish kind of hair stuff or what?
No, not because of that. Because we know aristocrats. Prince Charles. I'm just letting you know that if you listen to one of his speeches, he will put so much in his speech. You have to listen very well. And then the mannerism that he's putting this thing out, the way he's just slipping, he doesn't speak loudly. He'll just be slipping out language, slipping it out, and you're engaged. And if you're not careful, bro, you're in a web. He's caught you.
What do they call that posh language again? What do they call it posh? There's a specific name for it, the Queen's English. There's another name they call it. That okay, they call it, depending on who is alive, it's the King's English now.
That's right.
Yeah. The way they speak is English language, but they use a lot of adjectives and a kind of qualifying words to describe anything. So it's quite engaging, actually. It's almost like
engaging, bro. It's engaging.
Almost like a spell that they cast on.
Yes.
Yeah. It's quite engaging. Americans,
I've noticed it with him.
They are like, Americans will be looking at it like Americans are totally bemused when the aristocrats are speaking. You then you start understanding who actually owns the English language.
That's
whatever
right.
they come up with, it's hard for you to question it now.
Bruh, they know their language, oh. You can't play with them. They really know their language. I'm me. When I'm not necessarily a fan of any of these people, but when I hear Prince Charles talk, I'm always impressed. I'm impressed not just at his diction. I'm impressed at his mannerism. Did you see the time that Prince Charles he was in Australia and he was being rushed? Somebody from the audience came out and started rushing him. And then the security guard got involved. And when he saw the kind of violence that was approaching him, bruh, the guy, he just took one step aside and looked at the man like this and then continued. I said, fuck, mate, there's nobody as cool as this guy. The coolness.
Why would he be worried? Worried? He's ex-military too.
Yes, yeah, he is. This is the training. This is what they have in them.
They've trained them. Yeah, see leadership. I've seen even got this in what's his name, Blair. There was a time Blair, somebody threw something during the time when the Iraq war debate was really hot. Somebody threw something at him. It could have been chemical, could have been anything. But it just hit him. He didn't even like flinch. These people, they don't fear anything. It's not. They are not the kind of. Although Bush did duck when they threw shoes at him.
You have to duck, and he took it as a joke. He thought it was a joke. But did you see when Trump when he was first? There was a one big thing where Trump was giving. This is before he was
Jesus Christ,
a gunshot to him.
But Jago
he was shaking like, oh, which way?
that is quite astounding, though. When you think about it now, that George Bush, somebody took shoes at George Bush shoes. I can't believe that a US said that to George's shoe. When you think about it now, it's impossible to imagine. Can you imagine Biden going somewhere, somebody chucks his shoe out there? This thing. Let me share this video. Let me see if I can.
Framework for the withdrawal of American forces in Iraq, a withdrawal that is possible because of the success of the surge.
جنوده وجنود الولايات المتحدة والمدنيين أننا نقترب كثيرا من هذه النهاية.
شكرا جزيلا.
Oh, that was a good dodge, man.
Oh my
that was a good dodge.
Yeah. I can't. When you think about it, that is some crazy stuff, you know. When you think about it, that actually happened.
The forefathers, what do you mean? Would we have allowed the shoe to hit him?
No, my point is that you are right, but he could have like ducked it like sideways, but he just like dodged, and he dodged the second time. But the fact that it happened is quite interesting. Since then, nothing like that has ever come clear other than the fact that
no, these things happen, bro.
Internationally,
these things definitely happen. You know, there are a lot of people that aim. They will plan 2 days. They will not say you're going to be at this place at this time, and they're going to take a shot. Not a bullet shot, but you know, they are so upset that they're going to show their upsetness.
Forefathers.
Yes.
What do you make of these guys from North Korea sending military to Russia to fight in Ukraine?
Wow, is that what I haven't even heard of that?
I didn't know about that. Let me see if I can find out. North Korea, you know, they don't need permission from anybody. They are like looking for trouble wherever they can find it. South Korea, they've been trying to get America's attention. America refused. So they have to do something now. America refused to pay attention to them. North Korea. Russia.
Are you on camera, Steph? Because you keep disappearing. Or
yeah,
I
think it's a lightning.
Okay.
Equipped in Russia ahead of. I can't believe this, man. You know, first things first. You know, North Korea has been trying to get America's attention. We are testing a nuclear bomb. Are you not going to give us money? No, we don't care about you. We care about the Middle East and Ukraine. North Korea will test nuclear submarine. America still don't pay attention. Now they are going to Iraq. This is Ukraine. I mean, Russia. This is a problem. This is the world, a kind of coming together. Now, this is the world war we are talking about. The sides are beginning to form. This is a problem. Because when you start seeing North Korean troops physically showing up in Russia,
in thousands,
that is not a good sign. It's becoming alarming.
Bro, we have to be understanding that we are close to that big one. We are close. We have to understand, because these is too strategically placed. Ukraine, Russia, Israel. These two areas in the world, they're too volatile for there to be war at this level going on, where there are big powers in. I think this. I don't know how long it will take. 2 years, but I think we are seeing the beginnings of the Third World War.
Yes, you know, you can say whatever I like. You know, the North Korean is not for lack of trying. They've been trying to get America's attention. Now, America's will pay attention. You know, Americans are calling it a massive escalation when they are busy sending troops, nuclear submarine into Iran. They keep intimidating people. They think they are the only ones that can play the game, and not Russia now is not playing the game. I even gathered that Russia. Let me see whether it's true that Russia sent nuclear submarine to that region too. Let's see, Russia submarine marine. Let's see what is Iran. But I think they said something about Russia sent kilo attack submarine towards Irish Sea. That's not Iran. What are you going on about? Let me see what is Iran. Oh, I should put Iran on RA. Nothing like that. Iran should freak Israel Dolphin submarine. Okay, they have their submarine. Israel does. Okay, I think Russia didn't send, but I was hearing something about Russia sending submarine towards this thing. I don't think it's a ship. I think it was submarine I heard, but clearly that's wrong. So,
what are your thoughts, Steph, on Korea sending combatants to that region?
I just think that it's going to open up a new frontier in that war, because if it happens over a period of time, one other countries would like to send their foot soldiers to support Ukraine. You understand? Or Britain and America may decide to give Ukraine the nod to start using the long-range missiles to hit Russian territory.
If this thing escalates, sorry, my brother Jefferson, go ahead.
Yeah, because that would be a very big boost to Russia. So the West will look for a way to counter it, and the only way they can counter it, They will not. They're not going to send their own boots, but they may give. Ukraine have been seeking that permission to use those long-range missiles from the West.
But forefathers, they won't control the map, right? Let me show you guys something. Forefathers, can you navigate towards the left of the map? No. From the Russia side, just yeah. Wait, sorry. Can you go up a bit? Can you just like go up? No. Go down. Sorry, go down. Keep on going down. Okay, yeah. I think go towards your left. Not left. Sorry, right. I think keep on going right. I don't know if it's here. Is it
What
this
did you
one?
seek?
What were you looking for?
Okay. Let me just make it specific. Sometimes America and Russia, the way they talk is as if they are far away from each other, but they're not far. So if you look towards
you mean the left? You're talking about Alaska.
Alaska, yeah.
It's not even Alaska. If you go towards the other side, okay, you just keep on.
Closest to Russia.
Yeah, that's
I think we have Google Globe now. Can you do Google Globe?
Yeah. So but there's some boundary of Russian territory that is closer to the American territory. It's not that far.
Yeah, the only
It's
place
Alaska.
is Alaska and Vladivostok. Vladivostok, east of Russia.
Yeah. Because by the way, Alaska used to be Russian territory before.
That's right.
Yeah.
So this is Russia here now, isn't it? So
yeah, that's all Russia.
Alaska should be here somewhere.
Okay, I think it should be okay. It's Alaska. Sorry, it's Alaska. So if you look you can see. So even if anything happened, the Russians they're not far from each other.
Wow, they are really close. So
I told you, they're not far. Do you see that?
You know, when you see from the other side of the map, it just seems like they are far away, but they're not that far at all.
But because most of us are so knowledgeable, Russia is down there. We're going to send that.
What we need to be doing is we need to be sharing. You see, this is why I like what you just did just now because that's what jogged my mind to do this. We need to be sharing information more accurately because I grew up seeing the world the way I was sharing it before, and it means that you lose perspective on how close some nations are to each other.
Exactly, they're close.
This is stupid close. This is like stupid close. This is Russia. It's too close. It's almost as if I don't know, man. It's almost as the way like some parts of Africa is close to Spain.
Exactly, that kind of a thing.
The only difference is that these land masses are not very habitable. They are very cold, and
No, but they are. But what Russia? You look for Vladivostok, which is on the eastern side. The Russians have a lot of military bases in Vladivostok, so they're there on the eastern side. They're near. Whereas Alaska is a dead zone. I think they have certain things there, but they don't have what Russia has in that eastern part of Russia.
Russia is a crazy country, It's so big.
Yeah, it's very, very big.
If I was them, I would be having more population, because this is Wahala. How are you supposed to defend all this territory with all these few people that you have? Although it's 140,000 is only 40 million. I mean, it's not very small, but still, the land mass is too much. How are you going to defend all these areas?
No, they have a big population. They have a big population. They're about 230 million or something like that. The Russians.
No, 130 actually, not up to 200. Yeah, surprise.
Their population, their population is not up to 200 million. I think that's if
130,000, a million or so. And I think one of their saving grace is that because the nation is very big, but according to what they said, I think you saw it in that Mackinder thesis where they said Russia has a natural fortress around it. The nations around it are like a fortress. It's hard to invade because of the land, where the land is.
Even when the Germans went there, Germany that's already cold. When they enter Russia, they understood what's cold. They just started dying like of frost. Almost.
Russians are wicked, man. They are wicked. They are some of the most strategic. I wouldn't say wicked. They are some of the most strategic people. Like what they did to Napoleon too. It's like they destroyed their own city just because
you can't play with Russia.
Yeah, you can't tame them. It's very hard to tame them.
Another place that is undefeatable
No,
is
but
Afghanistan.
again, according to historical Russians were not involved in slave trade, though. So you know.
Of course, they were not involved. Now. They didn't get
were
it. Look at
never
where they
involved
are
in
now.
any slave
Well, they
trade.
weren't involved in African slave trade, but they had their own madness going on within the empires that they created.
They were slaves themselves. A lot of Russians were serfs. Technically, they were just slaves, the serfs.
Slaves
That's
to
right.
who?
To themselves.
They are kings now. They are kings and they are elite class.
Yeah, they had their own kingdom. Yes, I think this.
I want to try to these nations around the Russian steppes or whatever they call it. They seem to form. They are an interesting set of nations, and they said that's why Genghis Khan was able to conquer almost. I think he has one of the largest territories in the world. Genghis Khan, where he conquered the entire area. He defeated Russia. Now, Russians were trying to mess with him, and he literally bombed it. He's one of the people that actually defeated Russia. I think Genghis Khan did that.
Genghis Khan was the baddest man ever.
That guy. Hey.
Skillful. You know what I mean? On
guy
horseback.
Horrible.
You know, they said that they were the best archers. That they would just be riding on the horse without holding the horse or riding. That they use their weapon. Anyhow.
Genghis Khan is the baddest man on earth. That the guy did so many horrible things to so many people. I don't even know how he managed to survive Genghis. Let me see where is Genghis.
And he didn't finish with him or after him his son take over. There was Genghis and
the guy was a terror.
He was his son. After they come, Kublai Khan was bad just the same. Bad men. Can't play with these people.
Brutal. When I read when I watched a documentary about some of the things he did, man, the list of things that guy did is horrible. He would just very wicked. His soldiers are brutal. He would send them to go and destroy the entire thing, kill the people. Man, I've never seen anybody that ruthless. And so his argument was that if you don't do that, people are going to resist more. So because of that, a lot of places he went to, they surrendered.
Yes, straight away.
They know if you mess with him, you're going to suffer. And Russians defied him. I think Russians were one of the ones that defied him too. He completely laid that place to waste, man. The guy kills like crazy. I wish I can find it. Maybe someday when we are discussing something else, I will we'll look into that Genghis Khan business. What a man! What a man! I think they said he sired so many children.
Yes,
that
they don't fuck the whole place down.
Daily crazy stuff.
Wonderful man.
One man did all that from the steps. It's unbelievable. Those guys, he probably helped reshape the world for some of the things he reshaped the world. And you wouldn't think that Mongols on horses would be the ones to conquer such a large space. But then again, it's up to you to underestimate them and it's up to them to...
First, before he even left that part, he first beat up China. He beat them up before he left and continued.
Yeah.
You know,
yeah, he beat China too. Jeez, man, that guy, man.
That was the first domination.
Genghis. I would like to know a little bit more about his story, actually, because some of these exploits, some people just come along and anybody that gets in their way, they look for a way to destroy them. They will find. I think one of them was he used a rat to destroy the kingdom. I think he gave them a gift, and they thought it was a gift, and it turns out to be a weapon that used to completely destroy the town. Yeah, this guy is a tactician, man. But it's okay. His time is over, and nobody knows where he's buried. And till today, for somebody that lived relatively recently, they don't know where he's buried. Even Alexander the Great, they don't know where he's buried. What is wrong with that?
Would you call that recent? It's not recent, though. That's quite ancient history.
Genghis Khan, is it that? Yeah, it's not in our age, but in his historical time, I think he existed well after Christ now. It's well after Christ he existed. The Yoruba kingdom, Ife was already there when he existed. You see what I mean? Let's see, if you look at the time of Genghis Khan, That are 12 something now. If I was already around.
That's quite old.
Oh yeah, it depends how you look at it. It's old. When you are going back 5,000, 6,000 years to the Egyptian kingdom. But the Egyptians, though, Egyptians, you know, typical Africans, they have to bling a lot. They have to make sure everybody knows they are there. And they build so much. If from 6,000 years ago, you still have to see what they've done. You know, I think, was it not one of the pharaohs of Egypt that wrote, I think it was Imandias, he says something about, look upon my work, ye mighty, and despair. Something like that. It's like, let me see what I can find it. Ozymandias. I don't know what it's Ozymandias. I don't know the spelling. Oh, the Mandias. I think it's a look on my works and despair. Look upon my works, ye mighty, and despair. And that is Egyptians for you, typical. They are the guys that like to buy. That's the leg of there's the feet of that pharaoh alone is massive. He probably never thought that statue was going to come down. Maybe the weight of the statue is what killed it, what destroyed the statue. It was huge. And he thought, man, this is the greatest of them all. Egyptian statues. Remarkable work. Remarkable. You can see Jagun. You see some of it's like you can see some similarities even when you look at this with some of the, even if this is based on like granite, or if I'm not mistaken.
That's right.
With some of the statues you see in Nigeria, like the Yoruba one that you talked about, that one, that one is based on metal, but the smooth and the way the work is done, I feel like there are similarity with the artistic this thing, the way the quality and all. Yeah, these guys went far, man. This guy went fast. Like the precision of work is ridiculous. The precision of work is just astounding.
It is outstanding, bro. And you know what? When you live, it's even more. If you, bro, I bid you go and take a trip to the British Museum where all these things are. You know, when I was very young, my dad took me to see that Tutankhamun. And when I saw the gleam of the gold, I couldn't believe it.
Exactly.
I couldn't believe what I was looking at. And my dad was telling me that this is us. This is, you know, I got a lot of information from my dad. I thought, what do you mean this is us? This ain't us. This is someone else. It took me a long time to gel everything together.
Yeah. Man, when you look at the Marvel, these guys were able to pull off. You have to give it to them. They had style. They had style. You say whatever you like, they had style.
Even in the Louvre in Paris, they have similar artworks too.
Yes.
A lot of them that will shock the living daylight out of you.
Very good.
And one of the other mystery that emerged from the Egyptian work that today is still baffling a lot of people is that one of the pyramids, they found artifacts that appear to be more advanced than the later artifacts that came on the scene. Scene. I think it's Khafre pyramid they found it. Let me see. I think it might be Khafre pyramid.
All this, look, let me just tell you the truth. All the science and technology and engineering you can think of in this world today, they are all from Egyptology, you know, even down to battery. Like when they say Michael Faraday was the first person to discover electricity, it's all fallacy. We're just playing along with the fiddle. The first battery that was done in Egypt, and they're all there. Even down to spacecraft. You think spacecraft and flight started with the Wright? Do you think they started with the Wright brothers? It didn't start with the Wright brothers.
There was no flight in Egypt.
See, when you hear discover,
what I'm trying to tell you is that if you look at the artifacts very carefully, you will find out. In fact, even down to power, electricity, and everything. That pyramid they are seeing there is a source of is like an electrical generator. And if I should give you some scientific context, it was embalmed in very pure white crystal. It was not as yellow in color as you are seeing it today. So basically, what happens is that when the sun shines on the pyramid through the capstone, I think the capstone is covered in gold. It will help to collect all the electrical charges or electrostatic charges. And then when those charges are being collected, it will trickle down into the body or the aquifer of the pyramid network. And then once it goes through the network of the pyramid, there's a crystal, a specialized crystal that is stored within that pyramid that will help to absorb those charges. Once it absorbs the charges, those charges become amplified and it will generate light or whatever power you're thinking of.
Yeah,
And that's a pyramid. Once there is no light and it gets all those charges, it will help to show brightness. I don't know if you heard the term, what they call it, as that. I've forgotten the name of. There's a word for it. I can't remember, but once it gets all in the night, it will be like it is in the day, something like that. But I can't remember. But I want to stop there for that.
In the night, it's like in the day.
But when you hear those discoveries that they recorded, what it means to them in the book where they wrote it is the person that saw it, the European that saw the discovery, not the person that actually built it. Like when they say Mungo Park discovered River Niger. The River Niger have always been there, but he's the first European to see it. What's the name of the man? They said discovered the pyramid in Sude, Enugu State. Is the first British that saw it.
Okay, I need to pull it out, but I know.
So those discoveries is not really. I'm just supporting what you said. It's not them that invented it.
Of course, it's not them. It's not them. They are just reading the historical account of what really happened.
Put the narrative in. The amazing thing about Egypt and all the findings that we have there is how along cross lines, global ley lines, they call them, there are artifacts of power and artifacts of pyramids. Pyramids in South America, in Mexico, and there's in the what do they call that place in America? It's rugged. The Grand Canyon.
Grand Canyon, okay.
It's almost similar to where this guy, The Rock, is from. I don't know. It's
they found a lot of artifacts of Egyptian writing and Egyptian artifacts. You think, how did that get there? And you have to, when my guy was talking about flying, there's supposed to be a way that these people traveled that was not in any way that we know how to travel. You understand?
It wasn't documented, yes.
They flew. Not with machine.
They flew and they had higher spirituality at the time.
Yes. They went into different levels. There's so much about this world that still remains mysterious for the likes of me and you.
Yeah, I believe that we've lost a lot of things. That's why I was saying that time that there is more to those artifacts than the mere what is left of them. There is more to it.
And again, when we look at our own African artifacts, we know that it's not art for art's sake. The way
exactly, that's the point I'm trying to make.
It has meaning and it has some value.
Deep meaning, yeah.
Yeah, these guys, man, they are some nutters. Can you imagine where people, we are talking about, like, when we're talking about kingdoms, other than the knock culture that can compare with these people, these guys were like BC. We're talking about like 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 BC. And look at some of the things they are doing during that period. This kind of disc was not found again in Egypt after this period. Nothing this sophisticated. This stuff was cut from some kind of stone. Who does that from stone? That was earlier than, most of the other artifacts that you find in Egypt. I'm trying to get where is that this thing, the sable. This one is the sable disc, and there is these other ones too from stone. And how is it that like they have things that are older? This one was found in the Saqqara pyramid, but later on the kind of stuff that they find in like look, let me see if I can find the one in Tut's this thing tomb. So you will see the difference. Tut's tomb artifacts. Let's see artifacts. I hope I get it right. Yeah, that should give us quite a lot. So if you look at the artifacts in this, let's see something like a disc and in there that is not metallic, because they do metal quite differently. So the stonework in there. Okay, now you see the pots in there. It's not going to be as sophisticated as I wish I can get those pots closer, so you see what I mean. Disc. I don't think they even had this there. Man, people have shared this stuff with me. I wish I can get the image. I don't have the right names for these names of these discs or whatever they call them. This one is not bad though. This one looks good. This one is a good job there. This our headdress is all over.
Where you can see it's African, because we still use all these things.
Yeah, we still do that. We still use that actually all over. Sudan, South Sudan,
whole of West Africa.
I don't know what I've seen it before in West Africa.
I've seen it too. Headrest we use.
This is when by the time I was around, they were using pillows. We started using proper pillow now. Dunlop. It has to be Dunlop pillows and all the rest. So yeah, this sable disc and this maybe later on one can look into all this again. Some of the works they didn't gather a lot of proper artifacts. Like these ones now not compared. These ones are older. These are not new pyramid. This in the pots. These were some of the first found in the oldest pyramids. Then the later ones are rougher. Even the artwork.
What material is that? Those vases?
Some of them are. Let me see. This alabaster. This one is based on
alabaster. Okay.
Alabaster, and this one I think is granite. Let me see. Is it granite? What did they say? Precision. Why it is that the highest precision versus the oldest one? Oh yeah, they're asking the same question here. So they say, why is it that the oldest vases have the highest precision attached? That's the point they are making there too. The newer ones don't have it. I think maybe these are the ones that are talking about.
Can you see now, my brother, what I was saying between?
These are the newer ones.
Can you see what I was saying between the artifacts of Ile-Ife in comparison to Benin? We are older and more sophisticated.
You see that this guy started again.
Okay, you accept it there. You don't accept it there.
Did I just walk into it? Did I just walk into that one like it?
You walked into it because it's a reality.
The fact is that we somehow, because of our state of being, we have kind of lost that intelligence to actually replicate this, and I think it's actually by design. And that's why if you look at our current day Africa now, most of us don't have this intelligence to do most of all these things. I'm not saying that we cannot replicate. Because think of it, even
it is, my brother. There is something in this world that the original is always going to be better than the copy. It's just like that. And when you look at the fact that the older is more sophisticated, it means that the original teacher of these things was the person or the personality, wherever they got this wisdom from. That was the original. You're not going to get better than that. You're just not.
To be fair, most of the time, you like the pyramids now, they got better and better over time. But I get what you're saying. Whoever was responsible for making these vases, whatever technology was responsible for making them, even they are saying that at that time they did it, the Egyptians did it, but they don't know why it became less sophisticated later on. Could it be because the first time they started doing these things, it was special to the elites? The others were just eating with completely nonsense, maybe with papyrus, whatever they are eating with. That this one was so special. That's why they had to spend so much effort doing it. You know, how can you cut this thing from granite? This is crazy.
That's what I'm telling you. The technology, look, the technology that was used was different.
It's like, did they melt it? Look at the pot. You have to make a pot from granite stone. How do you do that?
No, I'm telling you, our intelligence has declined. We're not smarter than the Asians.
No, we're not.
And don't forget too, there are some continents that have been sunk down due to nuclear war.
To be fair, right now we are quite smarter than all the ones we found. Now I'm talking about now.
We are not.
Now.
Let me clear you. We are not. Or is it because we can Google and chat?
Have you seen some what CNC machine can do? Come on, man. Now we're going to quite sophisticated at doing all these things. In terms of
if we are so sophisticated, why is it that we cannot replicate some of the technology that was done of old?
Think about what it is. I think
we are not motivated.
I tell you, forefather, please. I think in depth that, you see, if we take the world of spirituality away from what we're looking at, I don't think we have any understanding. I don't, because you see, we're Africans. We're not Europeans. As much as you want to be somebody who doesn't attach himself to your own spirit, you see, there is a spirit realm. I keep saying these things. Unless you understand that there is a spirit realm, you can't understand what you're looking at. That's why you're flabbergasted.
You're bringing spirit realm.
Wait, hold on.
What is the use of my eye if I start imagining stuff?
No, wait, forefather.
But the fact you have eye doesn't mean you can see everything.
No, that's right.
Your eyes can be open. You can be as blind as a bat.
Even go there.
Hey, now you see all these people that they are telling me now to believe what my eye doesn't see.
No, your eye sees less than 30%.
Okay, I agree with that. But what your eye doesn't see, don't make conclusions about it, because
I don't know what you're teaching. You're not teaching us anything, forefather.
There's
you're
more.
Deeper into your ignorance. No, what I'm trying to say. Wait, guys.
There's more in existence than your eyes can see.
Yes,
that's true. Even a bingo, even a local bingo in Niger, a local bingo can see spirits. Either way, local dog, local bingo.
Dogs and cats.
I agree. That is true.
Yes. What does that tell you?
See, if not now, the point I'm making is, if you cannot see something and you don't really know it, then that is a belief. And you want to classify it as belief, and it means that there's no real evidence for it. And if there's no real evidence, you don't really know. And I think we have to demarcate between what is known and what is unknown.
That's a wrong concept. And very wait, guys, please, one at a time, guys. I know it's late. One at a time. Forefather, a human being is made of physical, mental, and spiritual. We, as human beings, are forgetting all about our spiritual realm. And you are underlining that, like the rest of the white people, that the spiritual realm doesn't exist. Now, all I'm saying is that if we are looking at these artifacts and understand...
It may exist, but
you don't have evidence for it. Let me land so you understand. If we're looking at these artifacts, being flabbergasted that we don't know how things are done, and then we don't attach it to the unknown, as it were, which is in the spirit world. We don't know if these people receive this knowledge and technology from a different realm, which is what I'm saying. That is why the original is better than the artifacts that follow, because they got that knowledge from outside this system called planet Earth. They got it from somewhere else.
Okay. Let me ask you now. But we don't want to go to that. Let me say a native tribe that hasn't seen civilization encounters a Mercedes car next to their bush, wherever they are, and when they see it, they will think, this stuff is outside our understanding. It's outside anything we know. It's astounding them. The creator must be responsible for this. But does that mean it's the creator that is responsible for doing it? No, it's not. It's just something that they don't understand.
Well, unfortunately, what it is that you brought an example that doesn't really stand any test. That example doesn't mean anything to me.
Okay, how is it not related to when I say that if it is unknown, it doesn't necessarily mean it's spiritual, except you want to define spiritual as unknown?
No. You can keep that. You that's all right if that's what you think. But I'm saying to you that in this world, in my understanding, there is an attachment to spirit. And when I look into the fog that is the spirit, sometimes I see, sometimes I don't see. Sometimes I have connection, sometimes I don't have connection. I don't know the spirit realm apart from, I suppose, what's written in the good book. So what's written in the good book, I can relate to a lot of it because they speak about the spirit realm. So when I get that and I look at planet Earth, I see that it's the same planet Earth that we are talking about from the Bible till today. Now, these things that we're looking at from Egypt, they're older than the Bible, but they are so Afrocentric when I look at them that I see that Black people have always been connected to the spirit world. There's something outside of us that we are communicating with. Now, you can throw it away if you wish, but I have to keep it because I have a spirit and I know I have a spirit. So in educating my spirit, I'm looking at these artifacts quite differently from the way you do.
Wow. All right. Thank you.
You know.
Thank you. I think we need to go backstage.
What you say is.
Yeah, we need to go backstage. We have been on stage too long.
The science that you're talking about and proof you're talking about forefathers. You know that this present day body of science actually started more or less like
500 years ago, 500 years. And they broke out of religious interpretation of the world, in other words, and because for want of a better way of understanding things. And I thought religion was about truth of things. And personally, I begin to think that is closer to the creator than what most religious people like to say about spiritual stuff, because what is more closer to the creator than studying his creation? I don't know. We are part of his creation, studying the creator's creation and learning the truths of it, not guessing, learning the truths, repeatable truths, and also being able to scale it up if possible. So it's almost related to religion, but I guess if you want to make religion mechanical, Jago, you know that I've said this before, like the Ogun, this thing, if I'm not mistaken, or it's Ogun, is related to iron, isn't it? And
That's right.
And it's also related to the blacksmiths. And what that tells you is that in religion itself, if you take yourself back enough, and even to the very first man and appears in this world, what is his first thing to do? Self-preservation. How does he do that? He has to understand the true world. You can't guess. There's no second guessing. You have to know the truth of things to actually solve it. And is that not the same thing that the scientists are trying to enforce? And
yes. But that does not take away from the knowledge of faith or spirit, the spirit realm, because these things have already been given to us before science as we take it today. So what all science does is prove God's work. That's all it does. It doesn't do any more than that. Maybe you can manipulate science to create this or that, but what you're doing is saying that, wow, this ether is there. This invisibility has now become visible to us. You know, that's all it does.
Then what else does the spiritual stuff give?
Well, I think when you come to the spiritual realm, then you understand that there is something called a creator. There is something called a beginning, and therefore there may be.
Science believes in creator too. It doesn't necessarily negate the creator.
No. Science is flim flam. It likes to change his mind at any time it's given, and then when he changes his mind, he would never say that it's wrong. He say, "Oh, we did this experiment, and we found out the experiment is not what we thought, but this new experiment teaches us X, Y, and Z." So, whilst science likes to lambast religion and faith in a very stupid way, as opposed to understanding that these things came before anything that you're talking about in this European science that you have. It's
be
way
fair,
before that.
the way science looks at it is that they tend to be a little bit confused, I have to say.
That's what
Well,
I'm saying.
in my encounter with an atheist, I told him that there has to be a God. He said, no, there can't be a God. Then I said, but something is responsible for the first instant of creation. He said, but he agreed with that for a while. I said, then he said, yes, something must be responsible. Then I said, could that thing not be described as God since he's responsible for everything that exists? He said, but you can't call it God. I said, why not? Because God, that is not God. That is something that did that. I was like, but I said, but even if a Big Bang is what's responsible for creating everything, can you not describe it as God? Because it created everything that you know, everything that exists. He said, but you can't call that God. You see, what I discovered from that is that they don't want you to call it God because what they are trying to deny is the creationist Christian God, sorry, or Hindu God. In other words, they are trying to say the God that we talk about is not the true one.
Does not
We
no,
don't
he's saying
truly
that
know
he
him.
does
We
not
don't truly know
exist.
that God.
What all that all,
They
you
are
see
saying
when
sorry, try to understand what I'm saying. They are saying that what he told me, he kept saying, don't call it God. Why do you
and
think he kept saying don't call it God? He's
I tell
saying
you,
that because he's saying that if you call it God, then it looks like you're agreeing to all the other religions' description of God. In other words, I told him then what you have an issue with is the qualities people ascribe to God. That they don't, he believes that nobody knows all those things. And I see the argument in it. Because nobody truly knows. I don't know why we believe we know anything about God.
no, it's
All
not
we know is
about you see,
ourselves.
what I believe, bruh, what I believe is that there are secrets in this world. There are secrets, spiritual secrets in this world. And bros, let me put it to you this way, forefather. If you go to sleep tonight and you have a spiritual connection, nobody else witnesses it apart from you. And audibly, you can hear a voice telling you, forefather, get up. Well, I've got to communicate these things to you. And you are now being broken down and a message is sent to you. And now you are asked to share this message with X, Y, and Z. You're going to have a big challenge showing everybody what took place with you. You're going to have a big challenge because as soon as you go to the next person, they're going to look at you like a madman unless you can convince them that this thing truly happened.
True.
This is a challenge. There are
Then I will ask the God, why are you sending me? You are God. Do you
why am
need
I?
to send me?
Do you, the God would God? You won't even dare say that.
You can
You
tell
won't
them
dare.
yourself. Because the truth is that all these people that are telling you that God told them to come and tell you. I don't know.
Bruh, I
I
can
don't know where
guarantee
God
you.
is going to corner them in one alley and say, hey, often it's on the mountain that God corners them to do
I
this.
can guarantee you that you won't say that. The kind of dirty slap that you will get here.
That is because you believe there's a God cornering people in the mountain somewhere or in the desert to talk to them. God often doesn't like to talk to them in the crowded spaces where everybody's going to hear.
That's right.
It's a very, very confusing situation.
Bruh, that's
This is
the
why I
mystery we
question
live in.
these things.
I think it's beautiful that we live in this world where we're playing for keeps and we're searching truth. You know, there's going to be a stage where we know what truth is. There's going to be a stage. You know that we may not find the complete truth whilst we're living, but as we cross into the next planet, whether dead or alive, or we're going to know. I believe that we are going to know, and those that have some faith that this planet that we exist in happened through the grace of some benevolent father, as it were. And now, because those who took understanding and believed in him without seeing him, those are the ones who are going to be gifted. Those who doubted and worried and decided that God is not real, bruh, they will find out that he's real, and then they will entertain hell for themselves.
That one, you are going too far now. We don't, when we start
Bro,
giving real estate, we
that's
start
how you
making
see
real
it.
estate in the spiritual world like hell. Create another real estate
Real
heaven.
estate.
Yeah, all this other stuff, and then there's a fantastical war going on in heaven. It's just too much. Where do
Well,
people
fair
get
enough.
all this stuff from? Where
You
who
know,
has
the only
put
thing
their
is, bros, the only thing is, nobody has a better story. No one on the planet. Doesn't matter what you're talking about. Come on,
It's a
somebody want to tell
beautiful
me
story.
UFO. What the
It's a
fuck are you
beautiful
talking about,
story.
UFO? What are you talking about? Yeah?
Exactly.
Somebody will talk about, oh, it's a scientific world and there's no God, and when you die, that's it. What kind of rubbish is that? What's that for? Why did you live for all these years and have all these worries just to die and go into the dirt? No way, Star. I don't
It's not
believe
like
that.
that is it, but it's different.
That's what you are depicting.
No, I'm not
My
depicting
brother.
that. I'm saying that whatever is going to be after we are done, I don't think it's going to be like a shock to us or whatever we represent then. I think the world is so mysterious that the consciousness that we have now is probably blinding us to the real truth of the universe itself, because the consciousness may actually be the noise aspect of it. And this is why you can you imagine what I just said just now, how crazy it sounds, because the world is that mysterious. And that's what bugs me when people just say we know there's hell somewhere, there is heaven somewhere. Jesus Christ, if it was designed for you to know, you would have known a long time. Everybody would see it. The idea that you know,
this is why I always put it to everybody. I put it to everybody. Knowledge and belief. Which one is stronger? And I always put it to anyone that belief is stronger than knowledge.
Actually, knowledge wins over belief all the time.
That yes, I understand, but careful.
It should anyway. It should. If you are to prosper,
I understand what you're saying. Please let me land. When it comes to knowledge, in my life, I have seen facts change in my lifetime.
Yes.
I've seen facts become non-fact and a new fact will come. Yes. But
example of facts that change.
Wait,
I like to know.
Okay. Wait. Where belief is now, you can believe that you're going to Birmingham. And it's unfortunate that you end up in Brighton. You understand? Which means that you're on the wrong train. Now, you can also believe from your heart what you might be able to develop anew. It is not visible. And when you speak about people, when you speak about it to people, they don't believe it's possible. And then from your mind and from your belief and understanding, you conjure it out of yourself and you make it plain for people to see. That is belief. And everyone can see that what you said yesterday, you've been able to create today. It's far more powerful than knowledge. Far more. But a lot of people who are not spirit minded, they don't know how to balance that equation. And that's fair enough. Me, I want my belief system within me.
You said when somebody say something yesterday, they create it today, that means it is true.
Bro, if I'm telling you, yeah, that I'm going to create a vehicle that can take me and you all the way to Saturn. No one's been as far as Saturn before. And come back. You look at me like I'm crazy. But I'm saying I believe I can do it. And then I start tinkering around with all kinds of bits and pieces. And then next minute I've developed this craft. And I bring it to forefather. I say, forefather, come on, let's go. Where are we going, forefather? We're going to Saturn. Which Saturn? The one with the rings or that big one?
Yes.
Once I've developed that and taken it there and come back, my belief is tangible now. Because it's now become reality.
Yes.
And this is what you can do with belief is like imagination. Imagination is so wide that what you do with it is up to you if you have this thing called imagination.
Yes. However, beliefs are anchored in reasonable level of knowledge. I can't just believe I can build a vehicle that will go to Saturn without any engineering qualification, without anything, that would be a form of madness.
No. Which qualification? If you have this, if you have the know-how to do it, you can do it. Most times,
but the
we
know-how
have
is, you just said it yourself, the know-how is the knowledge. That's what I'm talking about.
Exactly.
That know-how has to come from knowledge.
Yeah.
Based on your, I think belief, when it is fruitful, is when it comes from a fountain of knowledge. And then it's almost like a belief goes ahead of knowledge. Then knowledge, when that belief is a kind of solidified by evidence, then it becomes a knowledge. Then belief goes ahead again. You can't make a leap too far from knowledge. If you make
what you said is accurate. What you said is that belief is first. Belief goes first.
Yes.
And then because you have this belief, which is an imagination.
Depends on how you look at it. Knowledge comes first. You have to know
something. Bro.
Believe in something.
Well, for me, belief is not easy.
Now, don't you?
I'm not saying it's easy.
Pardon?
But I'm saying it's stronger.
So I imagine the first man in the world. The first man comes in. The first thing he will want to do is learn something before he believes anything, isn't it? So that's why knowledge comes first. You will have to. You are muted. If not now,
if not now, you are muted.
If not now, when we ignore you,
Bros, let's go backstage before.
What made it possible for him to learn something? Is the belief that made it possible for him to know that there is something to know.
No, not necessarily.
No, the primary thing is belief. Okay, who taught him?
Hunger taught him.
He's self-taught.
No.
Based on belief.
Hold on. Are you telling me the first thing you would do when you are dropped from the sky, your land, and you look around the world, everything you do is based on belief? No, it's based on what you are learning.
When you
definitely have the ability to do something.
The need you want to meet creates that belief in you.
No, but you don't know what is going to happen. You are already hungry.
You are the one
but it's not belief. You are looking for food.
Yeah, you're talking about knowledge. You say you don't know. Then why are you talking about knowledge?
See, belief is in having faith in something you are going to find. You're having faith in something that you are going to find. But when you don't know where you're going to find, like the person that is hungry that doesn't know anything about food, but he has to be looking for something. I think I've seen a case where they make when people go to a new area they've never seen before, they will see something that look like food. They will check it to see whether it's poisonous or not. You see what I mean? So that is not based on belief. They are just checking. They are seeking knowledge to understand whether that thing is food. It's not based on belief. You have to get knowledge first before you start thinking. At least if you think about it from that point of view, you have to
Can I give you this? Let me give you this, forefather. And I'm going to speak spiritually, so please listen. These are stories, yeah? I don't want to quibble about them being stories. Adam and Eve, they were in the Garden of Eden with God. As beings, I didn't say human beings, as beings, they knew what God was telling them. They knew God. They know who he is. You understand? Within this now, there's no real need for belief. However, God wants them to know that he is God and to trust him. And when we get these words, trust, belief, knowledge, they're conjugated. Now, the actual being of Adam and Eve at the time wasn't the kind of bodies that we have today. The bodies that we have today were taken from the tree that God told them not to touch. God said, don't touch that tree. Everything else in there is yours. They didn't ask why they shouldn't touch the tree. You understand? But something convinced them to touch the tree. When they touched this tree of knowledge now, they understood that they were naked. They didn't have clothes. They saw penis and vagina. And for rascal,
easy, I didn't put this Easy, please. I didn't put,
no, we're thinking factually.
18
because
years.
part of the knowledge that they had lust for each other. So within that, they performed. You understand? And that was part of the knowledge. Now, the thing is, God told them not to go to that tree. But they went there. So they didn't believe what God was telling them. Or they substituted that knowledge that they had about God for somebody else's understanding. So when they became visibly naked to themselves, they began to hide. They hid, they're ashamed. You understand? In them hiding now, God asked them out that why did you go to that tree? Didn't you believe what I said? You see, when we look at these stories, we don't just have to throw them out and say, oh, that's mumbo jumbo. We have to look at the intellect that's in there, because there's a lot of intellect in there about belief and knowledge. Did you understand the story I've just told you?
Can I try to explain it, or I kind of see what I can pass what I gleaned from what you explained? So the Creator told them not to mess with a specific tree of good and evil without any clear evidence. It requires belief. In other words, there is no evidence of anything, that the consequences.
That's right.
Then another entity, which was nefarious, came again and told them, hey, why bother? That thing is not going to do you harm. Now they are on an equal pegging, all requiring belief. The one in front of them convinced them to move forward, and they did, just like they obeyed God at first. The other one convinced them. But if God had given them proof, the other one would have had to prove that that tree was actually not harmful. But God didn't provide them proof. God requires them belief. And I actually think it's a form of conditioning for people to believe things without concrete evidence.
No,
From the very
what
beginning
we have to understand is that we're a long way from that story as human beings today. If we are trying to now understand the Creator is the one that doesn't have to give platitudes to anybody or knowledge. I'm the Creator, as it were. So as being the Creator, don't question me with your rubbish. You don't know anything. You silly dunce. You don't know shit. All you do is follow what is easier. That is the God level.
Yeah, but in the end, you are still not providing them proof. As a creator, you give them evidence.
So that we can be able,
because they are sorry, Jefferson, you go next, Jefferson. You have to provide, if you want people to follow you, give them concrete evidence. You are God.
But we're speaking from today. We're not speaking from then. We're making things up. That
somebody
talking
told
about
you a story, you were not there.
What you are talking about does not appear in the writings. What you're talking about is some high chemistry school that you haven't been to, and these are the way you want it to work. There's no preference.
You are saying did God provide them proof that tree is bad?
What proof?
Like
what they knew about God, what they knew about what they knew about God is that everything in their eyesight was created by Him. That's what they knew.
Yes.
When God said that tree, don't go to it, they don't need to question anything. They just don't need to go there.
Exactly. They don't need to question anything, but it still doesn't have proof to it. And they obeyed God. Remember, they did obey God not to go there until some other entity came and told them, go and do it. And that entity has the power to defy the Creator. So they're like, these guys seem to have claimed that let's obey this one too. They're like children. They don't know. They don't have any proof of anything.
What is right? It's like this is why I love the story. You have a child, a forefather, and you're bringing up your child in a righteous way according to you. You know that this is a wicked world, and you tell your child, don't do this, don't do that, don't do this. Your child may be asking why. You may explain up to the point you can, but you're not going to explain the depth. You just want your child to be a good child whilst it does and follow your instructions.
Yes.
When you send that child out now, you know that child is going to be influenced differently from your influence. That is what we believe in. Now, if your child really is a good child to his father, he will listen to your instruction. He won't listen to some outsider who he doesn't know, who would influence him badly. Because that's
why
what it
do
is.
you think they will listen to the dad?
I didn't say.
No, I mean the child. You are saying that if that child is a good child, why should the child be a good child? Why should they listen to the dad?
Because he's dad.
Because there is evidence of knowledge. That's proof that the dad has always meant well for the child, fed the child, clothed the child. Evidence based on knowledge.
Good, which is what happened in the Garden of Eden, according to the story.
You are right. It was based on knowledge, but what God demanded from the child this time was based on this in belief, telling them, "Don't go there," but because I said so. Then the Satan came and said, "Oh, eat it because it doesn't do you any harm anyway." You can argue that they are not being good children. You should have lent more weight to what their dad said, because clearly there's evidence that the dad is more truthful. That is where their sin came in. But you can also understand that based on the weight of their individual one-on-one evidence, that they can say, okay, the dad told me not to do this, but he didn't provide me evidence that this is bad. At least the other time when he tells me this cough medicine is sweet, when I tasted the cough medicine is sweet, so that is true. But this one, he didn't give me any proof that this one is bad. So now this guy is telling me that it's okay. I'm going to do it. I agree with you. You can say, based on what they know, if you go back to knowledge, what they know about the creator, they should have listened to him, because they should have listened to the creator compared to a stranger that just came to their face. But what they should have listened to is still based on evidence. You see, that's the thing. The real anchor is based on knowledge, not based on the belief. The belief is reinforced by knowledge.
Well, there's a reason why. Sorry, Jefferson, please come in straight after me. There's a reason why I like these stories. The stories of, and I mean, I sometimes I look at them just as stories and see the wisdom I can pick out of it, as opposed to my belief level, which I would still imbibe in there. But sometimes I just say, let me just read this as a story. And the level of life wisdom I pick out from it is fundamental to me, because it's like, this is what I experience in my day-to-day. I experience these things on an everyday basis. When I look back in my own little history, when I listened to my parents and I went correctly, when I didn't listen to my parents and I went wrong. These are fundamentals in all of our lives. And we all know our parents aren't always correct. You understand? As I said, I'm a person.
You interpreted it correctly in terms of that book. Like you said, it was wisdom. You interpreted it correctly in terms of what the message was: listen to your parents. But in terms of the context of our discussion, where we are talking about belief versus knowledge, you misinterpreted it there too, by thinking that the Adam and Eve, the reason why they are condemned was because they just didn't believe God. But the reason why is because they had knowledge to an extent of God. If they just appeared from nowhere and not God tell them don't do this, and the other Satan said do this. That was confusing. Now you are not going to blame them, because both sides weight the same. But based on the knowledge they have for God, they don't have knowledge of Satan, and yet they went and listened to Satan. That's where the fault comes in.
But we disagree. Let somebody else speak. If Jefferson,
the first, is he the first president or second president or third president of America?
Jefferson, you were going to say something. My man Pansat, how are you
doing? The Constitution. Pansat, welcome. We're going to be going backstage soon.
Well,
sorry, Jefferson. It took some time to get around that one.
It's okay. Everybody's getting weary too. It's almost 8 hours.
So basically,
as you can see, no, it's okay, of course. So as you can see, of course, the Adam and Eve story, whether we like it or not, at that time they were in their high estate. So think of it as this way: God empowered them, and when God empowered them, because at the end of the day, God wanted them to exist as just like a father-son relationship. He wanted people he can commune with. You understand? Communicate with. And besides, if you read the holy books, you find out in the book of Genesis, you find out that God gave Adam and Eve dominion over the heavens and the earth. Dominion. And it's not just obviously the way we are doing it now. Proper dominion to be able to speak things into existence, to be able to do things. In fact, to reign supreme the way God is. That's what was God's design plan. So the case of the fall, the Adam and Eve thing, no matter what, in fact, even if Adam and Eve, they wanted to obey the whole law, do everything, there's no way they will escape it, because it was still part of God's plan for them to be in that estate, to have disobeyed God, so that God can be able to make them to understand the essence of why we have to obey him and be in the restful, be at his restful place. So because if you look at it now, it's not as if they were trying to question God. They need to know things for themselves. And do they have knowledge? Yes, they believe everything. But because of believing and feeling that, oh, if they do what God told them not to do, they'll be as wise as God. Of course, they checked it and they saw things for themselves, and they didn't want to be. They didn't fear to be. They wanted to know why God told them not to do what they needed to do, and of course, the consequence is what we are all facing today.
That's right.
From the biblical standpoint. You understand? But,
so how does that relate to belief and knowledge?
Look at it now. The belief part of it is they know that if it's in terms of the fall, they know that if they do, they check, they did things they wanted to see, because they weren't too sure of what will happen if they committed
so
that
their belief was shaking.
Yes. They needed to be sure.
But you see, that's the thing. You see what you said now? They needed to be sure. In other words, they needed to have the knowledge to be sure.
Yeah, they needed to have the knowledge.
Exactly. That is exactly the point of the discussion earlier on, because we were discussing about which one comes first.
But no. But again, that doesn't mean that it cannot be inspired too. Because come to think of it, look at it even within our own journey. Before you do something, before you carry a hammer and say you want to nail to hit a nail into a wall, there's a thought process, an inspiration that you can use your hand, carry the hammer and hit the nail into a wall. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying, because that knowledge is yes, you can have the ability, but you have to also believe that if you do something, it's going to happen.
I agree with you, but it's coming from a well of knowledge. The knowledge is the base foundation. Otherwise, everything else is false. Your knowledge is forming why you consider a door. Everything you create concepts of every single thing. If you don't have it, everything makes no sense. You are reacting momentarily to everything. You have to have a base of knowledge, and that base of knowledge is where you build your beliefs. And in a way, you can call belief a form of
you want to talk, you go back to him, you talk. I've been here, you have no respect.
No, this is a philosophical conversation. It's not a minority conversation, Pastor.
The news somewhere.
I think that maybe we should also
go backstage, because
let's go backstage so that we can take it easy.
Maybe knowledge they are talking of.
You speak and then you go back to him, you go back to you.
If we are talking about
that's not the way you do knowledge, right? If you want knowledge to be something that's modular, the knowledge all of us have here. You're talking about philosophy, right? So go backstage. I'm not going backstage. When you want to close it, we'll close it. But the point is that if you have a short time, then you share the time, right? And then if you want to go backstage after talking for 8 hours, then you go backstage. But let me get a word in.
Okay, get the word. It's only fair. We have been here for long.
You know,
Except the person wants to. Anybody wants to
No,
say
it's
anything?
me that have not. I just want to make my
Okay,
submission.
Pastor, wait. Then you have the
no
last.
problem. But he's gonna sit there. He's not gonna say anything. When I go and wrestle some
Look at
time
this one.
from you, then he wants to take it from me. If he wanted to speak, he should have wrestled it from you. I'm the one who got it. You know what I'm saying?
Whatever.
It's not fair. It's like
Oh my God,
I
Pastor, he said anything he's not going to fight about.
No,
I
go
think
ahead.
that where is a little bit confusing is if the knowledge you are talking about, you are referring to is the acquired knowledge in terms of something you learned from acquired knowledge
over the years.
Yeah, but where Jagun, I think Jagun is talking about is this knowledge that is there are kind of this knowledge that is spiritually acquired as a result of what you believe, as a result of maybe the communication. That's why I said you could close your eyes now and God will communicate something to you, which forms your belief that you're going to make this thing possible. So you're getting a kind of instructions or let's call it inspirations. You understand? Which you now begin to experiment on. No, everything is not proof like you keep saying it. Just take, for instance, there are some great physicians that didn't go to school. They didn't learn from anything. They were just taught by God. It was imparted on them spiritually. You don't know?
This was
no, it's deeper than you. Listen. There's a man in my village. There's a man in my village when I was little. He's an orthopedic doctor.
Maybe he went to.
Listen. No, I'm not making it up. Accident cases that were not able to be treated in orthopedic hospital in my state, when they've given up, legs that were supposed to be cut, this man heals those things.
Yeah.
Let's say those
I'm
things.
not making it up.
How often does those things happen?
It happens.
No,
man have never had
in fact, there's a practical example.
Doesn't have 1%
So we have many
rate.
We have
there is
many.
a man called Dr. Sebi.
We have many doctors with that certificate.
Oh my God.
Listen. If not now, it's correct.
Yeah,
there's a man called Dr. Sebi.
No, I'm not arguing with it. I'm saying
hold on. There's a man called Dr. Listen, there's a man called Dr. Sebi. You need to go and research on
based on knowledge.
This man, he went against the medical institutions in the United States in his alternative medicine care. In fact, the guy even cured some stars like Michael Jackson and so many of them.
Twice. He cured it.
Read on him.
From nothing.
If you read what the work that guy has done, you know that even most of the things that we're eating, we're not supposed to even the chopper.
So
that's how serious it is. I am telling you. Just go and this guy is not a medical doctor.
Yeah, he doesn't have to be a medical doctor though. You don't have to be a medical doctor to rely on concrete knowledge. I don't have to be an accountant to rely on the knowledge of an accountant to do anything.
What do you mean? That's what I'm saying. You mean concrete knowledge as in who taught you? I'm telling you, this thing is acquired spiritually.
You don't have to be taught though, do you? To learn anything yourself.
Then what are we talking about?
No, you can learn it yourself. You think this person just came out of the womb knowing how to operate on people?
I am telling you that this is spiritual endowment. Are you afraid to make use of that word?
He may be gifted.
Are you scared?
No.
How about this? How about this, forefather? Forefather. How about this? Let me put this to you real quick. And I beg your pardon, Pansak. Please do come through after me. They found out in Uganda, or you both found out that they were doing not open heart surgery. They were doing cesarean section way before anybody knew how to do it. Now, imagine the first person in that Uganda who did that cesarean section. Do you think he was using knowledge or belief in his practice of doing that? The first person.
He's using an element of knowledge, yes. Although it's also possible that the person just decided that, you know what, this woman is about to die, and I may have delivered another child before, but I know this child is in there based on what I've experienced with delivering other children. So, and I know that a lot of people have died when they go through what this lady is going through. So this time I will just try to cut the child open. It's possible that's how it started. It could have been practiced by somebody at war. Who knows how this is happening?
No. I'm seeing.
There's always a
before you said
foundation
who knows.
not just
Before you said who knows, you were doing a logical breakdown. The first person and what thought process he would have had before deciding to cut the belly open and bring the baby out alive. It was a thought process, but he had to have depth of belief in order for him to do.
Yes.
But you're not really seeing the reason.
I agree with you on that. I agree with you on that.
He could start teaching other people.
But he will have to weigh the risk of that belief
based on knowledge.
He has to weigh the risk of that. If he believes that patient is going to die, he doesn't have a choice. The belief is almost irrelevant. He would have to do what he can to try to save
the
that
belief
woman.
is never irrelevant. You can't cast it out, bro.
Okay. You see, I'm talking about specifically in terms of let's say carrying out the operation and trying to save the child that is in that woman's womb, even if he knows that he may not be able to sew the body back at first, because the first person that cut a woman's belly open to save the child probably knew the lady was going to die. So that person probably thought, you know what, I know this person is going to die anyway. If I don't do this, the child is going to die too. So I might as well cut the lady open and take the child out. You see what I mean? That is still based on knowledge. My point is that you can't make a leap of belief that is too far away from knowledge.
What we must understand. Yes. Wait. We must remember the initial question. I asked, which is stronger, knowledge or belief? And I put to you that belief is stronger than knowledge, because what you take to believe something and then act upon it is a depth of a something, as opposed to you know already that this thing can happen. You're going to do it and do what you know. You're going to do what you know, but doing what you don't know, it takes belief.
Exactly. I agree with you. I've always agreed with that point. It's just like imagination too, because it breaks new ground. You have to have an element of it. But what I'm saying is that there is a foundation that the belief always lifts from. It has to be lifted from knowledge. You can't, if you make a belief that is too far from knowledge, it will be almost like guessing. You're just guessing, because there's no foundation to it, and that you might as well walk into a wall.
Now it becomes relative, like how far?
Yes, you can't go too far.
How far?
I can't go and start saying I'm an expert in some kind of field that I never studied at all before. You know, it will be too far away from my knowledge, my grounding of knowledge. You see what I mean? And that is the issue that I'm trying to highlight.
But there are people that have studied all those things and they don't even know jack about what they are studying. And someone on the street who happens to be inspired is more knowledgeable than the person who has all the PhDs. I've seen so many of that. I even studied someone who was a coursemate with me. I even knew the concept of physics far more than most of all our lecturers.
True.
Till tomorrow. And I was like, wow. In fact, the thing even inspired me. I'm like, wow, this guy is very, very knowledgeable. There are so many exceptional people.
You know, some people are born as geniuses.
There are so many of them out there.
Now you're talking so far further. Maybe that's the word you're comfortable with.
No, when we say genius, you know, that's why you're hiding inside that parlor. If not now, come out.
Contact.
That's what I'm telling you. Natural.
Hear from you.
The Jago now on the day. Everybody day.
Yes, sir.
I was enjoying your philosophy.
I want to hear what you think about our topic here, my brother.
Yeah, it's an interesting topic. It's quite hard to disagree with anybody. I believe that it's a hodgepodge. You know, you're right. Even the last example that was given by Mr. Jefferson, which talked about physics, right? If you look at theoretical physics, they use all kinds of phenomena to predict. They don't know. And when you talk about knowledge in that hardcore knowledge, something that you are sure of, scientifically tested, so they use mathematical models and abstractions to explain those things and predict. You see, they don't know, but they're scientists. And that's how they could predict all kinds of things about the universe, for example, now, because that's the hardcore of science. Tunaj, I'm sure you agree with that.
Yes, I agree.
Yeah, so they could develop mathematical formulations, computational protocols, stuff like that. So knowledge in that sense, there's just no doubt. Obviously, Plato is the first try to differentiate. This debate was had a long time ago between knowledge and belief, right? One has to be tied to hard facts and stuff like that. But it depends on the discipline that we're talking about. I was gonna come in and then somebody started making the point, like in the case of God, if you already know an entity, let's say you know God, I think it was Jacob that said God created all those things. You follow me? So now, if your trust and your knowledge is say in God, then you could extrapolate. You don't have to now verify. That's where faith come in that discipline. Now we're talking religion, right? And where you have faith, right? So I don't think that anybody could define anything by fiat and say this is the boundary, right? This is where it ends. I believe that we're all going to be right and we're all going to be wrong when you're dealing with philosophy like this, because it has some variables. It depends on the discipline. If you're in religious circle, then belief is better than knowledge, because how much do we know? We don't know, 0.009% of what's out there. Even when it comes, first of all, the things that we know as objects, like planets, universes, or whatever out there that are objects, it's like less than 24% of what makes up everything, right? So you can never know.
You saying that belief is greater than knowledge because there's no knowledge base. you require massively into the wilderness so that you are separate from knowledge. Is that why?
No, what I'm saying depends on the discipline. When you know God, right? You have a lot. You have a lot more than somebody who doesn't know God, who knows whatever he's talking about from experiment. Only in that, but if you're in a scientific vertical now, right, then you do need to show proof. Do you understand what I'm saying? So they're interconnected. Let me tell you, for example, let me say, who do we have coming tomorrow?
Today, it's actually today. I'm not so sure now.
It's a show.
Right?
Yeah, that's my God. We need to be preparing for that too.
You don't know.
A lot of people want to ask him questions.
You don't know that Showore is coming tomorrow. You believe he's gonna come tomorrow. Do you understand what I'm saying? So
well done.
People think belief is in the sense of religion or faith.
That's right.
That's right. You're gonna go to work on Monday.
Belief is going to come based on the fact that when guests are due, generally they do show up based on knowledge.
That's what I'm saying. So you could dance around like that, but the point is that we operate with faith and we operate with belief, even in a practical setting, just like religious people do. Non-religious people also use faith to operate. But anyway, that's my input.
Let me ask Pastor. Hold on, sorry.
No. Before you ask it, please.
Now, why do you always
I conceded to you the last time. Please.
10 seconds.
I conceded to you that all I want to say is I really enjoyed the way Pansat handled that question. Because he took it really in a diplomatic way, but in a thoughtful way. The process was accurate. I don't know what you can argue with in the way Pansat put that. Maybe I was here and there the way I put it.
And Kansas brought it home.
You
He really did.
I brought it home.
He said he
Thank you.
agreed
If not, and thank you, Jay.
he said he agreed with both of us.
You have a new guy, Jefferson.
Pastor, don't run away. Hold on. I want to ask you a question. You asked me a question. Hold
Pastor,
on.
don't run away, my brother.
Yeah, Pastor, you said that if when is who is going to be coming today, they say Showore. So you said I don't know what is going to come, but we believe it's going to come. So if I tell you that Showore is coming to my channel, to Nigeria channel that doesn't have up to 500 subscribers, are you likely to believe that? No, you won't believe it because there's no foundational knowledge that I have done anything like that. Am I wrong?
Okay, which foundation? I want to ask you, you need foundational knowledge.
I have been inviting guests that are the caliber of Showore. I've never even invited one guest ever to my channel. So why would I invite Showore as the first guest? So
let me tell you the answer to that.
To believe.
Yeah, the answer to that, right? It's also the only metric to measure something like that is not how many subscribers you have. It could be a factor, but to Nigeria, the thing is that you have a reputation on this platform, right? I'm not saying that it's 100%, but there's some confidence level, some trust. You're not going to make that kind of claim. Besides, 500 is nothing to sneeze at. I have seven people, 7 followers, right?
You're just confirming my point.
That's what I'm saying. It doesn't. That's not the only rubric. It's a rubric. It's not a one thing, right? There are many things I'm going to use to determine what you're saying. Besides, it has to make certain sense. If I have nothing to contradict that, if I have something to, let's say it's coming to my channel, right? And then you claim he's coming to your channel, even if it's Dr. Damage is making the claim. So there are many things. But it will take it into minutia. The point of the matter is that we all operate in some kind of faith as human beings. It's not a religious thing.
Oh no, that's true.
Right, innate in us as human beings,
it's
and we
innate.
But what is healthy about faith? Should faith leap very far away from knowledge?
No, it should not live very far away from knowledge. But there are a lot of things that there's a pillar already somewhere. Do you understand? For example, we know that Monday comes after Sunday, for example. So there are many things that lead that, and normally it doesn't change a lot, like you said before. So we know it's going to be Monday's coming after Sunday again. Believe it or not, it can change. Do you understand what I'm saying? But it's going to take a lot for that to happen. So we make those kind of calculations, right? The brain, has that kind of ability. But let's also bring it to religion right here now. I'm saying if we have God, if you're somebody who believes in God, and you know that God is faithful, that God is good all the time, right? And if you believe that, then there's a lot of things you could extrapolate for that. After all, this world has been going for so many years. Do you really think people who believe in God are stupid? No, you have a lot of intelligent people, physicists, chemists. That's the reason why they do believe in God. Do you understand what I'm saying?
It's a creator.
That's also faith. You have to, you're not there. You don't know that it happened.
It's a fact. You know you exist. You didn't create yourself. It's a fact of existence. You see that?
Right. But an atheist, I will agree with you because I subscribe to that. But if you want to stand out and debate that fact, right? Even those atheists, when they first of all, they have a religion. Their religion is atheism, but they don't know that. And you're going to notice they have a lot of belief and faith in whenever they talk. So I'm saying that all of us are in the same camp. Some facts you have, some I have. So we have it as a body of knowledge. And that's why when I came in, you want to hear from what I have to say. You want to hear from a bomb. There is no human intelligence here. Yeah.
Will the sun rise tomorrow morning?
By faith, I believe it is. Right?
Not
by knowledge. It's not by knowledge.
Why do you think it will rise tomorrow morning?
Because when you do the calculations, everything points to. There's a preponderance of evidence.
Which is the calculation you do?
That's what I'm saying. It's a preponderance of evidence, right?
Would I be right in saying that is because the sun has risen on for a very long time up till today?
That will be a factor, but that's not guaranteed. If you know how helium,
it's not guaranteed. But your confidence.
Allow me to put this to allow me to put this to forefather based on what was just asked. You know, again, the story. Noah was asked to build an ark by God, and he said, God told him that I'm asking you to build this ark because it's going to rain. When Noah now was telling the people that this is what's going on, guys, that boy, it's going to rain and everything's going to be under deluge for a good 40 days. They asked him, what the bloody hell's rain, Noah? Because rain had never happened prior to that. It had never happened. It was only morning dew that they got. They didn't have any rain. So the time when it began raining now, Noah, who built this ark, you can see he believed because he built the ark. Those who were laughing at him got drowned and swept away. You see, when we're talking about belief, we're not talking about the things that happen every single day. We're talking about the things that when they don't happen or what's never happened before. And this is where, as Pansat rightly put, we have this thing inbuilt in us. Faith and belief, trust.
So you think
as a salesperson, I grew up using the phone. At 21, I was a great salesman. And I found out that simply talking made somebody on the other side of the phone or the other side go and act upon what I said. Whether I was lying or telling the truth, they acted upon it. Why? Because generally, with human to human, we are more gullible as human beings than we are pessimistic. Whether you could be the most deep pessimist in the world, but somebody can convince you to do anything he wants. There's somebody in this world who can convince you. And it's all on this trick of matter of trust, belief, and faith. What we do to each other, how we communicate. So when you're asking a question, is the sun going to rise tomorrow? Right? Here in London, it's already risen. You understand? We know. We don't know. But tell somebody that tomorrow that the sky is going to be purple. The whole sky is going to be purple, and there's going to be a purple deluge. And if any of these this raindrop of purple touch you, you're dead. Now, when you're explaining that to someone, they're not going to believe you. But it may happen.
Yeah, allow me to add, by the way.
And they will be right not to believe you because the probability of it happening is a lot less.
Probability ain't got shit to do with it, nothing. Probability don't mean anything. No, it doesn't.
The world is a world.
No, when it comes to belief.
It does, Jagan, it does. But what I'm saying, even like when you talk about tomorrow, right? As human beings, like you saw how Jagan is talking about literally tomorrow. When you ask that question, that tomorrow to me, it's not necessarily over here and it's gonna be here. It's already Sunday, actually, right? So tomorrow could be a year from now when you ask that question. If we're gonna be honest and candid when we talk about stuff like this, but the most important thing I said, which I need to reiterate, is that when you come to the cutting edge of science, right, quantum information, theoretical physics, like I said, you have grand unified theories of particle physics, dark matter, cosmology, and stuff like that. The physicists themselves, they use not knowledge. They understand. They use belief. They use all kinds of equations to calculate those things, right? Before it actually. Now, they could go back and modify it if they're wrong, but without belief, without faith, without abstractions, right? That's we cannot go anywhere. We cannot do anything. Yeah. So once that's true, if you stipulate to that, then the lesser things, it's like you saying, look, I know that 100 is greater than 80. Okay. Now, you also saying that 100 is greater than 1. 100 is greater than 2.
Yes.
3, 4, 5, up to that 80 that you stipulate, right? So if you stipulate at the current age of physics, they don't have to know something in the practical sense where somebody taught them something and they or experiment with it and you can reproduce it, which is pure science when it comes to knowledge, something that is just scientifically reproducible, right? If you will admit this cosmological theoretical physicists who deal with particles, dark matter, dark energy, then anything less than that, obviously, you also stipulate to. Do you understand what I'm saying?
In fact, even within the realm of physics, you will see people that try to analyze electrical fields, magnetic fields, particles, and try to even create all matter of atomic elements and all of that. It's not.
Right.
It's
That
they don't use the
they
don't use
seen
the
to make it
sequential method in books, and you definitely have to rely with abstractive wisdom to be able to make sure that it works. And then don't forget there was this paradox thing that they did with the cat, with authority principle, where they'll put a cat inside the box and then they'll ask, and they put a radioactive substance and find out, okay, is this cat going to survive or what? And they use like an authenticity
I'm not
principle.
sure they actually use the cat. It's a concept of the Schrodinger's cat, isn't it?
Exactly, yes.
They will not
those things are, and sometimes
it depends on observation.
The life of a cat, that kind of
depends on observation.
Exactly. And the observation and you see, you just said something. Observation is relative. You can believe that the cat will be alive, and you can still believe at the same time the cat will die.
Right, because it exists in both states.
And that's the reason why whatever we see is not because most times we are used to this assertion that they say, oh, seeing is believing.
Jefferson is a smart guy. Jefferson, you're a smart guy.
Hold on.
Listen, seeing is not always believing because
we are going too far now. We are going too far with the time. I don't think. Let's go backstage. Sorry, gentlemen.
I played guitar for you guys backstage. I want you to admit, I want you to talk about it. In
tonight, if you can do it.
You didn't give me credit for playing guitar for you backstage.
Did you? I wasn't there. Sorry. Well, it would be nice you do it.
Man, like Pansato.
It's good entertainment. It's really nice.
I think the truth was there, though, right?
Pansa is a legend now. He's a legend everywhere. Going everywhere.
I'm not a legend. But the new guy, I want to welcome you today.
It was only me.
Earlier today, we got into a scuffle with another new guy that was here. And, I just want to say to you, obviously, when you look at it, you're going to find out that I was right and he was wrong. All right.
Thank you
very much.
If not now, I speak the truth. Pansa, Jargon, Jefferson, you are welcome, man. Jefferson. Every single hour that goes by, he's surprised that we are going this long. Don't worry, he will see something. I'm sure when he came in today, he didn't think he was going to be here for 7 hours, 10 hours. So that's what we do here. We can go on discussing tough. I've learned a lot here. This is no joke business. So yes, Daddy TV is. Oh yeah, he's here too. Bad Bele. Ifo. I see you. Thank you for coming in. TV, I see you there. Oga, AB. I'm not going to be. Florence. Tato. I see you there. Tosca Blanco.
Tato.
Baba Tope. Ile Sami. Baba Tope Ile Sami. I see you there. Let's see who else is there. Ken Yadi, I see you there. Thank you, Quinty. I see you there. Fumio, Florence, and all of them. I would like to say till later on today, don't forget to tune in to Showore to come and ask him all the questions you have to ask. And at the same time, like, share, and subscribe. Subscribe to Dr. Damages. Subscribe to True Nigeria because we need the subscribers. I'm a humble servant of the people, and I only have 477 this is subscribers. That is pathetic, isn't it? But I will be making it one day and one subscriber at a time. Just go and
If you
subscribe.
let all that talk, you're gonna get more subscribers. For one thing, I'll subscribe
all
to you if
these
you let me
enemies
talk.
so you are not subscribed there. These are one of the enemies of progress.
I'll subscribe tomorrow.
Oh my God. Yo, you guys are killing me here. You're killing me here. I thought you guys are already given 400 or something. I have.
Invite me to your show, man. Then I will subscribe.
My show is here now. I'm streaming to my channel from here as it is right now. Most of the time when I'm streaming here, streaming to my
speak
channel.
that truth. It's nice to meet you. If
yeah.
not, it's now. It's nice to meet you. Jago, the elder statesman, nice to meet you. Pansat, it's nice to meet you.
Don't go anywhere. We are going backstage.
Yes, well, Jefferson, you are going deep. We are going to baptize you now. Omo.
You know, you are looking for sleep, eh?
I'm going to get some sleep now. I see that sleeping.
All right. Goodbye, everyone.
Arise, O compatriots. Nigeria's call obey to serve our fatherland. We love and strength and faith. The labor of our heroes past shall never be in vain. To serve with heart and might, one nation bound in freedom.